Bend over. Congratulations, you are indeed first. Is Destiny streaming?
Jesus. Oh, wait. Oh, I just realized my speaker's been on the whole time. Oh, I can just shut it down here. Never mind. Whoops.
I love that video. Yeah, Louis Marco's uploading again. What's Blaha been up to?
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blaha here, and once again it is time for a Dad Bod to Daddy transformation vlog, and today was shoulder day, and yeah, we're pretty much doing what we've been doing all week, coming in and doing the 3 exercises I have planned, and then 1 optional always on the list available. So for me at the moment, it's going to be seated press, upright row, and then rear delt raises. So again, this workout's going to be a little bit shorter. In fact, I ran one of my sets of presses through just at the end to get it long enough. For those unaware, I like to get these to 8 minutes.
We watched the Lex interview with Trump yesterday. It was fucking terrible. He just asked him stupid softball questions and didn't push back on anything. Lex Friedman is a fucking moron. His channel sucks. All of his interviews are fucking boring. It's just pointless to watch anything he fucking posts. Even when he hosts debates, they're fucking stupid. He does like a stupid 5-minute timer thing for like each debate fucking topic. Like he's just an asshole. What the fuck was I gonna look up? Now I lost my train of thought.
For the tubes. So what I did on these, because I
Oh yeah, I was gonna look at Frank Tufano's channel. Nope. Still nothing. You might have just quit YouTube. Who knows?
I'm minimizing some of this and I want the best carryover. I'm going with the press with a nice wider grip, very similar to my bench and my incline grip. Yes, it's harder. Yes, I struggle with it more.
Zero.
But that's besides the point. I can do more weight with the other, but this will give me probably better overall shoulder development because I go a little bit wider. I do feel the side delts and stuff a little bit on it. And so again, we just get better overall benefits, better overall carryover. Now I struggle with 5 reps on that, even with this weight. And something.
Oh yeah, we should check out Frank's website, see what's going on there. He hasn't posted anything recently on his Instagram for the food website. Nothing on his Twitter. Frank Tufano is on Twitter, right? He hasn't posted anything since July. He's like totally dark. It looks like the website's still up, so I'm assuming he's not dead.
I've said recently, looking at my benching, honestly, on my bench, I feel almost like my delts may be my limiting factor on the bench. Okay, and I'm saying that as a coach, objectively, who can look at my own footage, my own bar paths, all of those things, can look at what I feel when I do it. So really doing more of this overhead pressing is almost a bench accessory for me in that situation. Also keeping in mind it carries over to the incline. So another reason I'm doing this setup. So I'm going seated, right? Seated instead of standing again for the incline carryover, because I have a minimal number of exercises. Well, I say that, but if I have a minimum of 3 every workout, that's 15 different exercises. I don't have minimalist programming. I have more minimalist volume, pushing hard, progressive overload. So what we're going to see with that is me carefully selecting a lot of these movements, right? I have my basic movements, and then I have stuff to fill in the gaps, and that includes all the way up to training rear delts, training calves, training forearms, training neck, okay? I'm still going to keep 2 types of curls in because my biceps need the work. And that's another topic worth talking about too with balance.
Was that like 4 reps? Why is he doing such... Like, this isn't even much weight either, by the way. It's only 135. And he's only doing like 3 or 4 reps with 135? Like, what the fuck is he doing?
Balancing physiques. I've definitely seen some interesting ideas on that from some of the really, really good natural bodybuilding coaches out there. And in my case, it's purely a matter of my biceps were undertrained for years, plus I have that previous injury. So for me, that really is an imbalance due to...
What's your take on Charleston White? I can't remember who that is.
...imbalanced training.
1 minute in and I'm already losing brain cells. Look at this channel's description. Safe space for ex-vegans. Kindly destroy her in a debate. Another proof that raw
Welcome to part
vegan
3.
always leads to ex-vegan.
Well, we can go through this and I can explain in detail why she's a fucking moron. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius.
Of veganism, because we all know that veganism is not about health, don't we? Unfortunately, and I think it's a huge shame for the scientific community to have spent I don't know how much money and several decades demonizing cholesterol and fixating on the research around lowering cholesterol at all costs. I just cannot comprehend how it could be possible. Because
it's because cholesterol has been proven to be causally associated with heart disease. That's why. Heart disease is probably the most studied disease in medicine because it's the #1 killer. It's also extremely debilitating.
Tucker had this weird little guy on to spread Nazi apologia history revisionism. Sorry if you already saw this, but even a bunch of MAGA brothers don't know what the fuck he's doing, Lamau.
What the fuck? It's not hubris to plainly state that Tucker has become a Nazi apologist. Churchill was the chief villain of World War II? Well, Tucker is an actual Nazi and a white supremacist. There's actually literal Nazi white supremacists that use Tucker Carlson as a blueprint on how to spread white supremacy without anybody knowing. So he's a crypto-fascist. The Nazis launched a war and they were completely unprepared to deal with the prisoners of war. Millions of people ended up dead. They're writing to the Nazi high command in Berlin saying, wouldn't it be more humane to finish the Jews off quickly now? That's not... Wow. Holy shit.
I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. But I believe, and I think when you really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something other than an invasion of Poland. You know, Germany, look, they put themselves into
This is just
into a
psychotic.
position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East in 1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth that they were going to have to handle. They went.
That literally makes no sense. After they invaded France, they were asking France to give up their Jews. They put them on fucking cattle cars and then ended up executing them. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They would invade other nations like Poland, Ukraine, fucking France, and they would literally go around with their fucking Gestapo military. They'd also try to negotiate with the governments there for them to hand over as many Jews as they fucking could so they could exterminate them. Like that's just complete and utter bullshit.
With no plan for that. And they just threw these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead there. You know, you have like letters as early as July, August 1941 from commandants of these makeshift camps that they're setting up for these millions of people who are surrendering or people they're rounding up. And so it's 2 months after, a month or two after Barbarossa was launched. And they're writing back to the high command in Berlin saying, we can't feed these people. We don't have the food to feed these people. And one of them actually says, rather than wait for them all to slowly starve this winter, wouldn't it be more humane to just finish them off quickly now?
Yeah, so that never happened. He's lying, and he's a fucking Nazi, and Tucker Carlson's a fucking Nazi. Holy shit, I've never seen anything so insane. Vegan, and this is on fucking Twitter. Like, my god. V-Gang, donate $2. UBC's Palestine page posted this, so happy I finished school. I'm nervous, though, about the antinatalism. When will it end? Pigs off campus. I'm assuming they're talking about Jews? Or are they talking about the police? These people are just fucking anti-Semitic scum. Thanks for the donation, though, V-Gang. Nicholas $20. Dude, just wanted to make sure you were aware that ApoB is the best biomarker to assess cardiovascular risk. Yeah, I know. LDL-C isn't causal, but only correlative. Maybe you already know. Well, it is causal, and I mean, at the end of the day, there's not a big discordance between LDL-C and ApoB. If your LDL-C is high, you're also going to have a higher ApoB, but yeah, the most relevant biomarker is going to be ApoB because it's total particle count. But it's still causal. Ugh. Thanks for the donation, though, Nicholas. Yeah, so back to this stupid shit. This woman's a fucking idiot. Like, again, the reason why there's so much research on LDL is because that's been proven to be the causal risk factor for heart disease.
Because there are so many papers, there are myriads of papers related to cholesterol lowering, statins, and all this like pharmaceutical madness. Whereas in reality, as I mentioned in my previous video on why I became a raw vegan, this is literally the problems that people usually append to cholesterol. They're literally associated to the overall ill system of nutrition that leads to having abnormalities with cholesterol metabolism, to having atherosclerosis.
Veganism does not cause abnormalities with cholesterol metabolism.
And in fact, as I found out, following a vegan diet creates conditions, the perfect conditions for having the problems with cholesterol. So let's
It does not. Vegans have lower cholesterol on average, and they have lower rates of heart disease on average.
begin.
Does following a vegan diet guarantee normal or low cholesterol? No. The majority of your, like, I'll let her say her stupid shit, but the majority of your cholesterol score is genetically determined. I think it's somewhere around like 60, 70%. So if you have familial hypercholesterolemia, regardless of your diet, you're going to have high cholesterol, especially if you're homozygous.
Vegans, at first thing that we need to mention is that vegans, people following plant-based diet, they're not automatically insured from having elevated LDL, high cholesterol. And here I would like to demonstrate you the anecdote. The person followed.
What point is she trying to make here? This is like saying, oh, just because you're vegan, it doesn't mean you're not going to die in a car crash. Like, okay.
A strict vegan diet for 2 years but had abnormally high LDL and reduced HDL. And the paper says that some previous study, a lot
Poor cardiovascular risk profile following vegan diet case report. Yeah. Total cholesterol. So this is in millimoles. What was the, so 4.09? $158. So this person's either eating a high amount of saturated fat, so eating a lot of foods with palm oil or coconut oil, or they have familial hypercholesterolemia. 158 is pretty high, but it's not super insane.
Sorry
sky
to
high.
interrupt, but it's even more insane because Musk reposted the interview and said it was worth watching. Then the Nazi guy posted a crazy thread to defend himself and he got community noted to death.
Hitler tried again going on the radio to broadcast a call for peace directly to British. That's not true. Tweet refers to the appeal to reason by Hitler in July 1940. By this time, Hitler invaded 2 direct allies, Britain, Poland, France, broken multiple treaties, and Einsatzstaaten were killing Jews, Poles, and others. Community notes literally citing Wikipedia to refute one of the most... Oh my god, dude. Bro, this is just so fucking retarded. Well, Twitter's just a Nazi cesspit. This is why we need content moderation on social media platforms. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. Yeah, so his LDL was 158 milligrams per deciliter. That's not ridiculously sky high. He might not have familial hypercholesterolemia. He might just have a bad diet. When was this? What's the actual paper?
Why do you despise the name that should not be named more than Svaria, who arguably committed the more horrific crime? Why do you keep talking about Svaria? What is the difference there?
Why do you despise the name that should not be named? Well, because he's still making money from YouTube. He raped a woman, and he's... I don't want to promote him. I'd rather him just fade into obscurity. Like, there's no... Oh my god. There's no a possibility that that guy is going to get arrested because he committed crimes in another country and they can't prosecute him in his home country, whereas bringing attention to Sverige might actually bring him to justice. Thanks for the donation, Andy.
Draw hello good sucking a dick while getting fucked in the ass, and you're in the corner scamming not doing sit-ups.
You gave me... You gave me a link to... Oh. Draw hollow good sucking a dick while getting fucked in the ass, and you're in the corner scamming, not doing sit-ups. The drawing requests are $5, dude. But thanks for the donation. Do scam, don't do sit-ups. I like bikes, don't need to tell her she talks slow. You can put her on 1.25 speed, right? Still destroy her, though. Thoughts on this Goldwing? Looks like a good deal. Sorry for the foreign site. I'm from Chechnya. 2002, 74 kilometers, ABS, DO. What does DO stand for? After complete service, Angel Eyes, LED lights, Owens front shock. That's weird. They replaced him with Owens. Spark plug, filter oils, brake fluid, new water pump, overhauled alternator, new 4X stronger speakers, MP3, reverse gear, injection start. Did the O2 Goldwings, they were carbureted? That's really fucking weird. 14,000 CAD. I would try to talk them down to like maybe 12. But it's still a good bike. You'd still want an independent mechanic to take a look at it, though. Like, with private sellers, they almost always bullshit you. So, at least get a compression test done on the bike. And if the compression test is within spec, it seems like a fairly decent deal. I'd still try to talk him down to, like, maybe 12K. Thanks for the donation, though. I like bikes. Fuck. Let me see if I can find the full paper. Okay. Is that the full paper? Female patient. "51-year-old, stomach pain. Patient suffers from disc degenerative disease, neuralgia, Parastica. What the fuck is that? Oh, she has a pinched nerve in her spine. Lumbar arthritis due to immobility. Okay. Subsequent weight gain. The patient has been adhering to a strict vegan diet for 2 years in an attempt to lose weight. Medications taken include Metropol for hypertension. How much does she actually weigh? Following a firm vegan diet, the patient consequently does not consume meat, fish, eggs, cheese, or animal products. Patient has an average daily caloric intake of 1,106 calories based on self-reported food journal, which demonstrates that on average the patient receives 51% of energy from carbohydrates, 39% from fats, 10% from protein. That is extremely hard to believe. Even if this person is immobile, that's a very low caloric intake. For her age, she'd probably have a BMR of around like 600-700 calories per day. So she's like consuming only around 400 extra calories above her BMR. That I don't believe that. Claims she's getting 39% of calories from fat, so she is consuming a pretty high amount of fat. And that might be in the form of like saturated fat. Individual choice of foods does not include anything with trans or saturated fat, as the majority is raw or non-preservative. Well, that's literally impossible practically to eat zero saturated fat. I'd have to see her like actual food diary. Secondary dyslipidemia may be induced by diet, high saturated fat, obesity, hyperthyroidism, diabetes. Did say she was overweight. It doesn't mention her actual weight, though. I don't know if they mention it later. Let's see. Fraser has demonstrated significant improvements in LDL-C, triglycerides, C-reactive protein after only 5 weeks, strict vegan diet, older hyperlipidemic patients. The introduction of a vegan diet allowed for a 20 to 30% decrease in triglycerides and LDL-C. Studies specifically following women demonstrate that a vegan diet is typically associated with reduction. There's just not much information in this actual paper about this particular woman. Based on her claimed dietary intake, she is getting 39% of calories from fat. That is pretty high.
Bad news VG, in case you did not know, there was yet another school shooting in Georgia at the start of the school year, no
1,900
less.
families who are part of that school family, in addition to staff and people who work inside the school. So a huge umbrella of people wanting information, but a very slow trickle of confirmed information coming out from those in charge at this point.
Yeah, we are just waiting for more word to come in. But the one thing
onto campus and for these students to be able to lead ages of any of the people involved. We know there are about 1,900 students, and we know it was
this morning, and we know that several people were shot. And what we also know today is that Grady Memorial officials are confirming that at least one of the victims from that high school shooting has been brought here to Grady Memorial by medevac. Now, the suspect is in custody. We are learning that according to the sheriff's office in Barrow County. The details about exactly what happened here are still rolling in, but we do know that both the
law enforcement here in this scenario.
We're standing on the campus of Appalachia High School here at Barrow County Schools. First and foremost, I want to lift up our community. I want to give our sympathies to our community, our school system, our kids, our parents. And I have asked the assistance of the GBI, and I've asked the GBI, the state, the federal, releases from other schools.
Well, maybe they should have just homeschooled him. Alright, back to this stupid shit.
For 20-30% decrease in total cholesterol and LDL in patients with hyperlipidemia after they followed a vegan diet. And studies specifically following women demonstrate that a vegan diet is typically associated with a reduction in HDL, good cholesterol that helps to scavenge unused cholesterol from the cells.
HDL is a non-causal risk factor for heart disease. And again, typically speaking, if you have lower cholesterol in your serum, you're also going to have lower HDL. So
between the cells and convey it to the liver to get disposed or circulated, and then followed by a decrease in LDL and total cholesterol. So they say that the patient in this case report qualifies as a strict vegan who for 2 years, which raises the question, how is it possible to have such an unusually poor lipid profile? Poor is of normal, I guess.
Yeah, she's either overweight and not eating a great diet, which you can glean a little bit from that case report, the info that was shared, that she might not be eating particularly well, and she's overweight. So that might explain why your cholesterol is so high. And again, she may just be heterozygous for familial hypercholesterolemia. I'm gonna email this fucking idiot. Oh, there we go.
Standards of the medical science, reductions in LDL and total cholesterol should develop within.
Yes, homeschool please. At this point public school is way too much of a risk. Hell, I don't even see the point of going anywhere anymore, let alone school.
Yeah, I mean, school does suck. Kind of interesting how that shooting happened right at the beginning of the school year. Kind of suggests to me that that kid was probably planning on doing it for like maybe a few years. Because like the Columbine shooting and other shootings, usually they're related to like bullying and crap, and then they're fed up with it, and then they shoot and kill everybody. That happened right at the beginning of the school year, so either that kid had issues at that school already, or he's just an asshole or something. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Weeks of vegan dieting. Our patient has, after 2 years, not yet encountered such improvements, which is also a question whether they were expecting some improvements or if it's just normal functioning of the body of the patient. So this is the anecdote that shows us that vegan diet does not automatically, in all cases, ensure that you have low LDL. In fact, there are very funny videos of like happy, healthy vegan, some other people having either abnormally high triglycerides or high LDL, and they were like, oh my god, what happened?
This woman doesn't understand that the only way to identify like risk factors and to assess the risk of risk factors is with statistics. When you have a single patient, there's no way to know if, you know, like LDL or anything else is actually a risk factor and to what extent it actually has an effect on risk. It's all statistics. So again, if you were to like do a randomized trial or a prospective cohort where you're comparing either like vegans and meat eaters, or in a randomized design, you put people in a vegan group and a meat eater group, and you see the change in their serum cholesterol. You're going to notice that, okay, the vegan diet group lowers cholesterol on average by a certain percentage, like maybe 20, 30%. Or you'll see that the vegan group in the prospective cohort has, like, again, like a 20, 30% reduction in heart disease risk. When you're looking at a single patient, like in a case report like this, you don't know what their cholesterol score was before they went on the diet. You don't know if their cholesterol was super high. She might have had an LDL of like 200 before she started the diet, and then it went down to 150. That's an improvement. There's also genetic differences between individuals. So some people may just genetically have super high cholesterol, and even if they're on a very healthy diet, their cholesterol is still going to stay high. Not quite as high as it might have been otherwise, but it's still going to be high. She's not making a fucking point, and she's just rambling nonsense.
And I'm a vegan, la la la. It's not related to that, but good luck finding why you're having this.
Do people on a vegan diet tend to have lower cholesterol metrics? Yes.
This study that we just looked at, it also references the trend that vegan diet does typically lower total cholesterol and LDL HDL. With that in mind, having too low cholesterol is also a thing, and it also associated with certain comorbidities
There is no such thing as having too low cholesterol.
and health issues.
She didn't even provide a source for that claim. There's literally no such thing as having too low cholesterol. You can find case reports of people having cholesterol levels in the single digits. So their total cholesterol is below 10. Their LDL is like 4 or 5. And they have no health problems. So there's no such thing.
And one of the problems there
Can low cholesterol be dangerous? No.
is during the fetal development, because 20% of cholesterol of the fetus is usually received through placenta, and during the time of development of the nervous system.
She's going to talk about Smith-Lemli opiates.
And so it was associated, you'll see the snippet of the paper here, if I'm not...
Prospective birth cohort study on maternal cholesterol levels in offspring, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, new insight, sex differences. Maternal cholesterol levels are biologically plausible to influence neural development in the offspring, besides cholesterol's key functions, such as hormone synthesis, fat-soluble vitamins, blah, 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 blah. Nearly 70 to 80% of brain cholesterol is present in myelin, while fetal cholesterol can be synthesized endogenously. The placenta also delivers cholesterol from maternal circulation.
How could a vegan HF high GHC cholesterol? Fool has never heard of familial hypercholesterolemia.
Yeah, she's stupid and has no idea what the fuck she's talking about. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let's see. During normal pregnancy in humans, maternal blood cholesterol levels increase with gestational age to meet the increasing demands of fetal growth and development, especially with regards to fetal brain. I have to read this full fucking paper and see the citations. A prospective birth cohort study on maternal cholesterol levels and offspring attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, new insight on sex differences. I don't know what basis they have to make that claim. Oh, I think okay, that's not part of the abstract. Maternal cholesterol levels are important in the offspring's brain growth development. Previous studies in cholesterol brain development were mostly in adults. We sought to examine cholesterol levels and the risk of attention deficit in offspring. We analyzed data from the Boston birth cohort. followed from birth up to age 15. Final analysis included 1,479 mother-infant pairs, 303 children with ADHD, and 1,176 neurotypical children without clinical diagnosed neurodevelopment disorders. Median age of first diagnosis of ADHD was 7 years. Okay, so one thing to point out here. ADHD diagnoses are highly controversial. ADHD isn't diagnosed with any kind of like objective test where you can say test somebody's genes or like test somebody's like take blood out of their arm and then test something in a tube and then, oh yeah, you have ADHD. You can't test ADHD like you can test for herpes. So, basically what you're doing is you're looking for behaviors that a patient has that falls in line with an ADHD diagnosis. Now, this is an especially big problem in boys and men because boys tend to be a bit more hyperactive than girls. They're a bit more rowdy. They don't listen as well. They don't obey authority like women do. And like higher testosterone in boys and men, it just makes you more angry, hostile, energetic, combative. So you tend to see a disproportionate amount of ADHD diagnoses in boys, and they may not actually have ADHD. Multiple logical regression results show that a low maternal high-density lipoprotein level was associated with increased risk of ADHD compared to higher maternal high-density lipoprotein level. So this isn't even looking at HDL, it's looking at, sorry, LDL, it's looking at HDL. So this is saying below 60 milligrams per deciliter compared to higher maternal high-density lipoprotein level. By the way, HDL is impacted by a number of factors.
Good afternoon, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great today. So, to be honest, this is how I feel now every single time I see and or hear about mass/school shootings from here on out, lol.
Stanley, well, do you want to tell your father about what happened at school today?
I flunked my math quiz.
No, the other thing.
What other thing? What happened at school today?
Oh, the school shooting?
Yes, the school shooting!
Oh yeah, some kid shot up the school.
Who shot up the school? Was it you?
No.
Did you get shot?
No.
Oh. Well, what's this about failing a math quiz?
Are you serious? Did you not hear what your child said? Kids died at his school.
I'm sorry, Sharon.
Why are you all acting like this is normal? What is...
South Park is pretty based. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I should know my nanny and a grandson with ADHD who visited my house sometimes. Man, was he so annoying.
I've, back when I was doing, like training hockey players, I got in some young groups of kids, and there was one kid with ADHD, and he was fucking annoying as shit, dude. He literally didn't hear anything. Just scatterbrained as fuck and just did whatever. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Yeah, so they found this relationship in boys specifically, not a big surprise, but the thing here is stress impacts HDL. If you are highly stressed, you are going to have lower HDL levels in general. And maternal depression is pretty common. So when women get pregnant and they have depression or they're under a high degree of stress, you're subsequently going to see they're going to have lower HDL levels. It also seems that low HDL can be associated with some inflammatory markers. So if you have like higher C-reactive protein, that can also impact HDL. So what she's suggesting doesn't really make any sense. Your low HDL is not necessarily correlated with low total or LDL cholesterol. It's also correlated with stress. It's also correlated with inflammation. After adjusting for pertinent covariates, J-shaped relationship was observed between triglycerides and ADHD risk. The association with ADHD for maternal high-density lipoprotein and triglycerides were more pronounced amongst boys. So again, boys are often diagnosed at higher rates than girls, and it's a little controversial. People aren't exactly sure if boys do necessarily have a higher rate of ADHD. They may just have different behavioral patterns than girls, and then it's wrongfully correlated with ADHD. Findings based on this predominantly urban low-income minority birth cohort raises a new mechanistic perspective of understanding the origins of ADHD, gender differences. So, let me see. So this is the weird statement from this paper. They claim cholesterol increases in pregnant women to meet with demands of the fetus. Where do they, like, I gotta see some of these. Physiological pregnancy is associated with a broad series of metabolic adaptations, which may also influence metabolism of lipid lipoproteins, although the modification of serum lipids is being exhaustively investigated during after pregnancy. The relative changes are recorded widely among the different studies. Comprehensive lipid and lipoprotein profile was evaluated in 57 women with uncomplicated pregnancies at different gestational ages, compared to that of 21 non-pregnant women. Conventional lipid parameters, including total cholesterol, blah, 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 were evaluated. We observed that the lipid parameters tested were significantly modified by gestational age. In particular, women in the second, third trimester displayed significantly increased total cholesterol. So this is fucking stupid. This is their fucking evidence. So they didn't actually put any of these women on a strict diet, and they just looked and saw if there's any differences in serum cholesterol between pregnant women and non-pregnant women. Well, guess what? Pregnant women usually gain weight, they eat more, they get weird cravings for food where they want to eat like a fucking cheeseburger with whipped cream or something. So the changes in serum cholesterol aren't probably from actual changes in lipid metabolism as a result of the pregnancy, but changes in fucking diet as an indirect result of the pregnancy. So that fucking statement in this paper is complete fucking bullshit. So let me see. And what was the strength of the association anyway? Maternal child characteristics. Children with... They have like a graph here. Odds ratio of any ADHD diagnosis across maternal HDL and child sex groups using multiple logistical regression estimation. Odds ratio of any ADHD diagnosis across maternal triglycerides and child's sex group using multiple. So that's A and B. So are the two... Okay, so HDL above the median is at 1. HDL above the median, slightly above 1. And HDL above the median is... It's like at like 2.8-ish for boys. And then it's at 4.2 for HDL below the median, which I guess is 60. And then for triglycerides, similar thing. Okay, so they found a J-shaped relationship. So in the second quartile of triglycerides, that gave you the lowest risk. And then in the first, third, and fourth quartile, so if you're below the mean and above the mean, it gives you a higher level of risk. What was the mean for triglycerides? Okay, that's weird. Was it mentioned in the fucking abstract? Okay, I don't know why they wouldn't have fucking mentioned it in the freaking abstract. Quartile cutoff points were 176. Holy shit. That's actually pretty fucking high. And then 176 to 214 for the second quartile. Oh, sorry. That's total cholesterol. That's actually still really fucking high. Triglycerides were below 135 for the first quartile. 135 to 176 for the second quartile. That's actually still high for the second quartile. 177 to 232 for the third, and above 232 for the fourth. And then HDL was below 50 milligrams. And I guess that would be what they consider the median. Okay. Yeah, so you could say there's internal validity here. Even if the ADHD diagnoses are questionable, so it may be overrepresented in boys just because of behavioral differences between boys and girls. It at least has internal validity. interesting. Lower HDL is associated with higher risk of ADHD. It's only a 1 point difference on the odds ratio, though, for boys. It's not that different. They actually found a bit of a stronger association with triglycerides than they did with HDL. Interesting how she didn't mention that. But yeah, so there's not much you can really glean from this. I don't know if HDL is in any way causally related to ADHD. The study doesn't really give you causal inference. Especially considering low HDL is associated with stress and inflammatory conditions. So and this is also diet related too. Diet can influence HDL. Higher consumption of trans fats can actually lower your HDL score. So this may be a proxy for either stress during pregnancy, inflammatory conditions, or high consumption of trans fat. And there's also genetic variability with HDL. That's also a confounding variable. So you can't really make any kind of causal inferences here. And they even mention this in the paper. While we cannot make a causal inference, and although biological mechanisms underlying the maternal HDL and child HDA association remain to be undetermined, our findings are biologically plausible and in alignment with previous research. So what she really needs to show is like a study where they actually adjust for confounding variables like inflammation, so like C-reactive protein, diet, so particularly in regards to trans fat consumption, and stress during pregnancy. So they should have like scores for depression, anxiety, crap like that. So this is just nothing. Andy donated $3, gave me a Pornhub link. BDSM Chihuahua SU I Mistress Glamorous. All right, well, that was okay, I guess.
Not reading them directly. The development of ADHD, especially in the males, was associated with having too low cholesterol. Behavioral issues and suboptimal nervous system development in children may be associated with having too low cholesterol during the gestational period. And also,
That's not what the study showed. It didn't have anything to do with nervous system development. And it didn't have anything to do with total cholesterol or LDL. It looked specifically at HDL.
when we study, you know how cholesterol is usually comes in juxtaposition to plant fats and healthy fats. Yeah, there's a correlation between the different like plant fat consumption and ADHD.
So poly and monounsaturated fats tend to raise HDL, so that claim makes absolutely no sense.
ADHD was also found, so the snippet will be here on the screen. Basically, they studied the membranes of the cells and found out that having high gamma-linolenic acid in the cell membranes was associated with higher incidence of ADHD. Then another read we should do here, despite the known link between low cholesterol levels and increased aggressive behavior, little information is available regarding changes in cholesterol.
Low cholesterol and increased aggressive behavior. What? What is this shit? Attention. This is just nauseating, dude. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is associated with reduced levels of serum low density lipoprotein cholesterol in adolescence. Data from the population-based German KIGS study. Oh my god, this is gonna drain me. So let's just look at the abstract first. Test this hypothesis that altered serum lipid patterns are associated with ADHD. Methods: using data from the nationwide population-based German health interview and examination survey for children and adolescents. So this is a cross-sectional survey. We compared serum levels of total cholesterol, high-density HDL, and low-density lipoprotein cholesterol, and also triglycerides in participants with physician-diagnosed and or suspected ADHD, is defined by a value of at or above 7 on hyperactivity, inattention subscale of the strengths and difficulties questionnaire with non-ADHD controls. Among 6,898 participants aged between 11 and 17 years, 666, mark of the beast, 9.7%, had physician-based diagnosis of ADHD and or suspected ADHD. Okay, great. So that's terrific. So they're including diagnoses of ADHD and suspicion of ADHD. We found correlations between the parent-rated SDQ scores on the hyperactivity inattention subscale. So they didn't even actually fucking so Are these two different things they're talking about? So participants with physician-diagnosed and or suspected ADHD. So getting ADHD diagnosed by a physician and having parents fill out a fucking questionnaire about their child sound like two very different fucking things. Having an actual fucking psychologist or something, look at your kid and do a diagnosis is a lot different than a parent writing down some sort of score sheet on how hyperactive and inattentive their child is. And again, huge fucking gender bias here. Boys are going to be more hyperactive. They're going to be more aggressive. They're going to be more defiant towards authority. And there's also another big factor here. People who have never had kids before are going to not understand how kids generally behave. So if these kids are coming from single parent households, parents are going to give higher SDQ scores than parents with 2 or more children, because they're going to have an expectation of how children normally behave. Let's see. Son Goku donated $2. Have I surpassed you in arm department yet? I haven't done too many barbell curls lately, but my best for dumbbell curls was 70 pounds for sets of 4 with fat grips. And think the most I've ever done for barbell curls, haven't really done them that much. It was like 135 for sets of 5. So if you're talking about in terms of weight, this is an easy curl. I've like never done easy curl. In terms of weight, no. Last I measured my arms, they were 20 inches. I don't know if yours are up to 20 yet. But, you're getting there, for sure. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. So... So in the abstract, they're talking about R values. What this means is if you plot like ADHD risk versus cholesterol or triglycerides or HDL on a chart, you have a line of best fit. And this shows that about 64% of the time there's a predictive effect, so it's like a bit better than random chance. Total cholesterol R equals -26, so like no association. HDL 0.59, LDL. Low serum levels of LDL cholesterol remain significant predictor, so they found no association with HDL. Low serum LDL's predictor of ADHD. Let me read the full paper. God damn it. Oh. Ah, damn it. Fuck. Let me see if ResearchGate or something has the full text. Fuck. So, few things to point out here. This is a cross-sectional survey. Has absolutely zero ability to find a causal link. In the abstract, they admit the link between serum LDL and symptoms of ADHD are small. So the actual magnitude of effect is small, but the link is statistically significant. So there's not a big association, like there's not a big clinical significance here. And thirdly, again, they're not able to show a causal link. So kids with ADHD might exercise more. They have ADHD, they might run around more, they're more fidgety, they can't sit at a desk and pay attention. Physical activity lowers LDL. They might also eat less. They may have less of an interest in food. So this study is fucking garbage. Again, she can't show any good research that can provide a causal link.
Cholesterol metabolism in patients suffering from HDGD, an integral component of the plasma membrane. Cholesterol is required for the formation of synaptosomal membranes and brain cells, whose integrity may be important for preventing neurodevelopmental disorders such as ADHD. All links, again, you can find those papers. Sci-Hub is always at your disposal.
Why does our body need cholesterol? Do we need exogenous cholesterol? We do not, in fact, need exogenous cholesterol.
As I mentioned, the issue of cholesterol is insanely smeared in the scientific literature. It's quite convoluted. So today I decided to
It is not convoluted.
provide you with potentially some alternative information than what we hear in the mainstream media, in the mainstream medical pop science outlets, and we will discover why it may be good to actually consume cholesterol dietarily. And also I would like to discuss, I will bring up some hypotheses on possible risks and problems associated with following a strict vegan diet in terms of cholesterol. Something to think about. Cholesterol is essential to life. It is an integral part of cell membranes, and it is again a precursor for synthesizing bile acids, steroid hormones, and vitamins.
Did you hear about the Alexa answers to presidential candidate recommendations? Yeah, I don't care. Who fucking gives a shit?
D. Cholesterol itself is insoluble in blood. It needs to be attached to the proteins. This is where LDL, low-density lipoprotein, and high-density lipoprotein, HDL, comes into play. They transport proteins. LDL transport, if we speak roughly, transports cholesterol from liver to the cells, to the target cells and tissues. HDL scavenges unused cholesterol from the cells and tissues and brings it back to the liver. In the liver, cholesterol may be broken down, bile acids, and then excreted. Atherosclerotic deposits in the blood vessels are usually composed of the oxidized LDL, fatty acids, and some calcium as well. Cholesterol attached to LDL is primarily that when oxidized, mixed with fatty acid and calcium, builds up atherosclerotic deposits in the blood cells with...
So these fatty deposits end up calcifying. Calcium doesn't just get into your arteries.
Disrupted endothelium, or endothelial cell membranes. HDL, on the other hand, may aid in...
Wait, what did she say here?
And the blood vessels are usually composed of the oxidized LDL, fatty acids, and some calcium as well. Cholesterol attached to LDL is primarily that when oxidized, mixed with fatty acid and calcium, builds up atherosclerotic deposits in the blood cells with disrupted endothelium, or endothelial cell membranes. HDL, on the other hand...
You do not need disruption of the endothelium for LDL to pass through the endothelial wall. I think the technical term is transcytosis or something. Cholesterol literally just passes through endothelial cells. You don't need damaged or disrupted endothelial cells for cholesterol to breach the endothelial wall.
May aid in retarding or reducing the atherosclerotic buildup. The most important role...
No, HDL does not reduce atherosclerotic buildup. This is being proven. This is being confirmed with Mendelian randomization studies, and it has been confirmed with drug trials. So they have actually made drugs that raise HDL, and that it has no effect on heart disease risk.
Goals of cholesterol include repair and building of the new tissues, so it participates in regeneration of the body, and also synthesis of hormones. So if your body is producing more cholesterol...
Yeah, so there's no association between serum cholesterol and wound healing, and there's also no association between serum cholesterol and serum androgens. So, no, she's wrong. Dodo donated $2. Mediterranean diet is healthy, question mark. It's my granddaughter's birthday. Her favorite cereal is Fruity Pebbles, so I made her this healthy treat. Since we stick to the Mediterranean diet, I used whole grain French toast with added whole grain Fruity Pebbles and Fruity Pebbles syrup to go on top. That is not a Mediterranean diet friendly food. Sorry? This is a joke, right? Yeah, this is a troll page. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It is obvious, at least to me, that your body needs it for whatever purpose. Having too low cholesterol for your physiology, for your current state of the body, may lead to the following symptoms and outcomes. Hopelessness, nervousness.
Nope. So notice how she doesn't give any citation for that claim. This is just from a blog article. She didn't provide any research link, and she's just talking out of her ass. So she just found some like low carb cholesterol denying blog article, and then they're just claiming cholesterol insufficiency causes this. Show us the evidence. There's no evidence that low cholesterol causes any of these symptoms. Just random vids, donate $2. Sorry that you won't unsee these. That's terrible. Yeah, I've seen that one before. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids.
Depression, confusion, agitation, difficulty making decisions, mood swings, sleeping disorders, disordered eating, fatty stools, fat malabsorption, vision changes, hormonal imbalance, increased risk of stroke, and children.
So fat malabsorption causes low cholesterol. Low cholesterol doesn't cause fat malabsorption.
Weight loss, intellectual disabilities, and cognitive impairments. Now we'll read something interesting, because there are speculations that we do not need any cholesterol. Every tissue can synthesize its own cholesterol in enough amounts, and there is some evidence, yes, that usually extrahepatic synthesis of cholesterol can compensate for the low absorption of cholesterol from the GI tract and from liver synthesis. But let's read something here. From this point of view, it would appear that circulating cholesterol has a minimal contribution.
Diet and age interactions with regards to cholesterol regulation and brain pathogenesis.
Into levels of cholesterol in the adult brain. However, several studies have determined that circulating levels of cholesterol do have direct consequences on the brain. For example, a physiologic hypercholesterolemia is observed during suckling, and this is at the time of major growth and myelination in the brain. So restrictions in diet cholesterol are thought to be deleterious for brain development and performance. Moreover, many investigations have reported that adults with low blood cholesterol exhibit aggressive, suicidal, or criminal.
She's talking about breastfeeding infants. Like, what the fuck does this have to do with recommendations for somebody out of infancy?
Behavior. And the possible cause could be a reduction in the number of serotonin receptors in brain as a consequence of a loss of cholesterol in membranes. In addition, it has been found that there is a positive correlation between plasma cholesterol levels and the incidence of dementias and Alzheimer's disease. Taking into
So she literally just admitted elevated serum cholesterol is positively associated with Alzheimer's dementia. Are you stupid? Did you not read? Like she literally doesn't know how to read.
Found that plasma lipoprotein carried cholesterol does not cross the blood-brain barrier.
Hi Gaines. Good to see you streaming at this time recently. Do you ever find yourself dwelling on the past? Sometimes I get stuck thinking about opportunities I missed out on the past. And I can't shake it off.
It doesn't matter, dude. Like, look, if you were to have a Futurama what-if machine, you could see, like, a virtually infinite number of life paths that you could have gone down. Like, if you got into acting in school, you could have become a famous Hollywood actor. If you had invested in Bitcoin, you would have become a billionaire. If you had fucked this other, some other bitch as opposed to some other bitch, you might have, like, ended up, you know, being married into a rich family or something. Like, there's a million different ways your life could have gone. You're living in the life you're living. So the only way to enjoy the life you're living is to appreciate the life you're living. Everyone could have made an innumerable amount of decisions that could have improved their current life circumstances, but you didn't make those decisions, and you don't have a what-if machine, you know, in order to, you know what you should do in the future. The only thing you need to do is appreciate what you have and try to make sensible decisions for the future, and if those decisions don't work out, that's the way it is. This is the life you have. Why bother, you know, miserating over, oh, I should have done this as opposed to that? Like, we want to benefit from living. We want to be as happy as we can. So thinking that kind of way is just stupid, and you're orchestrating your own suffering. So just stop. Appreciate what you have. It doesn't matter. Whether you made bad financial decisions or good financial decisions, it doesn't matter. We're all going to die. Money doesn't matter. All of this is pointless. It's stupid. Just enjoy life. Happiness is sitting right on your shoulder if you bothered to turn to look. So that's the kind of mindset you should have. Thanks for the donation, though, the unkempt. Dodo donated $2. Did she say low cholesterol causes stroke? Lol, stroke is a vascular problem. Statins literally lower your risk of stroke. LMAO. Yeah, she's an idiot, dude. She has no fucking clue what she's saying. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Yeah, I had the interview with this guy, like, last week.
I fuck. Say die fuck. to die fuck. Cock.
He's how old and still an atheist? I stopped believing in God for the same reasons I stopped believing in Santa.
Welcome to the show. We have a great guest on today. This is
God did have this plan for man to. A lot of people who also go on the carnivore 100%. Well, thank you for that, non-wib. And yes, cock and cock cum. Thanks for the donation.
Here, the question is, how would cholesterolemia have consequences on brain performance? Firstly, it is possible that plasma membrane of endothelial cells contain functional lipoprotein transporters or.
So I think the proposed mechanism for how elevated serum cholesterol increases dementia is decreased blood flow to the brain itself. So your carotid arteries can become atherosclerotic, and that reduced blood flow to the brain results in brain damage and thus Alzheimer's dementia. There also appears to be an effect on insulin sensitivity within the brain itself, and elevated serum cholesterol does reduce insulin sensitivity. So that's another mechanism in which elevated serum cholesterol could play a role in Alzheimer's dementia. There's also genes that affect cholesterol production within the brain, and that also seems to play a role in Alzheimer's dementia, so.
Transporters for unesterified cholesterol like ABCA1. Secondly, it is possible that a small amount of bulk phase endocytic transcellular movement could take place in endothelial cells. Thirdly, it has been demonstrated that blood-brain barrier is permeable to some hydrophobic molecules such as sterols, and that hydroxylation of sterols greatly increases their rate of passive diffusion across the blood-brain barrier. Causes of too low cholesterol. First of all, can be genetics, so some people.
She didn't even understand the study she read. They literally stated that elevated serum cholesterol is a risk factor for Alzheimer's dementia.
Have actually hypercholesterolemia. Some people.
Causes of too low cholesterol. So first of all, they don't define what too low cholesterol is. Rare disorder that runs in your family. It's not considered a disorder. There's phenotypes that cause lower serum cholesterol. None of that's considered as a disorder. Malnutrition, that can cause low cholesterol. Malabsorption, your body doesn't absorb enough fat, that can cause low cholesterol. Anemia, I don't think that actually affects your serum cholesterol. Thyroid issues, that might have some effect. Liver disease can lower cholesterol. Some types of infection like what do you think hepatitis C is, you idiot? Like, why didn't they just include that in liver disease? Severe illness or injury. Cancer can lower serum cholesterol to extremely low levels. So either from a direct or indirect effect of disease, cholesterol. This list was clearly written by just a fucking illiterate moron. Severe illness or injury or cancer. I think cancer is a severe illness. Fucking idiot. So again, she got this from a blog article. This isn't a peer-reviewed scientific paper. This is not a scientific source.
People have rare disorders that make them have low cholesterol. You could have very low cholesterol because of a rare disorder that runs in your family, malnutrition, not eating enough or not eating enough healthy foods, malabsorption, your body doesn't absorb fat, anemia, low red blood cell count, thyroid issues, liver disease, as well as some types of infections like hepatitis C, so something that affects the liver, which makes it, unable to produce enough cholesterol, severe illness or injury, and cancer. Now let's read something else. In multivariable analysis, low LDL cholesterol was associated with cynicism and hostility, but only in the hepatitis C, so something that affects the analysis, low LDL cholesterol.
What would you do if you found out Jasmine was your half-sister? Would you continue your relationship? Blackie?
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I wouldn't care if Jasmine was my half sister. She's incapable of having kids now. I've gotten a vasectomy. Like, what would it matter? Thanks for the donation, though, Wang it all. So, I'm not gonna bother reading this. This is just fucking stupid. She found some garbage, dumb shit paper. So, low cholesterol was associated with cynicism. Like, what is this? This is just a fucking, just a joke. And hostility, but only in the subgroup of white subjects currently taking lipid-lowering medications. I'm guessing this is just another cross-sectional survey. She has no ability to make any kind of causal inference.
Cholesterol versus non-low was associated with greater aggression scores, but only among participants currently taking psychiatric medications. They can think about the people taking statins, which inhibit the synthesis of cholesterol, not absorption. So this may not have direct relationship with the vegans, but reading to the comments from vegan trolls makes me really consider that this.
How does our body absorb, produce, regulate cholesterol?
And here, let's see the diagram of synthesis of cholesterol, how it is being synthesized in the body. Because indeed, yes, our body regulates synthesis of cholesterol in response to the dietary intake, or the absorption of cholesterol, perhaps body's inherent ability to reabsorb cholesterol that circulates in the GI tract. So this is the diagram. You can explore it, and I will also attach the link to the paper for this article. The fate of newly synthesized cholesterol, or that obtained by receptor-mediated uptake, is varied. Cholesterol may be catabolized to end products, bile acids, steroid hormones. It may be excreted directly in the bile. It may be stored as cholesterol esters, or used in the biosynthesis of new membranes and dividing cells. The primary routes of cholesterol elimination are excretion in the feces as neutral or acidic sterols, the desquamation of the hair and skin, and the conversion of cholesterol to steroid hormones.
By the way, what's funny with what she's saying, she's trying to make an argument that high cholesterol is a good thing. There's a lot of bad things that elevate your cholesterol. So being overweight, stress can elevate cholesterol. Just a bad diet, high in saturated fat, cholesterol, diet low in fiber, and a lack of exercise. So, like, is she trying to say that, like, a lack of exercise and being overweight is actually healthy for you?
Count for smaller proportions of cholesterol elimination. Our body, in fact, can raise cholesterol and throw off HDL-LDL balance in response to the intoxication with alcohol or nicotine, smoking, in response to hypo or hyperthyroidism, as well as protein deficiency and some chronic diseases commonly associated with insulin resistance and metabolic syndrome. People are different. Depending on your background, depending on the state of your body, you will have different relationships with certain nutrients. We have polymorphisms that are determined by our history of our ethnos, our genetics. So let's read something curious here. The rate of cholesterol absorption is important. Indeed, the fractional absorption rate varies individually from 20 to 80%. A healthy subject consuming 300 milligrams.
She's just reading shit that she doesn't understand. This is completely irrelevant to the proposition she's making. Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see.
I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. And I'm speaking directly to you, Rabbi Shmuley.
You have the Jewish community beginning to call her not Candace Owens, but Candace Ovens.
People can see and hear evil, and what you are doing right now is an act of evil. We all recognize that Rabbi Shmuley is unhinged.
Candace Owens never met Michael Jackson.
I love how these misinformational morons like to try and appeal to questioning the mainstream narrative and not buying into all the conspiracies when they're the ones spreading conspiratorial bullshit. The audacity is insane, lol.
Well, yeah, they're absolute hypocrites. They claim that they're not easily manipulated, and then they're the most easily manipulated people on the fucking planet. Like, Destiny was debating Andrew Tate and a bunch of other of his dick riders, and they're saying, oh, you just listen to mainstream news, you're a sheep. And then he pointed out, like, all of you have the exact same opinion. You all believe that, like, Russia should invade Ukraine, that the vaccines are bad, that we should all be religious, like, all these different political, spiritual beliefs, all the fucking same. So, yeah, they're the most easily manipulated sheeple fucking idiots on the planet, and then they accuse anybody who listens to mainstream media of being a sheep. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Was his rabbi for 2 years. She said that I killed him, that she would say the Jews killed Michael Jackson. You
they have a
never
right
said that
to-
I threatened to murder you?
No, I
Every
never
time
said
you
that
said
you
it.
threatened to murder me. Don't cut me off. I did not cut you off.
Now she's fact checking it? You're kidding me, right?
wait for you,
I
so
don't,
give me
I don't
one
have, I don't
second.
have a computer on me.
The Israeli Defense Force had dropped more bombs on Gaza than were dropped on Dresden. That is true. You accept that, Rabbi Shmuley?
You know, Pierce, I find
you
this an
accept it?
astonishing debate.
You asked.
Wait.
I don't know why people mention the Dresden bombing as this like horrible fucking. It wasn't even the most bombed city in the war. Or sorry, maybe not necessarily the most bombed city. The Dresden bombing had a lower death toll than a lot of other bombings during the war. Both the Germans and Allies, like both German and Ally bombings, there were worse death tolls in other bombings, like Hamburg. The bombing of Hamburg, there was a high, like I think 5 or 10,000 more fucking deaths than the Dresden bombing. I don't know why everybody fucking references that.
What if you found out that Jasmine was your half-brother? Would you continue the relationship?
Yes, I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Geegan Veins.
Wait. First of all, I don't. Wait. What do you mean it's true? Because she said it's true?
I'm probably not going to watch that because it looks like pure cancer.
Of cholesterol per day and absorbing 80% absorbs 240 milligrams of cholesterol per day. A healthy subject consuming 100 milligrams while absorbing 20% absorbs only 20 milligrams. The difference in absorptive load of diet, but also. So this important thing, why I read it here, you will understand really soon because people can be classified as poor synthesizers and good absorbers of cholesterol, as well as good synthesizers and poor absorbers. And depending on these two outcomes, plus multiplied by their in general predisposition to regulating cholesterol.
Lower cholesterol is better. People with lower cholesterol levels avoid heart disease, certain cancers. They have lower risk of diabetes. They have a lower overall risk of dying from all causes. So claiming, oh, well, if you're a poor synthesizer, you should eat more cholesterol, it's just fucking stupid. No basis to make that claim.
Their own unique way and base the contribution to the.
What are the issues with cholesterol and vegans, unique
Now let's
relationships?
read something else. Restriction of cholesterol intake reduces the contribution to the daily intestinal cholesterol flux. Compared to omnivores, vegans have a 90% lower cholesterol intake, which results in a 13% lower serum LDL concentration. This seemingly small effect on LDL cholesterol is caused by a 35% increase in whole body cholesterol synthesis. And now let's discuss what can go wrong on a vegan diet in terms of cholesterol.
She's just mentioning like a bunch of random papers that have nothing to do with her thesis.
As we said already that it can lower cholesterol and usually actually a lot of times HDL cholesterol suffers first and there can be different reasons for that.
So yes, when total cholesterol or LDL cholesterol falls, you usually do see a decrease in HDL. That's likely due to there not needing to be more HDL. But again, who the fuck cares? HDL is non-causal in any disease.
That including
Terry's bugs in my ass amused.
Okay, well, maybe poop them out. Thanks for the donation, Richard Burgess.
protein deficiency, certain amino acids. But let's think about the following. Disposal of cholesterol requires choline because both cholesterol and choline, they are required for production of bile acids. And bile acids are something that eliminates cholesterol from the body. And when we think about choline, choline is not only a very risky thing in terms of in association with veganism. 11% of Americans actually hit choline goal. And this is without taking into account.
Would you pound this white devil's holes? What do we think, Rochard?
No, she eats meat. I don't want to fuck with a girl who eats meat. Thanks for the donation, Cart Maniac. So there's no evidence that vegans have increased risk of choline deficiency.
Count that 50% of the population have a polymorphism that increases the demand for choline in those people. So in veganism, yeah, there can be
I don't even know if that's true.
disorders related to liver and to actually cholesterol metabolism. Another thing that can be wrong with veganism is that vegans usually show
If she's going to claim this, then show data where vegans have a higher rate of a given disease associated with choline deficiency. She can't.
Much lower coenzyme Q10 levels. And again, despite the fact that you may have low cholesterol, your body may still produce a lot if you fall into category of good synthesizers, for example. If your body is wired to produce a high amount of cholesterol, and if your body signals that it needs cholesterol, one of the reparative, the first responders to any damage, you will have very low coenzyme Q10. Coenzyme Q10 protects LDL from oxidation, and oxidized LDL is something that becomes dangerous potentially.
What's funny is elevated serum cholesterol is actually associated with higher levels of inflammation and lipid peroxidation.
Dangerous for your blood vessels. So vegans tend to have lower LDL in most cases, but not in all of them. So you need to be on top of this issue, but also low coenzyme Q10. Actually, the production of coenzyme Q10 and cholesterol, they come from the same mevalonate pathway, so they're linked together. Oxidation of LDL and its conversion into a harmful, damaging substance happens primarily due to sugar and trans fats consumption. So everything deep fried will be dangerous. Something like.
Okay, so lipid peroxidation doesn't seem to have anything to do with the pathogenesis of heart disease when it's in your serum. It's only when it's embedded in your arterial wall, when it oxidizes, does it, create this, does it contribute to heart disease progression. There's a reason why they don't look at lipid peroxidation in any kind of serum blood test. It's because if you have any oxidized lipoproteins in your serum, they just get cleared out of your serum almost immediately. So it's just not a problem. And again, elevated serum cholesterol levels are associated with greater propensity of lipid particles to oxidize. So the problem solves itself. If you're worried about lipid oxidation, then try to lower your cholesterol.
Margarine will be incredibly dangerous, as well as largely due to consumption of plant fats high in omega-6, which is actually take all vegan dairy except for flax milk will be high in omega-6.
Higher omega-6 intake is associated with lower overall burden of disease.
Shared with me a brand of milk that literally to compensate for absence of fats because it's milk that's produced of bacterially synthesized whey, they literally just dumped a bunch of sunflower oil to it, making the ratio of omega-6 to omega-3 40 to 1. You will have enormous amounts of omega-6.
There's no evidence whatsoever that high omega-6 consumption is harmful. And in fact, people with higher linoleic acid levels have lower risk of heart disease and all-cause mortality.
Unless you take very, 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 very good algae oil, if you eat anything but fruits and greens, for example. Because, the vegan diet is rich in nuts and seeds. So, in fact, if we look at the composition of the arterial plaque corresponding to different diseases, cardiovascular diseases, they're mostly composed of plant sterols, plant fatty acids. Then, in the context of vegan diet and cholesterol,
so I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but omega-6 fats are essential fats. You need to eat them or you'll die.
Sclerosis often starts with blood vessel scarring, and the main reason for it is elevated homocysteine, and we discussed it in the
No, it's not. So inflammatory markers have a moderate effect on heart disease at best. Again, show me a trial where the target of therapy was inflammation lowering, and show me that target of therapy is more effective than statin therapy. You can't. So, again, she's just blabbing about fucking nonsense.
Video part number 1. Should you have deficiency in B12, methionine, or choline, or combination of any of those, or all of them, which is highly likely on a vegan diet, you will likely have elevated homocysteine. This is literally the...
So, what she's saying doesn't make any sense. She's fear-mongering, saying, oh, if you have elevated homocysteine, low choline, all this crap that apparently a vegan diet causes, you're actually going to increase your heart disease risk. Well, that's funny, because when you look at all of these prospective cohort studies, vegans have a lower risk of heart disease. So, if all these things contribute to heart disease risk more than cholesterol, please explain to me why vegans have a lower risk of fucking heart disease.
Trigger, this is literally the main reason for atherosclerosis to begin, because this initially...
That is not the main reason. If it was, then that would be a target of therapy. but it's not. There's a reason why cholesterol lowering is the target of therapy. It's because cholesterol is causal in heart disease risk, whereas all these other factors like homocysteine, C-reactive protein, all this other bullshit you're mentioning, it's either not causal or it has a moderate effect at best.
Initiates scarring of the blood vessels that causes your body to demand cholesterol to repair that scarring, and then it starts precipitating if you don't introduce any dietary interventions to reverse this condition. Help.
So again, she literally doesn't understand what she's talking about. She's claiming that the only way you actually get cholesterol into the arterial wall is through damage of the endothelium. That's not true. Cholesterol particles can just pass through the endothelium. I think the technical term is transcytosis or something. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure the technical term is transcytosis. So, lipid particles can just pass through the endothelium. Maybe that's yeah, I might be. Yeah, I think the technical term is transcytosis.
Your body heal if you persistently consume junk food, if you persistently do not supply yourself with normal nutrition, adequate levels of protein. If you keep perpetuating this problem, then your body will keep ramping up its...
What? So she flashes a rat study on screen. Methionine deficiency in rats fed soy protein induces hypercholesterolemia and potentiates lipoprotein susceptibility to peroxidation. Like, okay, well, I guess I won't be a rat that has a methionine deficiency that's being fed soy protein, so I think I'm good.
Demands for cholesterol building up the arterial plaque because your blood vessels will be nowhere near optimal due to, again, disruption of cell membranes, and choline and cholesterol both. They're required for healthy
So again, she doesn't understand heart disease pathology.
Cell membranes. So think about this aspect. I'm telling this to every vegan, do homocysteine test. And if we look at the literature, it was shown that supplementation with sulfur-containing amino acids was effective.
So there's a lot of factors that can impact homocysteine. You can have extremely high B12 levels and still have elevated homocysteine. Like again, this isn't a target of therapy, so who cares?
Effective in reducing plasma homocysteine, reducing the likelihood of atherosclerotic damage. Hyperhomocysteinemia is considered to be one of the leading fundamental causes of atherosclerosis. Higher concentrations of linoleic acid may increase the risk of oxidative.
So she's just cherry picking studies that she doesn't understand and cherry picking, excerpts from them. None of this matters.
Modification of lipoproteins. The oxidative modification of LDL in particular is understood to be a pathway to atherosclerosis. And other possibilities.
It is not.
That linoleic acid was a marker for the intake of other factors in food that increase the risk of CAD. A further alternative is that...
So again, you can look... So this is just total bullshit. Linoleic acid, serum linoleic acid, is actually associated with a protective effect. So, dietary intake and biomarkers of linoleic acid and mortality, systematic review and meta-analysis of prospective cohort studies. So, again, this can give you causal inferences. 38 studies reporting 44 prospective cohorts were identified. These included 811,000 participants with dietary intake assessment. Pooled risk ratios comparing extreme categories of dietary linoleic acid intake, high versus low, were 0.87 for total mortality, 0.87 for CVD mortality, and 0.89 for cancer mortality. So the people consuming higher linoleic acid had a 13% reduction in total mortality, a 13% reduction for CVD mortality, cardiovascular disease, and an 11% reduction for cardiovascular mortality. Pooled risk ratio for each standard deviation increment in linoleic acid concentration in adipose tissue / blood compartments were 0.91 for total mortality, so a 9% reduced risk of total mortality. 0.89 for CVD mortality, so 11% reduced risk. And 0.91, so 9% reduction in cancer mortality. So they found that people with higher linoleic acid intake and people with higher adipose tissue and blood compartment linoleic acid levels also had lower risk of mortality for all causes and for cardiovascular disease and cancer. So linoleic acid is protective, you idiot. You're just cherry picking fucking research that you don't understand, and you're not even reading the fucking full paper. Avi donated $2. Is it unhealthy to eat like 100 grams of canola oil in my protein shake to hit calorie goals for bulking? You know, it's healthy, but like, is this a lot? That's kind of weird. I guess so. How in the hell are you going to... I don't even understand how you're going to mix canola oil with a protein shake. It's water. It won't mix. So you're just going to have oil on top, and you're just going to be drinking pure oil. So just either sprinkle it on some of the food you're eating or cook with it. But that wouldn't work. It's just oil. It's going to float right to the top. Thanks for the donation, Avi. She has a reading comprehension problem and suffering from confirmation bias. She is dumb and ex-vegan, willing to say anything to justify returning to meat. Well, yeah, clearly. Maybe it's because her cholesterol is too low, her brain isn't functioning properly. Fucking moron.
The observed associations for linoleic acid do not relate to intake, but to factors that influence the metabolism of fatty acid in vivo. The results from this study, however, provides insufficient evidence to support any proposed mechanisms. And now let's read something that's called by benefits of high cholesterol.
So again, she read a random study that had nothing to do with her thesis, and she just wasted time.
Cholesterol levels for all-cause mortality, biochemical basis. Cholesterol guidelines for the prevention of atherosclerotic diseases used to emphasize the lower the better hypothesis, setting the upper limits of plasma cholesterol for the treatment. However, many lines of evidence were against this hypothesis, and we published cholesterol guidelines for longevity 2010, emphasizing that high cholesterol levels is a predictor of longevity. The latest guideline from the U.S.
High cholesterol is not a predictor for longevity. She's Is that even the title? It says 6 benefits of high cholesterol levels for all mortality, biochemical basis. So this is an opinion paper. You can look at Mendelian randomization studies. Low cholesterol is associated with
PLS
longevity.
Richard, please, when we're done with the ex-vegan, can we have a little Piers Morgan Ment's just a little crazy as a treat?
Okay, fine. Thanks for the donation, retard. So if you look at Mendelian randomization studies, lower cholesterol levels are associated with longevity. So that puts the nail in the coffin. And when you look at studies that eliminate confounding variables, again, cholesterol is associated with longevity. So no, she's just reading off some stupid opinion paper.
ACC guideline abandoned the lower the better hypothesis, but introduced a new marker, 10-year atherosclerotic cardiovascular.
Okay, she has literally no ability to, like, she doesn't understand the evidence hierarchy. She thinks if she just finds a random research paper, then it means it's true. She doesn't understand the evidence hierarchy. She doesn't know how to disseminate good from bad information, a good from a good or bad study. She doesn't understand any of this.
Vascular disease risk score, nutrition safe for risk factor for cancer, atherosclerotic diseases, and all-cause mortality among general populations over 40-50 years of age. Another piece of literature. Atherosclerosis is the leading cause of death in North America. It is characterized by thickening of the coronary artery wall by the formation of plaques, resulting in reduced blood flow. Plaque rupture and the consequent thrombosis may lead to sudden blockage of arteries and causing stroke and heart attack. The mechanism for the production of atherosclerosis by homocysteine has been investigated. When human hepatoma cells were incubated with 4 millimoles of
Okay, I've already heard her fucking talk about homocysteine, so we can skip that.
supplementation of low methionine diet in the presence of choline on the blood lipids was dramatic. The serum total lipid and the total cholesterol decreased 19.5 and 24.
So this is a rat study. I don't care about rat studies. We can skip that.
Choline deficiency also produces a striking decrease in blood lipids.
So another stupid study on choline, or I think that's the same paper. Again, don't care about rodent studies.
Choline deficiency, choline insufficiency may directly influence your cholesterol synthesis and metabolism. So this is something to be aware of. This is why I'm bringing it up. And interesting here, if we observe that methionine choline deficiency, B12.
By the way, you can take a choline supplement if you really fucking want. You don't have to eat animal products to get choline.
Deficiency can produce elevated levels of homocysteine, and then also there is some mechanism hindering production of cholesterol.
Homocysteine has very little impact on heart disease risk, so Avi donated $2. I blend it together. The shake is thick, so it takes ages to separate out. I just drink it before then. Makes the shake really thick and creamy, and the protein powder has soy less thin powder in it, which makes oil and water mixed together. Okay. I don't see why it would be a problem. Thanks for the donation, Avi.
Whose role is to go and patch the damage in the blood vessels induced by hyperhomocysteinemia. Then,
Cholesterol is not used to patch blood vessels.
how helpful is that? How helpful is that to reduce the amount of cholesterol circulating in your blood that your body wants and needs to patch some repair? Then vegan diet again.
Cholesterol does not repair damaged endothelial cells. And again, I've said this a million times, she doesn't understand you don't need a damaged endothelium for cholesterol to pass the endothelium. Cholesterol passes into the endothelium through transcytosis.
And we already discussed 5 or 6 deficiencies, and all of them, in some way, they lead to destruction of your tissues. How helpful it is to suppress the amount of cholesterol.
How can a vegan diet artificially suppress even endogenous cholesterol?
There's another facet to it, and we'll discuss it now. So I wanted to analyze how vegan diet can throw off cholesterol metabolism and also why it may be dangerous. For that, I would like you to pay attention to the diagram of cholesterol intake, absorption, synthesis, and disposal, and analyze the partial contribution of fluxes. So here I would like to read the extraction from the paper. Daily biliary cholesterol flux is twice the dietary flux. Absorption varies from 20% to 80%, but the mean value is 50% fractional absorption rate. The amount is distributed as the majority will be taken up by the liver. The rest enters extrahepatic tissues.
She doesn't even understand what she's reading. That has nothing to do with endogenous cholesterol production. It's talking about how removing excretion of bile salts results in a lowering of serum cholesterol. That doesn't have anything to do with endogenous cholesterol production.
This video, so the reference again, just see. So if we now keep this diagram in front of us, intestinal absorption and reabsorption of cholesterol can be inhibited by plant fiber and importantly by plant sterols.
Yeah, when you literally shit something out, you can't reabsorb it. So yes, and that's a good thing. You want that so that you don't reabsorb bile salts and then keep your cholesterol levels elevated.
And this is what makes plant-based diet so effective in down-regulating cholesterol, circulating cholesterol. However,
well, the primary way plant-based diets lower your serum cholesterol is through reduction of saturated fat. High fiber intake is also very helpful. It's the second best way to lower your serum cholesterol. But again, she doesn't understand what she's reading. It doesn't down-regulate cholesterol production. It just prevents you from reabsorbing bile salts.
In some people, the dietary aqueous membranes because taken up by the micelles that carry cholesterol from hydrophilic. And with that regard, such things as seed oils, vegetable oils, they absorb more readily than cholesterol. So let's read now. We conclude that an interruption of the enterohepatic circulation of cholesterol causes a release of feedback inhibition of cholesterol synthesis, since the excretion of bile acid is not affected by plant sterol feeding. Therefore, it is clear that in men the amount of cholesterol absorbed is
So this is just more shit on bile salts.
production of cholesterol is increased significantly. And seemingly in the context of like modern day's obsession with decreasing cholesterol at all cost, it is kind of a great idea in some like short-sighted fashion, so to speak. Especially if a person has polymorphism that makes them a poor synthesizer and good absorber. But given an array of likely vegan nutritional deficiencies that we discussed in part 1 and 2, this whole situation with cholesterol and forcing your body to produce some immense amount of cholesterol, to me sounds kind of unreasonable. And kind of dangerous even. So we deal with two
Provides no evidence for the claim.
scenarios. Scenario number 1. Reduced cholesterol absorption results in reduced hepatic pool of cholesterol, which stimulates hepatic synthesis of cholesterol, increases LDL receptor activity, and stimulates cholesterol uptake. So this is what we deal with on plant-based/vegan diet. Scenario 2. Enhanced cholesterol absorption in turn enhances hepatic pool of cholesterol, which reduces hepatic cholesterol.
So she's getting this bullshit from some blog or something. I'm just gonna skip that.
And activation of receptors of LDL. If you are a good synthesizer and a poor absorber of cholesterol, and if you supply actually enough precursors for cholesterol synthesis with your diet, which are sugars, fats, and proteins, then you will likely have a normal amount of cholesterol, or even high cholesterol.
So, like, again, this is just rambling bullshit.
Constantly inhibiting reabsorption of cholesterol, then you may set yourself up for having low cholesterol eventually. Now, my hypothesis. Imagine your body produces X amount of cholesterol based on the food intake. Like imagine, like this is like we're inside of the vegan body. Your body produces X amount of cholesterol through synthesis because the food intake is 0, so X is the total.
I don't care about any of this. This is just around stupid, dumb
Incredibly
bullshit
hard
ideas.
to keep omega-3 and omega-6 balanced on a vegan diet, unless again you have oil.
There's no evidence that you need to keep omega-3 and omega-6 balanced.
Press in your apartment, and you can make friends that makes me uncomfortable about vegan diets. Moreover, removal of unused cholesterol may be also complicated because HDL typically decreases on a vegan diet, and it is something that's very sensitive to protein intake. And
So HDL doesn't necessarily decrease on a vegan diet. Yeah, if you lower your total or LDL cholesterol, you're usually going to see a reduction in your HDL cholesterol, but that might not necessarily be the case. And who cares? HDL is non-causal for heart disease. Doesn't really matter if you have low HDL.
Proper amino acid balance, because HDL requires all essential amino acids to be present in perfect proportions. And now in terms of cardiovascular health, it doesn't matter if you have very high LDL or low LDL, if you fat, nothing.
More stupid rambling.
With low-cause mortality. This study suggested that total cholesterol should be...
Here we go. So, again, the issue is these studies don't... So this is just stupid. In older populations, you see this reverse causation effect where higher cholesterol levels are associated with longevity. That's because when you get older, you have diseases pop up. So like cancer will lower your cholesterol score. Aging tends to reduce your appetite. If you just get sicker, weaker, like your body's failing, either from a direct or indirect effect of disease, you might eat less. The disease itself, like liver disease, cancer, might lower your cholesterol. And then you end up seeing this reverse causation where low LDL is associated with mortality because the people with low LDL are getting diseases. The low LDL is not causing the diseases are causing low LDL, and thus the association with increased risk of mortality. She's just cherry picking a study that didn't control for reverse causation. If you look at a study that controls for reverse causation, you will see an association with low LDL and longevity. You can also look at Mendelian randomization studies that completely skip this whole fucking problem. But she won't do that because she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Ugh.
React to this please. Timestamp 3800.
I'm going to upload freestanding videos. This is going to be my live. It's not because
also increase.
I'm not watching him react to a cancer documentary. Oh, 38. Never mind.
To be able to
Sorry. I
justify-
thought you wanted me to watch the whole fucking thing.
In the right here? Was it these chemists that nobody's heard of, or was it Harvard and the American Heart Association?
It would be like eating this many grapes.
You may be wondering, why is this happening and how is this even legal? Well, it all started back in the 1980s when the USDA and HHS created
She did her homework. I didn't see this part of it. This is fucking amazing.
the first dietary guidelines for Americans. Refrigeration was all the rage. These national health organizations were being funded by the exact companies that were pushing for the use of industrial oils as cooking oils, elimination of fats in foods, the addition of refined sugars to make up for the awful taste of fatless foods, and of course, the chemicals in our dinner. Carbs were great, but fat and protein needed to be limited. Studies were funded by
Here
these
we
companies to
go.
show that foods in their natural forms are more risky than the science experiment companies call food nowadays. 95
It's all propaganda when you think about it. Like right now, they're like, you'll see on the news every 2 days, is red meat killing you? Like motherfuckers, like, how do you think we got here? Like, how do people think that we evolved to here? Like, how did we get here? If red meat was so bad for us, we would have species. To say it.
This is like saying, if cigarette smoking was so bad for us, then humanity would be extinct. Like, red meat is food. It gives you calories and nutrients, and you'll survive. That doesn't, just because it's beneficial for short-term survival, that doesn't mean it's beneficial for long-term health, assuming you have healthier options. This guy's a fucking retard. Iodine, donate $2 when consuming seaweed from the brand Ocean Halo. What's the maximum you'd eat per day due to the iodine content? To not risk hypothyroidism or other risks. Each pack of it contains roughly 91 micrograms of iodine. What's the RDA for iodine? 150 micrograms per day. Is the meat? Oh, so yeah, the recommended dietary allowance for adult men and women is 150 micrograms per day. So you're not going to get hypothyroidism just from eating like double that. So especially if you're just getting it from food. So one pack is fine, it seems. Thanks for the donation, though, iodine.
Be maintained to acceptable levels at over 3.4 millimoles per liter in oil
I'm gonna
emerging.
skip
And there's a whole
that.
website by Uwe Ravenscoff that talks.
Ufi Ravenskoff is a hack. Again, she's either knowingly and deliberately cherry picking, or again, she's just a complete moron. Might be a mix of the two. Ufi Ravenskoff is a hack. The guy is not respected in the scientific community. He can't get any research grants. He doesn't work at any kind of big companies or labs. He gets independent funding for his research. That's because he's an idiot. Nobody takes him seriously. Nobody wants to hire him. He does really scummy, shady shit all the time. So what he'll do is he'll put out like a fuck ton of different research papers. And each one of those research papers, he will cite multiple of his own papers. And he'll do that because the more citations a paper gets, generally the more it will end up being cited, because the more citations a paper has, the more it will show up in search results. So he cites he'll put out just a ton of different bullshit research papers and then cite his own research papers in his new research papers over and over and over again to artificially inflate the amount of citations they get. Like the guy is just an absolute fucking moron. And then he'll write papers with like a stupid thesis like, cholesterol isn't associated with heart disease. And he'll write this literature review, and then he won't cite any of the newest, most relevant research. He'll just cherry pick different fucking stupid studies from like 50, 60, 80 years ago Like, he's just a fucking lying scumbag.
Talk about the benefits of high LDL, benefits of high total cholesterol in general, of composition of arterial plaque corresponding to different diseases. I'm not going to read the numbers. You can take a screenshot or check the reference itself. And something else I wanted to read. Short-term mortality following ischemic stroke is higher in older participants with low total cholesterol levels, independent of a large number of factors.
Yeah, so that's just because they have a higher burden of disease, and either from a direct or indirect effect of the disease, they have lower cholesterol.
Total cholesterol levels might be useful in identifying already have to not form normal cells. We all see that thing. Should you are shipping enough with research. To me, it all appears to be that cholesterol lowering through plant-based or vegan diet due to removal of cholesterol with fiber and replacement of cholesterol with plant fats appears to be rather pathological. I don't think that it's a healthful move, and it becomes quite dangerous.
Yeah, that's why people with lower cholesterol live longer and have lower risk of disease.
Agree with me. And now I would like to discuss certain aspects related to vitamin D, since again the subject has a very
Cholesterol has nothing to do with vitamin D absorption.
reasonable affinity to cholesterol subject, because metabolism, even like metabolism of cholesterol and vitamin D, they're related. Again, there's like this fork
Cholesterol has nothing to do with vitamin D absorption.
in the biology. Let's read paper number 1. In conclusion, white strict vegetarians are in danger.
Low serum vitamin D concentrations and secondary hyperparathyroidism in middle-aged white strict vegans. In what population? So, what's funny is if you read the Adventist health studies, vegans and vegetarians had lower rates of vitamin D deficiency compared to the meat eaters in the study because they exercised more outdoors and they got more sunlight.
Danger of becoming vitamin D deficient, at least in
So again, she's just cherry picking a fucking paper.
links in the description for you to review, because vitamin D deficiency is prominent in vegan population, and
It's not. Like again, if you read the Adventist health study, vegans had lower vitamin D deficiency.
here we will discuss why supplements unfortunately may not work on a vegan diet, especially on
Supplements work whether you're vegan or not.
a healthful whole food diet filled with healthful plant fats. Could the intake of dietary fiber affect vitamin D status, as has been suggested by Robertson et al.? They found a higher incidence of rickets in Northern Ireland after World War II, when cereals contained a higher proportion of dietary fiber than during the war, although the diet contained the same amount of vitamin D, I guess, was consumed. Forgot to finish the sentence.
Yeah, so this is post-war. They were eating less meat. So they're eating less meat, less dairy, and that lowered their vitamin D status. That had nothing to do with... So she just cherry-picked some garbage fucking study on people in Ireland after World War II, where they had fucking food shortages. Just show us a fucking randomized trial. That's all you have to do. And she can't do that. She just cherry picks garbage.
Supplements are used or sunlight exposure has been increased during the...
Same study. Let's skip that.
Look who's pissed off at Trump for finally admitting that Biden won the 2020 presidential election during the Alex Friedman interview. LMFAO, he's more outraged with him being honest.
Why did we do Stop the Steal? Why did anyone go to January 6th? Why is anyone sitting in jail? Why did anything bad happen to anybody? Why did everyone get censored? Why is everything bad that has happened to the people that are involved, why did that need to happen if you're just going to walk it all back and say, oh, I lost? Well, it would have been good to know that before 1,600 people got charged. It would have been good to know that before I had all my money frozen, put on a no-fly list, banned from everything, lost all banking and payment processing. Would have been good to know that before I, in 20...
Or you could have just used your brain. Nick Fuentes is a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
On high fiber diet. And now we'll talk about why not all fats are made equal. Because when I was researching vegan diet and vitamin D supplementation, all I heard was that vitamin D should be consumed with fats. Nobody talked that vitamin D should be consumed with cholesterol. Moreover, all natural sources of vitamin
It does not affect vitamin D absorption.
D, they come with cholesterol from food. So interaction with micronutrients. Vitamin E and K follow common pathway used in vitamin D uptake, so they may impose competitions for vitamin D absorption in the intestine. How much vitamin K1 do we consume on a vegan diet? Thousands of RDV. This assumption was verified by study on Q cell line, which confirms the role of vitamin.
So, just because something is competing for a receptor in the enterocyte, that doesn't mean you actually end up getting lower absorption of that, particular nutrient. It just means uptake might be slower. And it said intestinal cell where phytosterol was found to be potential candidate to impair the vitamin.
Newsflash, you fucking did that to yourself.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo. I don't care about any of this. It's literally claiming there's like a 15 to 30% difference in absorption rate. Like, that doesn't fucking matter.
As vitamin D impaired, the vitamin D absorption by vitamin D was found to be impaired when vitamin D was served with a fat substitute occasion at 20 ml in rat in vitro. Though inclusions to vitamin D absorption by studies demonstrated that vitamin D absorption is not exclusively a simple diffusion process, as previously assumed, but there are other mechanisms that involves membrane carriers. Cholesterol transporters may be also responsible for vitamin D uptake, since factors interfering with cholesterol absorption also interfered with vitamin D absorption in laboratory and clinical studies. However, although NPC1L1 is the major cholesterol transporter, it did not seem to play a fundamental role in vitamin D absorption in studies using live rodents or in clinical study trial in which is.
So she literally read off the paper. She had the thesis that if you don't eat vitamin D with cholesterol, it's going to lower absorption. Then she literally read the paper stating there's no evidence that cholesterol affects vitamin D absorption. You don't even care.
As a amoeba was administered to healthy adults. Another paper, Gonçalves et al. Found that long-chain fatty acids which modulate cholesterol absorption interfered with vitamin D absorption. They postulated a possible modification in the micellar electrical charge or modulation of cholecalciferol outflow.
So she's... Oh my god. Long-chain fatty acids modulate cholesterol absorption, interfering with vitamin D absorption. Do you know what a long-chain fatty acid is, idiot? So saturated fats are supposedly going to interfere with vitamin D absorption. So like butter and crap like that she's telling you, oh, you need to eat these animal fats in order to absorb vitamin D. And then literally, first sentence in the abstract, if you eat long chain fatty acids, it might interfere with vitamin D absorption. She can't even read.
Through the bells, depending on the author, with vitamin D malabsorption is another evidence that, to my claim, that removal of cholesterol and substitution of cholesterol with plant fats is a pathological process. And it is no surprise that
that sentence made no sense.
You can take 5,000, 10,000, 100,000 international units of vitamin D per day on a vegan diet. If you eat enough fiber, if you are on a balanced vegan diet, normal vegan diet, you're not going to be hitting your vitamin D goals, depending again on the amount of suppression of absorption of vitamin D, which can vary.
Literally provided no evidence for that claim.
Again, depending on your diet, depending on is vitamin to retain at high level.
All right, that video was just remarkably fucking stupid.
I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say
true because she said it's true.
The war in Gaza is barreling towards a grim anniversary. This deadly year, sparked by a terrorist atrocity and met with an often merciless response, has changed the way that many people think about an historic dispute. Never in our lifetimes has there been such active debate about Israel's role in the modern world and whether the United States and its allies should back it. Protests and counter-protests have brought anti-Semitism to the fore, along with the charge that it sometimes insulates Israel from criticism. My next two guests have vivid opinions on these big issues and have had a very public feud. We're bringing them together for what we intend, I hope, to be a proper debate. The topics will be the Israel-Hamas war, anti-Semitism in public life, American involvement in Israel, and Israeli involvement in the United States. And we'll even talk about Michael Jackson, who is relevant to this debate. Both guests will get roughly equal speaking time and a chance to question each other. Speaking of the other guest is not encouraged. Ad hominem attacks are strongly discouraged. But knowing these two as I do, I can make no promises. Returning to Uncensored, host of the Candace podcast, Candace Owens, and the author of the Israel Warrior and the Michael Jackson tapes, Rabbi Shmuley. So welcome to both of you. First of all, it's great you're doing this. You've had a public feud for a couple of years now. You've torn into each other in various forums. This is your chance to take each other on. And at the center of this, as I said in the intro there, is a very serious global story, which is the Israel-Hamas war and all the complexities that come away from that. I want to give you both the chance to make an opening statement. So Rabbi Shmuley, you won the toss. We didn't really actually toss, but we both agreed you can do this. You go first. Your opening remarks.
Thank you, Piers, for having me, and Candace, thank you for debating me.
I have spent my life bringing together the Black and Jewish communities, emphasizing that we share not only a history of shared persecution, but of spiritual promise. Today we debate an American tragedy, a woman of unique eloquence who has abused that eloquence to become simultaneously the foremost anti-Black rhetorician in all of the United States and the foremost anti-Semite in America. The statements that Candace has made against her own community, that they cry wolf and constantly say that they're victims of racism, her attacks on George Floyd, a man who was suffocated to death for a $20 counterfeit note saying that he was a horrible human being, a woman who went up in front of CPAC and said, I was never a slave in America, as if that's the only form of discrimination, is what has led her community to call her not Candace, but Clandis, the first ever female Black woman who appears in her rhetoric against blacks, calling LeBron James dumb and stupid, and an icon to the Black community, as Clandis. Simultaneously, you have the Jewish community beginning to call her not Candace Owens, but Candace Owens, because her Goebbels-style rhetoric against Jews, that Jews are nearly all pedophiles. The State of Israel has set up a Theodor Herzl, a pedophile, as a haven for pedophiles. That Judaism is a demonic, satanic cult that only protects pedophiles. And by the way, her absolute obsession with Jewish sexuality and Jewish genitalia, the first lady of France, Brigitte Macron's genitalia, is disturbing. It's one of the reasons I think she hates Sigmund Freud so much, because she's a Freudian field dream in terms of his arguments that the greater the sexual suppression and repression, the greater we see violence. But when you say that the Jews killed JFK because he was about to ostracize Israel, when you invent all of these fabrications out of whole cloth, what is the result? The result is the demonization of Jews that leads to violence. Piers, just 1 week ago, 2 days after Candace falsely accused me, as she has for 2 years, of being a murderer, of threatening to kill her, something for which she will face legal action because you cannot malign a rabbi and his daughter as murderers. 2 days later, I was swatted in my house where 5 police cars had to break into my house because Mayor Michael Wilds of Englewood, New Jersey received an email arguably from one of Candace's followers after she said essentially what Henry II says, who will rid me of this troublesome priest, which leads directly to the murder of Thomas Becket, who today is a Catholic saint, of course. We were swatted, and the FBI is now investigating Candace's rhetoric. They're investigating
Rabbi Shmuley, I'm interrupting
you.
Wait,
one final point.
So Candace will get exactly the same amount of time. It's up to you, but it's an opening statement, right? And what I would say...
May I just say finally, if I may?
Well, if it's quick,
The biggest issue I have with Candace, to be honest, is that she claims to be a Christian. Candace, didn't Jesus say you're supposed to love your enemies? Is the love you show me that you call me filth twice on the last show that you did with Piers a piece of filth? You're supposed to love your enemies. Is that turning the other cheek? And Piers, you're an English gentleman. I've known you for many years. You allowed her to say that without even a piece of filth. When Jesus said that you're supposed to turn the other cheek, where have you ever turned the other cheek? When Jesus said that the meek shall inherit the earth, the arrogance, the nonstop attack against Jews,
By the way, she's friends with a sex trafficking rapist, so if that tells you anything about her Christian faith.
If you are a Christian, then I am the second coming of Christ.
Okay, that's 4 minutes you've spoken to. And out of fairness, Candace, if you want to use 4 minutes to respond, you can. All I would note, Rabbi Shmuley, is you've spent 4 minutes personally attacking Candace Owens. I set this up as a debate about what is happening with the Israel-Hamas war, anti-Semitism, and so on and so on. You've turned it all completely, immediately, into an ad hominem onslaught against Candace.
How could you possibly say that? You are speaking to a woman who says the Jews are a ring of demonic pedophiles, and you're saying that I have no right to defend my people. You know, Piers, you have to stop this once and for all. There was nothing ad hominem at all. When Candace says that the Black community is a bunch of crybabies, everything I said was policy. I could not disagree more.
Candace will now get the same amount of time if you wanted, Candace, to respond.
Thank you, Piers. And I don't think I really do need to respond to the ad hominem attacks. I think actually one of the things that plausibly unites people across all religions, Muslims, Jews, Christians, is that we all recognize that Rabbi Shmuley is unhinged. He's just mentally, in my view, unwell. And I don't say that as an attack. I say that as just a reality, because I've never seen someone just make things up out of thin air that were never said and trying to screen that as a defense of Black people. The Black people will never accept Rabbi Shmuley after Michael Jackson.
Oh my god, Candace Owens supporters really did all that illegal stuff to this poor guy. Candace really needs to go to prison for this.
Or, at the very least, get her YouTube channel shut down. That'd be great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. You know, I'm sure it's going to happen eventually. What she's saying is getting more and more retarded and unhinged. She's put out anti-vax, propaganda. She's promoting Flat Earth. Posting ahistorical Holocaust revisionist type shit. Like, she's gonna get banned any fucking day now. She's also out of the Daily Wire network, so she probably doesn't really have a hold of any kind of good lawyers or YouTube contacts anymore to prevent that kind of thing, so she's gonna get fucking banned just any day now. I'm sure with enough media attention and maybe a good enough slip-up, she's gonna get banned.
Jackson, put him on a list of people who he felt were ruining his life. So you can stop your pleas with Black America, they won't work. Now, going back to the context of what you've asked us to speak about today, I think one of the things that the world is recognizing, and what we've always recognized, is that there are radical fringe sects that break out within every single religion, amongst every race. There's white supremacy, there's Black supremacy, there's radical Islam, there are all of these Christ cults around the world. And I think right now it's important for people to understand that radical Judaism is also a thing, and you're watching an example of it right now on your screen. The person sitting across from me, or sitting next to me, I guess, posted on his Facebook page in 2016 a tribute to someone who he said was his mentor. That was Rabbi Menachem Schneerson. He said he was his mentor and his friend. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Rabbi Schneerson, there were some Jews who believed that he was and is the Messiah. So rejecting Christ, but believing that that rabbi was his Messiah. Now, you may remember in the news recently, there was this radicalized faction of the Lubavitch Orthodox community in Brooklyn that were digging tunnels in Brooklyn and hurling benches at police officers. Well, and by the way, this is per the Times of Israel, that faction of individuals are followers of Rabbi Schneerson. So again, you have Rabbi Shmuley who believes that that's his mentor. They believe that he was the Messiah. What is it that becomes important to understand?
Why does it look like Piers Morgan is sped up? Like, if you look at him moving and how fast he's blinking, it looks like his camera is like on 2x speed.
And what did Rabbi Schneerson preach? Well, he preached Jewish supremacism, the hatred of all non-Jews. And you don't have to take my word for it, because if I said it, they would say that's anti-Semitism. You should instead take the word of the two Jewish professors who translated his work. Those authors' names were Israel Shahak and Norin Mezvinsky, and their book was entitled Jewish Fundamentalism in Israel.
So basically, she's mad that Jews are digging tunnels in New York. Okay.
From that book,
Sounds
we learned
relevant.
that Shmuley's mentor, Schneerson, describes the difference between a Jew and a non-Jew. And he says, quote, "Thus we do not know how wrong it was and brought it into the mainstream media. If you don't like that Israel..."
Because her Goebbels
make things up. He says, quote, "Thus we do not have a case of profound change in which a person is merely on a superior level."
Oh yeah, I did speed the video
And
up.
on top of that, she has the nerve to call this rabbi who her followers attacked unhedged that bitch.
Yeah, she is a dumb, hypocritical bitch. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The body of a Jewish person is of totally different quality from the body of all nations of the world. And he talks about the substance of the Jewish body versus the substance of non-Jews, saying that the inner quality, quote, is so different. And
Candace Owens would have snitched on Harriet Tubman for the stupid heart thing blocks the comment. For a week in the house. Yeah, she would have. Guaranteed.
and so great that the body should be considered a completely different species. So that is a belief, and you can go through his speeches and you will see that he continually talks about how non-Jews should be treated and that, again, we are a different species. This is what Rabbi Shmuley believes in. We have to come to terms with the fact that there are Jewish radicals, and it's incumbent upon the Jewish community to call them out. I'm glad that you brought up my rhetoric about Black Lives Matter, the organization, and which was basically allowing Black criminals to take to the street to burn down, to loot, and to riot in the name of racism, because it shows that I'm on equal footing here, that across the board, I do not support supremacism, whether it's coming from my community or whether or not it is coming from yours. And I think the entire world is now paying attention and wondering what is going on in Israel. What
It's funny she says that when she's a white supremacist.
is this government? Is this a radical fringe government? And many people are concluding that the answer to that question is yes.
Okay, those are the two opening statements. Rabbi Shmuley, let me ask you this. Where are we now with this war? Because it seems that the people inside Israel are now beginning to come after Prime Minister Netanyahu, angry that his mission to save the hostages is simply not working. We saw 6 more executed at the weekend. Obviously, that's on Hamas. But the relatives of other hostages are saying, for God's sake, bring back the hostages before it's too late. And there's no sign of any deal being done to do that. And there's a lot of pressure on Netanyahu. Is his mission statement failing?
Yes, I will answer that in just a moment. But Piers, your guest just called me mentally unhinged. She called me filth twice on your show. You did not just say to her, Candace, can you stop the ad hominem attacks? Did I ever say anything? I stuck to policy. Can you at least just be fair and say, that's unnecessary, Candace, or is this too against
Well, no. You spent 4 minutes lacerating her.
Calling me mentally unhinged, is that
You're sitting there to defend that charge.
Is that ad hominem?
You spent 4 minutes attacking her personally. She's perfectly entitled
Piers,
to
with all
return
due respect, when one of your guests calls someone else filth, I think that you as an English gentleman should step in. But let me answer your question. No less, the only thing of Christ that Candace Owens has actually fulfilled comes from Matthew chapter 10, verse 35, where Jesus says, I've come to separate and create conflict between a woman and her mother-in-law and father-in-law. My answer to your question about Gaza is that Lord Michael Farmer, a courageous British peer, who happens to be Candace Owens' father-in-law, issued one of the most robust and beautiful defenses of Israel that any of us have read since October 7th. He said that, of course, there's a lot of terrible Palestinian
Yeah, I'm gonna play Space Marine 2.
casualties. God loves every Palestinian child as much as he loves a Jewish child. He said that Israel has
Can you actually play it right now with the thing? Yeah, so it technically releases tomorrow with the premium version.
Welcome.
no choice but to fight this war because Hamas hides in residential areas and under nurseries. He said that Israel, the savagery of October 7th, demands a response. He said that Israel is doing exactly the right thing. And he said that he's doing all this in response to a, quote, high-profile member of his family. The contempt to not even mention his daughter-in-law, Candace Owens, because he didn't want to say her name. And he didn't even say, I love my daughter-in-law, but because the British remember Hitler. They remember the Battle of Britain. They remember the V-1 and V-2 rockets. Candace Owens has actually now said that the Nazis were the good guys, and it was the Allies, the British, people like yourself, Piers, who engaged in the ethnic cleansing of 12 million people based on some documentary she watched called The Savage Peace on the BBC, which wasn't even about the Allies. She always distorts. It was about the Czechoslovakia, a country that no longer even exists. And as far as what she said about Michael Jackson, putting on enemies list, that is a total fabrication. It was invented by someone named Dieter Wietzner, who sued Michael Jackson for $64 million, tried to shake him down, and Michael had to pay him $4 million. I worked to save Michael's life. Candace Owens never met Michael Jackson. I was his rabbi for 2 years. I love him. I missed him. I tried to get him off of drugs. She said that I killed him. And talk about the contempt for people struggling with addiction, that she would say the Jews killed Michael Jackson. And with all due respect, Piers, you have not said that one of those things, that I'm a murderer, a man who doesn't have a speeding ticket, who doesn't have a parking ticket, is a murderer, and the police have to come and the FBI to protect me. Are you going to say...
Here's what I'm going to say to you, Rabbi Shmuley. Once again, you've just singularly failed to answer my question. So if you're just going to continue, every time I ask you a question about the war, which is the point of the debate, to just launch into Candace or her family or whatever, that's your decision. But in the interest of fairness, every time you speak for 3-4 minutes... hang on. I'm now going to let Candace respond, if you want to, Candace. Look, it is obviously a matter of public record that your father-in-law, Lord Farmer, did post on X what he posted. He concluded by saying, I point out I'm the Christian Deputy Chair of the Council for Christians and Jews. This was founded in 1942 as a bulwark against anti-Semitism. I mean, do you want to say anything about what your father-in-law posted or anything else that Rabbi Shmuley just said?
Yeah, I'm grateful that he brought that up, and because it's very disturbing to me to see him try to pretend that my father-in-law distanced from me or said something in favor of anything that Rabbi Shmuley is saying. He would never do that. It is very important to understand that, he does support Israel, and he has reaffirmed his support for Israel. And you can imagine that within any family, you have disagreements about things, but fundamentally, it's all love, and it's good for us to have these conversations. Prior to him posting the statement, I had just gotten back from vacation with him, literally 48 hours earlier. There was something incredibly demonic about a person trying to use the Bible at the beginning of his statement, as he did, trying to quote scripture and immediately following it up by trying to pull the family apart. I mean, that is utterly unholy. And I think the question of holiness and what is holy is relevant to this discussion. I think this is a conversation that a lot of people are having as well. Look, prior to October 7th, I don't think many people were engaged with what is happening in Israel. We kind of all said the same thing. Israel is our friend and ally. I count myself among those people. Post October 7th, the world, and especially I would say Zionists in media, were demanding that we all pay attention. And when we began to pay attention, we didn't like what we saw. You cannot tell me to ever feel comfortable with 18,000 children being ruthlessly murdered. You can't get me to feel comfortable as a Christian with the amount of more explosives dropped, tons of explosives dropped on Gaza than were dropped in Hiroshima. This doesn't make sense to me. Gaza is 30 miles long, 7 miles wide. It's incredibly dense population. And this is, by the way, according to Haaretz, that 40,000 Palestinians have been murdered. I believe they're getting those numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry. And here's what I would like to say to you, Rabbi, since you're quoting scripture, okay? The one that's relevant to me is, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. And if you'd like to dive into a little more scripture, I think what's relevant is Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. And I'm speaking directly to you, Rabbi Shmuley. The fact that you would try to say, I am Jewish, and this is what I believe, and do and say the things that you are doing. People can see and hear evil, and what you are doing right now is an act of evil. The lies that you are telling, not just on me, but also on my family members, are a good example for the world to see what we are referring to when we call something radical Zionism.
Okay, Rabbi Shmuley.
Okay, and okay, thank you. And of course, Piers, there was nothing ad hominem about my being demonic. This is a 2 against 1 debate. I expected that.
It's not a 2 against 1 debate.
And I will, excuse me, no, it's a 2 against 1
You've
debate.
You've made no attempt to answer my question.
No, Piers,
Candace has been trying to answer my question. You're not. Candace,
filth, demonic. There's nothing ad hominem about that. You are correct. You're right, Piers. Candace Owens just said that Israel dropped more bombs on Gaza than on Hiroshima. Hiroshima was an atomic bomb, Candace. Why don't you just read
Yeah, that makes no fucking sense.
Wikipedia? Israel has nuclear weapons. They've never used them, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Now let's look at Israel's justified defense. Israel admits, and even Hamas admits, to a 1-to-1 civilian to combatant ratio of civilian casualties, which is a tragedy. It shouldn't even be 1. But remember, Hamas fires their rockets from nurseries. The United States and Afghanistan had a 4-to-1 ratio of civilians murdered for every 1 combatant. In the Korean War, it was 5-to-1. In Iraq, it was at least 2-to-1. Israel has the lowest per capita ratio of combatants to civilians. Candace should acknowledge that. That is what we call a fact.
But you should also, hang on. You should also acknowledge then that there is a unique demographic in Gaza, where of the 2 million people who live there, half of them are under 18. So that's a very different demographic to any of the other scenarios you're talking about.
I don't know how the hell that's relevant.
That is what's caused so much international opprobrium against Israel, is the fact that so many children, pro rata in the civilian death count, have been killed. It's that people are so exercised about, and rightly, because what's happened here is obvious. Hamas, yes, they've embedded
So it's okay to kill adults, not okay to kill children. Got it.
themselves in civilian territory. Yes, they built all these tunnels. None of these things are to be disputed. But the problem with going after Hamas in the way that Israel has been doing is that the collateral damage, as they would put it, to so many thousands of children has now tested the patience of the world to a degree that vast quantities of the world are against it and want this to stop. That's the reality.
I think that's a very fair question. You know, and I don't like whataboutism, but Candace Owens never spoke out once against Bashar al-Assad, who killed 600,000 Arabs, and he actually gassed to death children. He targeted them with mustard and poison gas. You remember that President Obama said that's a red line, and then he gave it to Putin to get rid of those weapons of mass
which was
destruction.
completely
God bless
wrong.
President Trump, who actually wait just a second. Just President Trump, God bless him, actually fired 59 cruise missiles when Assad did that. It's funny because people say that President Trump is anti-Muslim. He's the only one who protected Muslim life. Piers, Hamas has ruled since 2006.
Well, by the way, Trump still didn't do enough to fight Assad.
They won an election jointly with the PA. They took the Palestinian Authority representatives and threw them off of rooftops. They then subjected the Palestinians, 1.5 million Palestinians of Gaza, to the most ruthless persecution that we've ever seen. They stole all their money. Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated in Tehran, is worth $4 billion. Now he's fighting with Erdogan, his kids, over who's going to inherit that. Khalid Mashal is worth $3 billion. You and I both know that the Palestinians of Gaza got triple the amount per capita, prorated for our times, of the Marshall Plan. All of that money was stolen to build tunnels. There isn't one bomb shelter. The reason why people are dying in Gaza is because that money was used to buy penthouses in Doha, Qatar. There isn't one bomb shelter that from Hamas. Hamas shoots and murders anyone who challenges their authority. They were elected in 2006 to a 4-year term. It's now 20 years later. Hamas specifically, and that's why they're being condemned by the Palestinians right now. They want Palestinian children to die because the more they die, the more you will condemn me and Israel. But let's remember, Piers.
By the way, they're quoted as saying that. Hamas leaders have said it's a good thing that civilians die because then we're going to get more sympathy from the international community.
Your parents are part of the greatest generation. Winston Churchill was told by the Americans, don't bomb German cities, Hamburg, Dresden, etc. At night. You can't see what you're bombing. Do what we Americans have, which is precision daytime bombing. And Churchill said, no, my pilots are more important. We need the RAF.
All right.
And he flattened German cities. And he is considered today the greatest British statesman of the 20th century.
By the way, the flattening of cities like Dresden was widely condemned at the time, including by many people in Britain, and led to the establishment of the Geneva
Convention. Dresden was the last month of the war, but before that, Hamburg and everything else.
It wasn't even the worst bombing in terms of civilian casualties.
Don't interrupt me. It led to the establishment of the Geneva Convention after World War II, specifically to stop that kind of thing happening again. So I'm glad you raised that example. Candace, you've got over 3 minutes.
So do you condemn Winston Churchill as a war criminal for Dresden?
No, absolutely not. No.
Why not? You just said that it was wrong.
Actually,
do
was
you
going to.
condemn
I was
Winston
actually
Churchill
going to say
as
the
a war
exact same
criminal for
thing.
Dresden?
Well,
Please, you said not, but
You're
why?
both going to answer the same question. Let me be clear. Winston Churchill was not a war criminal, right? But some of the ways that
Why not? He bombed Dresden and killed 25,000 people.
Yeah, he also saved the world from Adolf Hitler and the Nazis.
Oh, he saved the world. So Israel's saving the Middle East from Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Iran.
But it's not, though.
Hezbollah.
Israel's not doing that.
Thank you for answering my question.
Well,
Case closed.
Israel absolutely is doing that.
All right, let me go to Candace.
If I could just interject here, just to respond to that, I was going to say exactly what you said, Piers. Like Dresden was considered a Holocaust. It was, in fact, a war crime. And there should be debates about
It was not a war crime.
what happened in Dresden. It was absolutely horrific that a bunch of Christians were skipping off,
There were so many other bombings that were worse than Dresden. I don't know why people fucking bring up Dresden as they shouldn't have done that. Like, there were other bombings by the RAF and the United States that were worse.
On the eve of Ash Wednesday, and then they were quite literally reduced to ashes. It is wrong. And the fact that you are having to reference a war crime to justify what's happening in Gaza is not a point for you. It's completely awful. When people say, oh, well, look at what we did. Look at all these other horrific things we did. Why do you care about this horrible thing that's happening? I don't even understand that logic. It's completely ridiculous. Look, there is no person in good conscience who should be comfortable with the amount of death that's happening in Gaza. And yes, if you are going to correlate it to Dresden, that would be a fair comparison, except much more has been dropped on Gaza than was dropped in Dresden. So is it fair to call what's happening in Gaza a Holocaust? Is that what we're looking after when you have this nonstop onslaught? And it's
That is such a weird loaded question, because then you'd have to say the Allies holocausted the Germans? Like, what?
completely ridiculous to say, oh, well, this is happening because of Hamas. Let's be very clear. It is happening because the Israeli government will not stop bombing them, okay? So you had a very sympathetic audience all around the world, myself included, when October 7th happened. There's not a single person that should or could justify the terrorist acts that was enacted by Hamas. But the collective punishment that is being assigned to the Gazans, the Palestinians living in...
Here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand about, like, the Dresden bombing and Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Germans were refusing to surrender, and if they didn't conduct these sorts of warfare tactics, the war would have dragged on for longer, resulting in more both militant and civilian casualties. So you could either have a bombing like Dresden or Nagasaki and Hiroshima, where, yeah, there was a lot of civilian casualties, or you could not do that, have the war drag on for another year or two, which would result in more civilian casualties and more militant deaths. So do you want more deaths or do you want fewer deaths? Like after the Dresden bombing, the Nazis gave up pretty fucking quickly. It was like, what, 2.5 months afterwards?
Gaza is also unacceptable, and the entire world should condemn it, and it should be made to stop. And I do believe that a radical fringe has taken hold of Israel. And further evidence of that, by the way, is that we are not even allowed to critique Israel without having people like Rabbi Shmuley, which I never said he threatened to murder me, but he has threatened me for 2 years, essentially trying to bully people into their belief that they have rights.
You never said that I threatened to murder you? We're going to post
No,
every
I never
time
said that you threatened to murder me. Don't cut me off. I did not cut you off.
Okay,
I did not cut you off.
Ahead,
I did not cut you off. Okay. The point is that now what's happening across America is that you have Zionist organizations that are threatening and bullying people because people are taking a stance against this act against humanity. What they're doing is inhumane in Palestine. And so what they're doing is they're saying this person should get fired. This person should lose their job. The Zion
Yeah, it's funny how it's always the Jews being inhumane, but nobody ever says anything when Hamas launches rocket strikes or bombs buses or October 7th. Like, why is all the criticism against Israel? So when Hamas, again, targets civilians, like indiscriminate rocket strikes, terrorist attacks within Israel where they stab fucking innocent women, children, like there was a fucking woman who got stabbed who was just carrying her fucking baby in her stroller by Hamas terrorists. They were bombing buildings and buses filled with civilians. The October 7th attack, like the fact that they use their own population as human shields. They don't design any bomb shelters. Nobody criticizes Hamas for that shit, but what Israel's doing is so inhumane. Like, oh my god, it's just it's hatred of Jews. That's all it is.
Zionist Federation of Australia just asked for me to have my visa banned simply because I don't support what Israel is doing. And if that is what I have to pay, if ultimately what happens, I get my visa banned because Zionism has a lot of money in media, then so be it. It's less of a price than the children in Gaza are paying right now. And as a Christian, I will never support what Bibi Netanyahu is doing.
Right, and what's interesting to me, Rabbi Shmuley, hang on, yes, but let me just say again the question I put to you earlier. It's not just people outside Israel who are now heavily criticizing Netanyahu and his government. It is people inside Israel in massive numbers. And so my question for you is, why? Why are so many people inside Israel taking to the streets to demand that Netanyahu stop this war?
It's so the answer to that is they don't know what they're fucking talking about. There are legitimate reasons for why people would want Netanyahu to come up with some sort of ceasefire deal. They obviously want the hostages returned, and there was a big protest against Netanyahu after the IDF discovered six dead hostages that Hamas raped and tortured and murdered. So there is a lot of public pressure to get a ceasefire deal for the hostages returned, because they don't want to see any more dead hostages. The problem, though, is that Hamas isn't agreeing to the fucking terms that Israel is proposing. Like, they're demanding stupid shit like right of return, which is never going to fucking happen. And on top of that, when Israel is making demands like, okay, return the hostages, that's what we want for the ceasefire deal, they literally can't agree to the fucking hostage exchange. They're just refusing. So what is Israel supposed to do if they're not going to agree to the hostage exchange, which is the whole fucking purpose of the ceasefire? Why would they agree to the ceasefire? You're just going to have a ceasefire without the fucking hostage exchange. Like, Mike donated $2, skill issue, question mark. 44% of Gen Z men today report having no relationship experience at all during their teen years, double the rate for older men. I have no idea why we're seeing this trend. Literally no idea. I've heard a bunch of people, say it might have something to do with social media and people being less, less social. Might have something to do with bullying. It might have something to do with, social differences in these demographics. Because I remember when I was going to school, 33 now, so it would have been, over 15 years ago. Girls are, around that age, are fucking insane, delusional weirdos. I remember just, going up and talking to a girl, oh, hi, my name's Richard, or, oh, I really like what you're wearing, or something like that. Just trying to start a conversation, and then, immediately the response is, why are you talking to me? And then I'd say, well, I just wanted to talk to you. Is that a problem? And then they're like, we're not even in the same class. So that might be why, and maybe kids these days are a little more sensitive to that sort of thing, so when dudes try to talk to girls, and they give these dumb, retarded, antisocial answers like, why are you even talking to me? We're not even in the same class. They might be like, oh, well, okay then, and then give up. I have no idea. So, I don't know I don't know exactly what you can blame this on. I know older women, it's fine. Once I got out of high school and then I just talked to older women, I could just talk to whoever I want, have a conversation, and then if they weren't interested in having my number or whatever, it's okay, whatever, but it was never why are you talking to me? We don't even go to the same school. I don't even know you. So I have no idea. It might have something to do with that, where Gen Z girls are just fucking retarded, antisocial morons. That was kind of the case. I'm a millennial. So that was basically the case when I was a kid. Could have something to do with that. I don't know why there's this idea that girls develop socially faster than boys. It's the exact opposite. Girls literally have no fucking social skills, don't know how to they both don't know how to keep a conversation or follow a conversation, and when you try to talk to them at this age, their brain just bursts open and they're like, I can't talk to you. I don't know you. So that's my best guess. Thanks for the donation, Mike. Forgot my namification. Donate to others. What's your source for that claim regarding the nukes we used in Japan? I've heard this argument that more people would have died if they weren't dropped, but I've never seen evidence. Thanks. Well, Japan was refusing to surrender. So if you you can just I don't know, just find some historians that have talked about this. Japan was refusing to surrender, and they literally claimed they'll fight to the last Japanese. So there had to be some, they didn't want more American troops to die. That was the primary goal. And there was also an interest in just having an end to the war. So if Japan was refusing to surrender, and by the way, Nagasaki and Hiroshima were not particularly high. A lot of people died, but it wasn't anywhere near the amount of people who died in other bombings. So, I can't even remember the figure, but it was hundreds of thousands of Japanese, both civilians and militants, who died in other bombings of Japan. So if that wasn't enough to stop them from fighting, I don't know how, like, Americans invading and having, you know, like, boots on the ground fighting would have stopped. So they would have had to have kept fighting possibly for even years in order to fully defeat the Japanese. So they tried using nuclear weapons, and by the way, this is also never talked about when people bring up the Nagasaki-Hiroshima bombing being unjustified. Americans warned the Japanese, I think 2 weeks ahead of time, that they were going to bomb those cities. They dropped leaflets, like tens and tens of thousands of leaflets over these cities saying, if you live in these cities, leave, they are about to be bombed, and you're all gonna die. So they warned them ahead of time, and they didn't leave. They dropped the bomb on, Hiroshima first. They still didn't surrender. They dropped the second bomb. They still didn't surrender. It wasn't until the Emperor of Japan said, like, okay, enough's enough, and then went over to the radio station to officially surrender. The Emperor of Japan was at odds with the military. The military wanted to keep fighting, but the Emperor of Japan didn't want anymore, so they actually tried to kill him, or at least apprehend him from going out on the radio saying that they officially surrender. But, yeah. The bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were absolutely justified. Any reasonable person would have estimated that more civilians would have died if they had just kept fighting. There were already far more civilian casualties from previous bombings in Japan than from the bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And again, the Japanese still refused to surrender. So it's perfectly reasonable to assume the bombings prevented more deaths. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
No, they never said he should stop the war. They said there should be a ceasefire to release the hostages because Israel is a culture. Don't interrupt me, please, Candace. Because Israel is a culture of life, and that's why Israel got into this mess for October 7th. They traded 1,000 murderers, including Yahya Sinwar, who Israel saved at Soroka Hospital in Beersheba when he had a brain tumor. The Hamas Hitler, who's the architect of October 7th, Israel saved his life. It's a culture of life, even for Palestinian murderers. They traded 1,000 for Gilad Shalit. You remember that? And now a whole group is saying, even if it leads to another October 7th, I need my children home. I understand that. Piers, I have 2 sons fighting in this war. I understand the dangers that are being faced. No one's saying to stop the war, not to destroy Hamas. They're saying, call a ceasefire to release the hostages because of their execution. But I must respond. First of all, Candace just said that Israel dropped more bombs.
My dick is small.
Well, my condolences. Thanks for the donation. Oreo is cool.
On Gaza than on Dresden. What's your source for that? Do you know that in Dresden, there were 1,000 Lancaster bombers sent over 2 nights?
Yeah, Japan was also going to force civilians to fight in the war if the Americans invaded. So again,
by Churchill, and then 800 American. That's 1,800 bombs. What's your source that Israel dropped more than on Dresden?
So it's just interesting because you realize that you used Dresden as an
No.
example. No.
Answer the question. You just made no. Piers. This is the question.
More tons
you
of
said that Israel. You just made a blood libel against the Jewish state. Dresden was 1,000 Lancaster bombers over 2 nights. I am asking you, what is your source? The answer. Don't interrupt me, please. The answer is Piers. It's my turn.
You can't ask someone a question and then refuse to let them answer.
So I asked for a source. I didn't ask for a question.
We've heard the question.
I'm going to respond to what you were saying. This tactic of when anybody brings up anything that Israel is doing is wrong, you get to just scream blood libel and anti-Semitism. Oh my gosh, it's a blood libel. It is not a blood libel to talk about the amount of death and the tons of explosives that have been dropped on the civilians in Palestine.
So she claimed more bombs were dropped in Gaza than in the Dresden bombings. He's asking for a source, and she's refusing to provide a source. So she probably heard this off Twitter or something.
Palestine, okay? That is not a blood libel against
you
Jewish people. This is such a nasty and perverted tactic, which
source?
essentially says, I don't have to debate anymore because I get to just call everybody a person who's accusing me of blood libels. Okay, truly, what is happening right now is that the blood of Palestinians is being shed. Okay, that is a libel against the Jews. That is a fact and a reality against Bibi Netanyahu and this government, which has gone extreme in their response to October 7th. So stop this tactic.
Understood. Piers, can I now have my turn again? All I asked was the source. Clearly, she has none. It was invented out of whole cloth. That's what a blood libel is. A blood libel is when Candace Owens says,
Let me just Google that. It sounds pretty unlikely to me, especially considering, like, Gaza is small. I'm pretty sure Gaza is smaller than Dresden. Let me see. Were more bombs dropped in Gaza than in Dresden? There's a Wikipedia source. El Madine. I think this is another, like, bias source. Amount of Israeli bombs dropped in Gaza surpasses that of World War II. Israel dropped 70,000 tons of bombs. Okay, so this isn't... these are two different things. They're claiming Israel dropped 70,000 tons, which they're claiming is more than the total tonnage dropped in World War II, but not the amount. But where... I'm just wondering how they got this information. Like, what's the source? Late April, Euromed is trash. They're an NGO that just literally lies and makes shit up. So, okay. If she's getting that from Euromed, yeah, that's just bullshit. Allies dropped 8,500 tons of bombs on Hamburg. Allies used 3,900 tons of bombs on Dresden. I don't know if this has... So, explosive technology has improved, so when you're comparing explosive tonnage of bombs, I don't know if this is a fair comparison, because modern explosives are just better. 8,500 tons, or sorry, 3,900 tons on Dresden. That doesn't make much sense to me. That sounds like way too low. Is that actually true? Total tonnage of bombs dropped in Dresden. So this is according to Britannica. On the night of February 13th, British Bomber Command hit Dresden with 800 bomber air raid, dropping some 2,700 tons bombs, including large numbers of incendiaries. So, yeah, incendiary bombs, I think, are classified as different than explosive bombs. So I don't even know if this is a fair comparison. Israel hasn't used any incendiary devices. Forgot my invocation, don't need $2 right. I'm familiar with the rhetoric behind the justifications and the timeline of the war. I've just never seen any sort of data. I'll start looking for something. Thanks, dude. Actually didn't know about the leaflets. That's interesting. All right, well, no problem. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my invocation. Dodo donate $2 before watching. Pause and predict what they will say.
War in Israel has taught me anything.
I have no idea. I'm assuming he's going to say that the Israeli government is corrupting the U.S. government and we're basically a puppet state for Israel.
It's that they don't teach cause and effect in school enough these days. Because I just saw a post of this Israeli girl living her best life because she's free now from Hamas. And somebody posted, you know, that they had to 200 civilians in Palestine in order to free her. Maybe the lesson to learn here is that you should not kidnap people.
Based take. If Churchill is a hero, how come there are British girls begging for drugs on the streets of London? What?
Back to the first thing I said, and I'll shut up and let you answer, but if Churchill
If Donald Trump is so great, why is there a fentanyl epidemic?
is a hero, how come there are British girls begging for drugs on the street of London? And the place is, it's just London is not majority English now. Like, what?
Well, the people who formulated the version of history that considers Churchill a hero.
Yeah. Putin Sigma edits are becoming a thing again. Well, that's pretty goddamn cringe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That the actual medieval blood libel that Jews killed Christians and drank their blood. She actually believes that.
Destiny streaming. He didn't have his Discord open.
Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong, I know. You've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline.
And let's not forget the true perpetrators of the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Dolphin, aka Little Boy, and Whale, Fat Man. Fuck you, Dolphin, fuck a whale. Fishy scums.
Yeah, true. Thanks for the donation, Aviduder.
Apologize to Russia.
Hey.
Hi, what's up?
I wanted to talk about the Lex Friedman thing with Donald Trump.
Maybe come back tomorrow, okay? Gotta read through this indictment. Gotta get through this.
Okay, fine.
Love you.
Take care. Dodo donates $2. Before reading, scroll all the way up and read / watch the main post. Brian Johnson destroys right-wing propaganda, bro science about sun exposure. Oh, that's for the second link. Islamists in the UK saying they are disgusted by having to watch women laugh in public on the streets. Why are we letting these people in?
If your wife is coming out in front of people, showing herself, embarrassing herself, being all hysterical and laughing and all of this in front of people that are just, maybe they're laughing at her, maybe some people are perverted, they're just lusted by her or something like that, they're in love with her or something
I actually
like that.
know a guy who, one hijabi YouTuber, he actually masturbated over her.
I see that.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
You know, maybe this is a bit of a reach, but maybe if somebody tries to come into the country wearing this shit, you should just say, nah. Like, if you're, like, into Islam enough to wear all this stupid shit, like the weird robe thing and the dumb hat, like, yeah, you're probably gonna hate women and, like, support ISIS and crap. Might be a bit of a reach, but, like, maybe we should start considering.
I'm saying, you know that your wives are putting themselves out like that in that way, and you got guys that are perving over them.
Like Imran gets these emails, I can't deal with those kind of emails, that's nasty, man. Imran gets them kind of stuff. How do you deal with that, man? But honestly, look, if you...
Bro, it's funny how they're talking about how women shouldn't act like that in public, and they have these gross fucking pubic hair, like, beards.
As a husband, you know that this is happening, and you let them, it's going to be a bit harsh, and you let your wife do that, and the Prophet ﷺ said that the youth will not enter into Jannah. I say, if you're not the youth, I don't know what the youth is, honestly. If this person not the youth, then what? And the youth is a person who doesn't have any jealousy to their female relatives.
Yeah.
If this person's not the youth,
He lets his wife go out how she dress. Lets man look at
and
her.
the punishment for that is that they won't enter the Jannah, nor will they even smell the smell of Jannah. And the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith which you mentioned before, in the hadith of Sahih Bukhari of Sa'ad ibn Mu'adh, right? Sa'ad ibn Mu'adh, that he said.
Did he even like say any actual words? It doesn't even sound like he's speaking Arabic. He just said, "Is that what they actually do when they can't remember a hadith? They just go,
That Sa'ad ibn Mu'adh, when he said that if I saw someone with my wife, I would kill him. The Prophet ﷺ laughed. They're not saying that you're allowed to kill him, but he laughed. They're saying, "Ta'ajabuna min ghayrati Sa'ad." You're shocked about you're amazed about the ghayra, the jealousy, protective jealousy of Sa'ad. And in praising this type of jealousy, he said, فَوَاللَّهِ لَأَنَا أَغْيَرُ مِنْ سَعَدٍ. I have more ghayra, this protective jealousy, than Sa'ad. So it's a praise, because the Prophet ﷺ had it. And he said, وَوَاللَّهِ لَاللَّهُ أَغْيَرُ مِنِّي. Allah has more ghayra than me. So it's a praiseworthy attribute.
It doesn't mean you can kill someone.
It doesn't mean you can
but
kill
the
someone.
point is that feeling of like, what, this guy's like, he's watching my wife.
It's a praiseworthy
wife.
thing. You know, in some countries, just speaking about someone else's sister, it's something that they're just speaking about it, like saying, "How's your sister?" That's something that you can't do.
Yeah, it's like in my culture, I'm not gonna lie, yeah. Like, it's a bit weird when people are like, oh, "How's your wife?" Like, bro, and the guy never seen my wife. He might never see your wife, but just he's being nice. Bro, don't.
"These people are psychotic and should not be let in." Let's see. The shocking truth about skin cancer sunscreen will blow your mind. Turns out that adequate levels of vitamin D, sunshine, reduce your risk of cancer by 50%. So, vitamin D itself may be protective against cancer. That doesn't mean sun exposure is protective against skin cancer.
Vitamin D is literally nothing short of a miracle. It's a God-given miracle. It's a part of the natural plan. We were designed to be exposed to the sun. Unlike most...
No, you weren't. Your fucking pasty-ass white skin was not designed to be exposed to the sun. Like, the sky is white enough to piss milk. And he's saying, God designed us to be in the sun. Okay, why the fuck did your ancestors not come from Africa? Like, why aren't you black?
Exposed to the sun. Unlike most any dermatologist you will see who will warn you and say, plead with you to stay out of the sun because of their fear of getting a skin cancer, which was most likely.
Yeah, there's a lot of inbreeding in Islamic countries. I think it's particularly bad in like Afghanistan and Pakistan. One of the theories for why there's a big IQ difference between some of these countries is because of inbreeding. They're allowed to marry first cousins.
Yes, people die from skin cancer, but not many. It's a small fraction, probably less than 1% of the people who die from lack of sun exposure and getting other cancers like prostate and lung and cancer and
this guy is an absolute moron.
So, breast cancers. So the vitamin D, we did not understand or appreciate its full value until this century. Last century, we didn't know. We just knew that it was available and was primarily thought to treat bone diseases like rickets and osteomalacia. But in the late 1990s, they're good for bone disease. I don't know what is moderate epigenetic to make vitamin D.
The claim that vitamin D reduces cancer risk by 50% is exaggerated. Meta-analysis, the total of 26,916 participants, showed evidence of around 14% increase of cancer mortality in people with serum vitamin D below 30 nanomoles, I think that's nanomoles per liter. While another clinical trial with over 25,000 participants showed that vitamin D supplementation reduced the incidence of metastatic and fatal cancers by just below 20%. Intriguingly, no protective effect in overweight people. That's expected because vitamin D builds up in fatty tissue, so it's not circulated in your serum, and no reduction in overall cancer incidence. Some observational studies suggest that higher vitamin D levels are associated with reduced risk of certain cancers, such as colorectal cancer, but not others like breast or lung cancer. Additionally, randomized controlled trials have generally not found vitamin D supplements to reduce overall risk of developing cancer significantly. Must also be emphasized that the beneficial effects of vitamin D, including the potential of reducing cancer mortality, can be perfectly obtained from oral supplementation. The claim of superiority of biosynthesized sun-made vitamin D over oral supplementation, while somewhat popular on social media, is not being scientifically backed. It actually has failed clinical testing, like in this meta-analysis showing that only supplementation succeeded in improving serum vitamin D levels. Regarding sunscreen and skin cancer, the claim that sunscreen increases skin cancer risk is misleading. Sunscreen is designed to protect the skin from harmful UV radiation, which is a known risk factor for skin cancer. While it's true that sunscreen primarily blocks UVB rays responsible for sunburns and photoaging, which are necessary for vitamin D production, it also provides protection against UVA rays, which contribute to skin cancer. The balance between obtaining vitamin D from the sun exposure and protecting the skin from UV damage is complex, but sunscreen remains an important tool in skin cancer prevention. Vitamin D can be safely obtained from dietary sources and supplements without the risks associated with UV exposure. Yep. Boom is right. Yeah, these people are absolute fucktards. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. You know how Islamists on Twitter and stuff have been saying how ISIS was created by Israel and pointing out all these Israeli insiders and ISIS to prove it? It'd be 5D chess if Israel created that narrative on purpose to make it harder for ISIS to recruit. That is funny. Yeah. I don't know if they're doing that, but that would be like 70 chess, dude. That would be pretty brilliant. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
She said, please don't interrupt me. She actually says that there were Christian bodies found all over Europe. When she said that I am not trying to kill her, we will post right after this, where she said it at least on 8 occasions. That's why she's being investigated by the FBI. Because you can lie about me, you can call me filth, and Piers won't, and you can call me psychotic. I've never said that about you. But what you can't do is incite violence against my family. You have repeatedly said I'm trying to kill you. You said the Jews killed JFK. You said if the Jews killed JFK,
you said all this
and we couldn't protect the president. Okay, wait one second.
Can we get back to the debate?
For a moment. No, wait. Let's just go back for a moment. No, Piers, I have to respond to things.
Would you like a
when
source?
Candace says that it is demonic.
You wanted the source from Candace.
I never got between.
You wanted the source from Candace. I think she has one. Well, why don't you let her answer? I think she has one.
Let me fact check this source as well. So 70,000
yes, I want to see where Israel dropped more bombs on Gaza than Dresden.
70,000 tons of explosive have been dropped on the Gaza Strip. Let's see how many tons of explosives were dropped on Dresden. 1 second.
You mean she said it and now she's fact-checking it? You're kidding me, right?
No, you're asking me to give you the direct source live, and I'm going to look it up for you.
I don't have a computer on me. I don't have a computer on me. This is ridiculous.
Let her finish.
This is a cheat sheet. This is absurd.
Let her answer the question.
Go ahead.
Candace.
So 2,700 tons of bombs were dropped on Dresden in an 800 bomber air raid, and that is according to Britannica, the encyclopedia.
And what was the tonnage of bombs dropped in Gaza?
In Gaza, it was 70,000 tons of explosives were dropped in the Gaza Strip, and I got that from CNN.
Through the duration of the war to date, is that the timescale?
Yes.
Okay. So Rabbi Shmuley,
which they're saying has surpassed
so let's be clear.
Dresden,
so over
Hamburg,
11
and
months, she's comparing an 11-month war to a single night in Dresden. That's clearly absurd. I'm glad that she has her cheat sheet, her computer in front of her. But notice, she made this.
That is a very good point. So Dresden was a one-night raid, and the war has been going on for 11 months. So.
Called it a blood libel.
Not knowing what she was talking about.
What she said. Hang on. What she said, to be clear, was that the Israeli.
It's also in the New York Times.
The Israeli Defense Force had dropped more bombs on Gaza than were dropped on Dresden. That is true. Do you accept that, Rabbi Shmuley?
You know, Piers. I find this an astonishing debate.
You asked.
Wait. First of all, I don't. Wait. What do you mean it's true? Because she said it's true?
No, do you accept that's true?
The New York Times says it's true.
Is this a serious show? Wait. Every time I try to speak,
you asked for a source. You called it a blood libel. You asked for a source. Fortunately, we had time to look it up.
Excuse me, you are interrupting me. She made a definitive statement. She admitted she had no source. She had to then use her computer. It's absurd that she has a computer during this debate. Because she had to look it up. 1 second. Now she's saying that over an 11-month war. No, we don't know that she's right because your fact checkers haven't checked it, and my fact checkers haven't checked it. But let's just go back for a moment. Israel was attacked in the most savage way, and women were gang raped. Their breasts were cut off. Candace recently had a guest on who even denies that women were raped. Now she's saying it's in the New York Times. She said the other day that the New York Times lied and fabricated about the mass rape of women. She had the former press secretary of Bernie Sanders who.
Aiden Ross is going live with Candace Owens right now in Kick. I'm not going to bother watching that. I think after this, I'm done with Candace Owens for today.
Denies that. Now she suddenly likes the New York Times. You are speaking to the #1 critic of the New York Times in America. And by the way, this is a typical thing. Candace will say there's no racism in America. Then she will sue, which she did, the Stanford, Connecticut Board of Education for a $40,000 settlement against racism. She then went on a show and fabricated and said it wasn't a settlement. It was actually for tutors for 1 month. You tell me which tutors are paid $40,000 per month. She will say that I have no right to bring up her family. First of all, I didn't. It was her own father-in-law who condemned her. But she can bring up Brigitte Macron. She can bring up Emmanuel. She can destroy their marriage. Obsess. And you were very good on that, Piers.
Yes, I am against first cousins getting married. People who are related should not be able to breed.
Challenging her. She can destroy other people's marriages. And you know what's also interesting?
Hang on.
Wait. The day after, one final point. The day after October 7th, she said nothing for a few days, never condemned it. And when you asked her on the show, she said, Piers, I never talk about anything international. Is Brigitte Macron an American?
But
so she can speak about the genitals of the First Lady of France for months, but not condemn the gang rape of Jewish women?
I've already said to Candace, I don't believe a word of the Brigitte Macron thing. What I would say about what you've just quoted Lord Farmer as saying, you said that he condemned Candace in the statement he put on X. He didn't condemn her. I just read it again. And there's no condemnation of his daughter-in-law. He simply said...
You're kidding. Read the first line.
In view of public comments from a high-profile member of my family, I want to put my own views on anti-Semitism and Israel's current military campaign in Gaza on public record. Where's the condemnation?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So where's the condemnation?
Thank you. So let's get the timeline. Candace says she was on vacation
Where did he condemn
with her
her?
father-in-law 2 days before.
Where did he condemn her?
You and I can read between the lines on any press
I'm not reading between the lines.
She says,
you said he condemned her.
high-profile...
I've just shown you he didn't condemn her.
He absolutely condemned her.
No, he didn't.
Doesn't once say, it's my daughter-in-law Candace, and I love her, but we disagree. Number two, he went on to say that Israel has every right... He was distancing himself for her repulsive, putrid, and reptilian anti-Semitism.
He gave his own opinion.
Why did he start by saying in light of a high-profile member of my family?
He didn't condemn her and didn't even name her.
He distanced himself from Candace.
Let me ask Candace a different question, which is this. Candace, why is it, do you think, that so many people in the Jewish community believe that you are anti-Semitic?
I think that's actually a very good question. And just to go back, I'm going to answer your question. I just want to make sure people are recognizing, because he said a lot of stuff there. He's not able to counter. He essentially tried to hold me to looking up the sources. We've now found the sources, and it's the BBC, it's the New York Times, and it is the Euromed Human Rights
We have
Monitor
found no sources, and we'll fact check it afterwards. You looked it up during the show.
70,000 tons of bombs were dropped on Gaza, and per the BBC, the British aircraft dropped 4,000 tons of bombs on Dresden. So just for clarity,
in a single night, not 11 months. In a single night, correct.
Please don't cut me off. I have not cut you off. He called it a blood libel because that is a strategy, which is meant to just distract people from the truth or looking into it. So you say everything you say is a blood libel. Now, to answer your question, Piers, I think that's a very good question. And the answer for that is because the media as an entity has been basically mining Jewish pain, the history of their pain, by taking people out of context and presenting things that are as a fact, but is simply untrue, things that I've never said. We are watching right now, and that's why I'm grateful for you to provide this opportunity. You are watching Rabbi Shmuley do this live, right? When we talk about yellow journalism and people that take things out of context and try to present it to people with a bunch of hysteria and go, oh my gosh, Candace said this. Oh my gosh, Candace is a Holocaust denier. Oh my gosh, he's called me all of these names. And he doesn't have a single fact in there. They just know that if they say those things, it's a trigger. It is reminiscent of exactly what was done for Black Americans for a very long time. They have now since changed their perspective on me, but for a long time they thought that I legitimately hated being Black and hated the color of my skin because I stood against Black Lives Matter as an organization, and I stood against what Black Lives Matter was doing. And the media made them hysterical. She's a Black person who doesn't even want to be Black, and she's a Black white supremacist. They bought that narrative because when the media lies, a lot of people accept that what they're reading is true. But of course, I didn't hate Black Americans. I didn't hate anything other than BLM abusing and mining Black pain.
She hates Black people. She's a white supremacist.
Back and saying, well, it's going to be just like slavery to distract people from what was ultimately just a fraudulent organization that was actually going to bring more harms to Black Americans in the end. And that's how I feel about the state of Israel and everything they're doing. Ultimately, I believe it's going to yield more anti-Semitism. It's going to make people associate what Bibi Netanyahu is doing to all Jews around the world. And so I think it's important for them to realize it's these same exact tactics of manipulation.
She literally defends Nazis. Like she supports Holocaust revisionism. Like as if she wants people to hate Jews. It's just so crazy that she'd say that.
And the same exact name calling and ad hominem attacks that is not based in fact and not based in reality, but based in not wanting to answer the fair critiques that people have about what Israel is doing. But that's a very good question.
Okay, Rabbi Shmuley, I mean, there's some validity to that argument, I think, is that too often I do see people immediately branded anti-Semitic if they dare to criticize the Israeli government. But there's a very big difference between criticizing a government and its actions and a whole people, which is what anti-Semitism is. And do you accept that difference?
The beauty of Israel is it's a democracy. You just said that hundreds of thousands of people are marching against Benjamin Netanyahu. I welcome those protests. It shows that even during war, listen, in 1864, the United States had a presidential election. Some people wanted to cancel it, saying that how could you elect Lincoln when there's a civil war? And they still had the election. Israel's the same. Let's just go through Candace Owens' history of anti-Semitism.
I will let you do that. I will let you do that, and she can respond. But on my specific point, though, do you accept that it's perfectly possible, and indeed it should be in a robust democratic society, a central tenet of this, that Israel's government and its prime minister should be criticised by anyone who chooses to criticise them, without the people who criticise them being branded anti-Semitic?
Of course. I am a very close friend of Netanyahu, and I criticize him allowing Qatar is one of the most duplicitous, evil governments in the world. They house all of the leaders, the billionaire leaders of Hamas. I criticize Benjamin Netanyahu, my dear friend, for allowing money to go into Hamas in the belief that they could be bought off. I criticize the Israeli government for not recognizing the Armenian genocide, something that Candace Owens blames the Jews. She actually says that Kemal Ataturk was led by the Jews to the Armenian genocide. By the way, the Armenian genocide took place under the Ottoman Turks, not Kemal Ataturk. She has no sense of history, and she just fabricates constantly.
On the specific point,
let's just go through her history of anti-Semitism.
Yes, you said you had specifics of Candace Owens being
anti-Semitic.
What are those examples?
Okay. You see, the Jewish community did not want Candace Owens to be anti-Semitic. This is actually a tragedy that a woman gifted by God with such eloquence has decided to become a purveyor of hate. And when she said in 2018
She is not an eloquent speaker.
that she has no issue with Hitler because he was a nationalist, but then he wanted to go beyond her borders. Even then, we didn't call her an anti-Semite. That's an absurd thing to say, that you had no issue with Hitler. Hitler, even domestically by then, had enacted all the Nuremberg laws. There was already the November 9th, 1938 pogrom.
Hang on. Just to clarify, let's take these one at a time. What do you believe she said about Adolf Hitler in the clip you're talking about?
She said that there was no issue with Hitler except for the fact that he went beyond his borders. If he was a nationalist,
let's play the clip. Let me play the clip.
But my point is, no one called her.
In the interest of fairness, I'm going to play the clip so that viewers who've never heard it can hear what actually got said.
Yeah, I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist. But if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism. So in thinking about
that's literally what she said. That was a fair criticism of Candace Owens. I don't know, no one in their right mind would say, I would have had no problem with Hitler if he had just stayed within Germany. He was a fascist dictator. He wanted to kill Jews. He got rid of basic human rights and freedoms. What?
How it could go bad down the line. I don't really have an issue with nationalism. I really don't. I think that it's okay. It's important to retain your country's identity and to make sure that what's happening.
Yeah, dude, Piers Morgan is trying to act as though this was a dishonest way of, framing Candace Owens' view of Hitler. That was spot on.
Here, which I think is incredibly worrisome in terms of the decrease in the birth rate that we're seeing in the UK, is what you kind of want to avoid. So I don't have anything I have no problems with nationalism. It's globalism that I try to avoid.
So, Candace, on that specific point, would you say that Rabbi Shmuley has categorized it correctly or not?
He's just openly lying, and that's why he didn't want you to play the clip. I was in the UK, by the way. I was at the Royal Mobile Club. There were Jewish journalists in the room, and nothing was written about it until months later when somebody was working on a hit piece about me. I was answering a question when they were saying, how can we just embrace the word nationalism when it sort of has this dirty feel? And I was just essentially saying that I actually don't have an issue with nationalism. I think it's totally fine to be a British nationalist.
She said she wouldn't have had a problem with Hitler if he just stayed in Germany.
Nationalist, to be an American nationalist, and the problem is that it's wrongly attributed. That word, I think people instantly associate it with Adolf Hitler, and I would argue that he wasn't actually a nationalist because obviously he invaded Poland and he went beyond German borders. I didn't even mention Jewish people, I didn't mention the Holocaust, and suddenly you have people like Rabbi Shmuley who are pretending that
You don't have to. That's what Hitler is. He's a fascist dictator, genocidal maniac. You don't have to mention the Holocaust. If you say, I would have had no problem with Hitler if he stayed in Germany, that is crazy.
I got up there and I defended Adolf Hitler. It's just, this isn't good business. And this is why I say right now, please don't cut me off. Please do not cut me off. A huge issue that you have right now is this dishonesty. If you really want to understand why Israel is facing a PR crisis, why Zionism right now to people doesn't feel good and they don't want to associate themselves with it, is because it seems like it takes so many lies to maintain. There's no reason to misrepresent what I said and to tell people that I support Adolf Hitler, other than the fact that you want people to hate me. And so I'm deeply appreciative that you guys had that clip ready to go.
Well, you may respond to what you just said after that clip. Now you watched it.
Okay. She keeps on saying lying. I never said you shouldn't play the clip. I'm actually happy you did. She said if Hitler had only focused on domestic policy, she would have had no issue with him. His domestic policy was to the Kristallnacht, burn down 3,000 synagogues in a single night domestically. That was not in Poland. That was not in Czechoslovakia. His domestic policy was...
He also burned books, any books that were considered politically dissenting, promoting communism, any books that talked about gay rights, transgenderism. They burned all of those fucking books. Like, he was a horrible... Even before he invaded any countries, he was violating basic human rights and liberties.
Was the 1934 Nuremberg laws. His domestic policy was a complete dictatorship where he destroyed the Bundestag and subjected and created Dachau under Himmler. So those are the historical facts. Now but what I said was, even then, the Jewish community gave her a pass. She explained it. One mistake, people make mistakes. Here's her history of anti-Semitism. She's not going to be barred from going into Australia because of anything she said about Israel. That is a fabrication. She's going to be barred. Australia is my wife's country, born in Sydney. She's going to be barred to go to Australia because she's a Holocaust denier, because the 100-year-old victim of Josef Mengele, the angel of death's experiments, came forward and said, you are going to traumatize me all over again. She actually said that Mengele's experiments, the fourth worst person in Nazi Germany, after Hitler, Himmler, Goebbels, Mengele, it was a fabrication. She's an out-and-out Holocaust denier. And
yeah, she claimed... I saw the video she made. So Mengele performed insane barbaric experiments. She claimed that because these experiments had no scientific merit and because they're so barbaric and horrible, they couldn't have happened. So she's literally a Holocaust denier. She flat out denied that Joseph Mengele performed any of his, like, inhumane barbaric experiments just because she thinks it's too crazy for anybody to do that. Like it's just retarded.
And Australia, God bless them, took in so many survivors after the war, including my wife's family from Slovakia.
Well, let me ask Candace Owens now. Let me ask her now.
She said that the Mengele experiments were false. Go ahead.
Let me ask Candace Owens now. Two things. One, are you a Holocaust denier?
So again, he's not lying. He's totally right. I literally saw the video. We reacted to it on stream. She fucking claimed Joseph Mengele didn't do any of those experiments because, in her mind, no one would do that.
You accept that 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis in the Holocaust? And secondly, do you believe that Joseph Mengele did what he is reported to have done and has been since World War II ended?
Thank you for those questions. No, absolutely, I am not a Holocaust denier. This is, again, another fabrication based
She's a Holocaust denier.
off of a monologue that I did in which I was putting pressure on the American government to explain why it is a fact that we learned all of these things about the horrific things that Nazi scientists did. And to be clear, Piers, I did not even mention Joseph Mengele's name in this.
No, she did. She mentioned his name.
In this skit at all. I spoke about all the things that we learned, that we were told over the years, some of which ended up being rebutted. And, there were tons of, that part doesn't matter. The point is, the end conclusion of that is that the CIA, via an operation known as Operation Paperclip, took the Nazi scientists and brought them to America, where they continued
She's talking about the Nazi scientists that were involved in the V2 rockets, or not the the V2 rockets, and they brought them to work for NASA. That's what she's talking about. She's changing the topic and acting like she never said this. So she's lying and just deflecting and trying to talk about something completely different.
horrific experiments on Americans. That's the full context of that. So they pulled out a statement, one sentence where I said, we've heard all of these sorts of things that they've done, cut people in half, sewed them back together. And I said, that sounds like a ridiculous waste of time. And when you pull that clip up by itself, it sounds like I'm just diminishing all of these stories, when in reality, I'm saying, let's take everything at face value. Let's say everything we've ever heard was true. Why on earth would the American government acquiesce to bringing these scientists over to America? And as a fact, Dr. Mengele was not one of the scientists which was brought over to America. So if
Yes, that's right. He fled to South America, you fucking moron.
Just to be clear, you accept, hang on, I'll come to you, Rabbi Shmuley. To be clear, you accept the Nazis murdered 6 million Jews in the Holocaust?
Yeah, I have never once in any of my appearances
No, I'm just asking you to clarify.
denied the Holocaust atrocities, ever.
And you accept that Joseph Mengele was a despicable man who perpetrated horrendous crimes, including experimenting on Jewish people when they were still alive?
All of the scientists, the Nazi experiments that were done were horrific, and that's why I was saying they were so horrific that it makes you go, why on earth would the...
She's lying. She flat out denied that Mengele ever performed those experiments. She specifically talked about a study where he tried to conjoin twins, where he sewed them together.
The American government in this clandestine operation bring over the Nazi scientists who then became a part of our CIA and continued experiments onto America through to the 60s and the 70s. And
All right,
I was
let me ask Rabbi
what those
Shmuley to
experiments
respond.
were that was done throughout the Korean War.
Rabbi Shmuley, your response.
And I read it.
After this debate, we will post every single clip. That was a complete and utter fabrication. What she said was that she doubts that any of this happened because it was, as she just said, a waste of time. The whole Holocaust.
Let's see. Rabbi Shmuley. I wonder if he posted that on Twitter or something. So this was probably filmed
Hate the Queen. It has nothing to do with the colonization. It has nothing to do, which, by the way, just to be clear, the Brits invading Africa actually represents, and this is going to get me in trouble, but it was, if you look at how forward it brought the African colonies, it ended up being a net positive. Now, this is, of course, it's going to get me in trouble because people somehow think that Africans were living happily ever after and things were great, and then horrible English, British descended upon and murdered everybody, and the French suddenly murdered everybody.
Okay, that's not related.
She is a victim of the culture, and I've said this over and over again ad nauseum, which is just that victimhood has become almost.
I don't know if he committed to posting this on Twitter or on his Instagram, maybe. I don't know if he has any other, like, social media. I'm not sure when this was posted either. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Candace Owens denies atrocities committed by Dr. Mengele during Holocaust.
Innocent people. Candace, come on, that's the difference. They experimented on twins. I mean, some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. I'm like the idea that they just like cut a human up and then sewed them back together. Why would you do that? Literally, even if you're the most evil person in the world, that's a tremendous waste of time and supplies. Just slice a person in half and sew them together. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda on innocent people.
Yeah, so she denied that Joseph Mengele performed some of his experiments because she just thinks nobody would do that. So she's absolutely lying. This is what crypto fascists do. They'll slip up and admit something stupid, like, you know, denying the experiments done by Joseph Mengele. And then when you ask them publicly on a platform like this, they'll just lie and say, I never said that. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Appreciate it.
Cost was a waste of time. Hitler had no winter equipment for his soldiers in Stalingrad under General Paulus in 1942 because the boxcars were taking Jews to Auschwitz. You see, that is what hatred is, Candace. It's where you hate so much that it becomes self-destructive. It's what's happening to you. You're a very gifted, eloquent broadcaster. You are self-destructing before America.
She is not gifted. She's not eloquent. She is an absolute fucking moron and a racist piece of shit.
America's eyes because you have some issue with the Jews, not with Israel. So let me continue. You actually said that Theodor Herzl was a Frankist. By the way, when you attack Frankists as a bunch of Jewish pedophiles, you forget to mention they all became part of your religion. They all converted in 1757 to Catholicism. You always omit that. But you said that Theodor Herzl was a Frankist, and you said he set up the state of Israel as a refuge for pedophiles. This is before Gaza. This is before Rafah, as a refuge for Jewish pedophiles. You always refer to Jews as pedophiles. It's the main word you use about Jews. And every historian knows that what began in Norwich in 1099 with the first blood libel, where the Jews were falsely accused of taking a Christian child and drinking his blood, you actually believe that. You said that Christian bodies, this is before Rafah, this is before Israel, that Christian bodies were found all over Europe. And when you speak about pedophilia, you know, it's funny, you just converted to Catholicism.
Yeah, I watched the video she made. She was trying to claim Jews are a part of a satanic pedophile cult and that they were killing and drinking the blood of Christian children all over Europe. So she's a massive, massive, insane anti-Semite.
Catholicism. In 2002, Pope John Paul II, a pope that you would probably like, he was very conservative. He was a great man, great friend of the Jewish community, recognized the state of Israel, sent an ambassador in 1994. He apologized, very frail, to the world Catholic community, saying that at least 2% of all Catholic priests were pedophiles. Later, Pope Benedict XVI apologized again. I met Pope Benedict, a great man, great friend of the Jewish community. He said it was 4%. Then Pope Francis raised it probably even higher, 6%. We know 1 million people, almost 1 million people, children in France alone, according to the French government, were abused by Catholic priests. But you've never once condemned Catholic pedophilia. Everyone knows it was the biggest scandal in the world, but only the Jews are pedophiles. Is that anti-Semitism?
Okay, let me ask Candace, do you condemn pedophiles in the Catholic Church, Christian pedophiles?
Yeah, he's just lying again. Actually, on my show, I spoke extensively about Frankism, and I told people that there was a conversion into the Catholic faith. And one of the things that I believe is that all of the Abrahamic religions have been infiltrated by Satanists, and that is what I've said. So they decided to pull apart only the piece where I'm talking about Judaism, and not where I'm speaking about all of the faiths having been infiltrated, and speaking about how it's important for everyone to recognize.
That's not true. She never said that. She's lying. She only mentioned this about Jews.
recognize this so that you can realize that there is this sort of satanic cult that's operating within all of the faiths. And I think that they use Christians and they use Jews and Muslims as well. I've said that on my show multiple times, so he's just absolutely lying about that.
That is not true. She's lying.
I think the difference here is that you'd be hard pressed to find a Catholic that would in any capacity defend pedophilia. Now, regarding what he is saying that I said Judaism is filled with pedophiles, that is objectively nonsense. I am a Christian. I'm aware of what the first 5 books of my Bible are. That would be me insinuating that, okay, well, the first 5 books of my Bible are inspired by pedophilia. That's absolutely false. What I said, and I'm hopeful that this is something that the rabbi will agree with, is that it is a fact that Jewish pedophiles, American Jewish pedophiles, escape and run and hide in Israel, where they are given safe harbor by the government. That is a fact. They will not extradite our pedophiles. That is an absolute nonsense, given the many billions of dollars that we give to Israel, that we can't get back the men that are raping children, okay? And I can't imagine a single person that would think otherwise, that that is not a nonsense and that we should not be giving back those pedophiles. And to be clear, it wasn't Candace Owens who researched and came up with this. It was an incredible Jewish organization that looked into this, talked about how wrong it was, and brought it into the mainstream media. If you don't like that Israel is harboring pedophiles, that's not on me. That is on the state of Israel, okay? Again, I am condemning the state of Israel for harboring American pedophiles and not extraditing them. Do you have a disagreement there, Rabbi? If so, please share.
Thank you, Candace. Not only is that an absolute lie and fabrication against Israel, the most famous example, the country that will now bar you from entering because you're a Holocaust denier, not because of Israel, because a 100-year-old experimentee of Mengele came forward and said, "Do not subject me to this trauma."
And the Interior Minister of Australia said, "Wait, well, she just said it."
No. But she denies Mengele's experiments, and
when they literally just said 6 million Jews got killed in the Holocaust.
So this is a stupid thing that Piers Morgan does. He doesn't do any He didn't do any research on Candace Owens and what she said before, this whole thing. So he's just taking her at her word, assuming she's never told a lie in her life, that, I don't deny that Joseph Mengele conducted any experiments. She said that. She's just lying on his program, and now he's defending a fucking Holocaust denier, saying, "Oh, well, she's not a denier. She says she's not." She's a fucking, this is like if he had Nick Fuentes on his program, asking him, "Do you think 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust? Do you think Nazi Germany orchestrated it?" "Oh, yeah, sure I do, Piers." There are an innumerable amount of fucking video clips, Facebook, Twitter, whatever posts of Nick Fuentes denying the Holocaust, claiming only a few thousand at most Jews were killed. He's claimed that the Nazis never tried to orchestrate a plan to exterminate the Jews. Nick Fuentes would lie about this in a public venue like this. Why would you take her at her word? It's stupid.
It's insanity, or malice, probably malice, for some revisionists to suggest the Allies should have settled for a conditional surrender from Germany and Japan. Unconditional surrender is the only way for fascist, genocidal and conquest-hungry regimes.
Yeah, I know it's stupid. People are absolute fucking morons. They don't know anything about, fucking jack shit. They're just massive, retarded fucking pussies, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Goomba.
Wait.
That's not Holocaust denial.
Wait a second. Come on, Piers. You're more subtle than that. You can say that 6 million Jews died. You can say, of course you could be a Holocaust denier. Why don't you let me answer, please? You could say that 6 million Jews were accidentally bombed by Curtis LeMay and by Bomber Harris, and there was no Zyklon B. She said that Mengele did not do those experiments. By the way, this is not my decision. This is the government of Australia that is barring her. Please don't interrupt me, Candace. The most famous example in Australia of a Jewish pedophile.
Doesn't even matter if you didn't mention Mengele's name. We know exactly who you're fucking talking about. She's full of shit.
Please don't interrupt me. The most famous example of a Jewish pedophile was a woman named Malka Laufer. She was a religious woman from Melbourne, Australia, and
if I were to say, I heard the story that there was this leader in Germany who wanted to exterminate all the Jews. I think that's just totally crazy. Who would want to exterminate an entire group of people? And then you're called out for saying you're a Holocaust denier and you deny that Hitler orchestrated the Holocaust, and your only response to that is, I never mentioned Hitler. She's just clearly fucking lying.
And she apparently abused 74 children. She ran to Israel. She was prosecuted by Israel, extradited. She's in Australia being prosecuted right now. This is a total fabrication. And it comes down to what Candace has the most unhealthy obsession with Jewish sexuality. Notice that we all know that the Vatican, of course, took cardinals, like the Cardinal Archbishop of Boston, and gave them the highest positions in the Vatican. She has never criticized that. Only Israel. Now, Candace, let me ask you a point-blank question. Did you say that Theodore Herzl, you said he was a Frankist or descended from Frankists. Again, Frankists all became Catholic. He was Jewish. Did you say that Theodore Herzl set up Israel as a haven for Jewish pedophiles?
Okay, first and foremost, I just want to debunk your claim that what I said was a lie. It is in CBS News, and it was the Jewish Community Watch, an American organization that tracks accused pedophiles who has been trying for years to find a specific pedophile. They are the ones that brought this to the forefront, and CBS News partnered with them.
What's the name of the pedophile? What's the name of that pedophile? I just gave you a name. I'll go louder. What's the name of that pedophile?
Well, they were tracking down
you don't
a
know,
pedophile
do you?
named Caro.
Now let's go to the Vatican. How many people they allowed? How many cardinal archbishops were protected?
Please don't cut me off. Please don't cut me off. You told a lie, and so I'm debunking it live for you. The pedophile.
What's the name of the pedophile they're looking for? What's the name?
I'm trying to say it for the third time. His name is Jimmy Julius Caro.
You're looking it up right now? You mean you said all this and you had no idea?
The title of the article in CBS News is entitled How Jewish American Pedophiles Hide from Justice in Israel. CBS News teamed up with a Jew.
Her claim was that the nation of Israel was set up to harbor pedophiles. This has nothing to do with her proposition.
Jewish organization and came to this conclusion because they were the ones that brought it to the forefront. So courageous Jewish people who are.
Do we really need someone to read off the internet in a debate? This is not your show. This is a debate.
Okay.
I am
did you say that Theodore Herzl created the state of? No, Piers, did she say that Theodore Herzl set up Israel?
We are getting too obsessionally sidetracked into paedophilia.
No. This is one critical thing. Did she say that Theodore Herzl set up Israel as a haven for pedophiles?
I want to end. We've got to end the debate. I want to end the debate by giving you both this opportunity. Right? You are both religious people. Right? Every religion purports to be peace-loving. Right? Rabbi Shmuley. Be a Christian.
That's not true. Not every religion claims to be peace-loving. Is like Muslims admit they're a violent religion.
What would you say?
Yeah, I actually deeply appreciate Rabbi Shmuley having a platform. It's not something that I've ever said I want his platform stripped away because I think that he does more in terms of revealing.
Right, so she calls him a pedophile and one of the most evil people on earth, but she doesn't want him platformed. Sure.
What it is that I'm speaking about when I'm talking about radicalism than anybody else. And so in that way, I'm grateful that he has a platform, and I would never call for him to be banned from anywhere. I hope he gets a megaphone, and I think that people watching his behavior today.
Do you see any saving grace as a human being?
I think I will pray for him. I will continue to do it. I don't like to speak about radicals.
I think she can repent and cease being a force for hatred against the black community who call her Candace, who have rejected her utterly. She is one of the most despised women in America by the black community. She's doing a whole new tour to be reaccepted. I think she can use her eloquence to apologize. Instead, she essentially hinted that the only reason she attacked the black community for the past 4 years, calling them stupid and dumb and can't vote for themselves and cry wolf and racism, was because she was forced to do so at the Daily Wire. I call it the Daily Liar. Maybe that's correct, but I think she should take personal responsibility. Saying that Israel was created as a haven for Jewish pedophiles by Theodore Herzl is not the way she's going to repent. Saying that she defends Kanye West when he says he loves Hitler. Hitler killed 10,000 Jews a day, 3 9/11s a day for 4 years, between 1941 and 1945.
I think we know
wait, 1 second, please.
No, I know the greatest hits are coming. It's fine. We've heard them.
But
all I wanted you to do was say something nice.
I think she could use her. I think she could use.
That's how we started this.
I think she could use her eloquence to repent. That's all. And I think finally that if Candace could just come forward and admit that as a Christian, Jesus said clearly that you cannot approach him except through the Jews. He said that the Jews are the root and Christians are the branch. The fact that we in the community consider her the #1 anti-Semite in America means that she cannot relate to Jesus. So I'm saying become a Christian. That's a nice, very nice thing to say. The fact that Jesus said I'm sent only to the lost sheep of Israel. Come and learn about the Jewish Jesus. You know what, Candace? I'll give you a free copy of my book, Kosher Jesus. It teaches you about the Jewish Jesus. The meek shall inherit the earth. Love your enemies. Turn the other cheek. Don't say, and stop calling me a killer. Stop saying I'm trying to kill you. You've said it over and over again. You are saying what Henry II said. Rid me of this troublesome priest.
I think we've established you're struggling to find anything nice to say about Candace, but I appreciate.
Well, that was nice and retarded. Let me look at the comment section here. You have a body, but who are you? Who is having a body? What the fuck does that mean? Well, that's
But as far as balancing a lot of your physique, I thought he raised an interesting point. He says, look, we have all these different classes, even in natural bodybuilding, there's men and women. He goes,
nicotine gum isn't vegan. It contains gelatin, dude.
Instead of trying to change your balanced physique, why don't you just train everything 100% balance and then land in the class that you should be in? Land in the class that your genetics and structure dictate you should be in with your proportions and size. Instead of trying to fix imbalances just accept that that's your structure and train everything maximally for full, proper balanced training, and let your physique land where it will. In my case, that means a little bit more bicep priority because I did undertrain it. So again, it's just an interesting philosophy. So what I did with a lot of this, though, I took these to failure. Those seated presses were to failure too. It's just that people may not realize it because I just get stuck at the bottom, and I can't do another rep without cheating. So it just looks like, okay, we just ended the set. These, you actually see the failure. You see the failure. And yes, I'm aware as I'm in the middle of the cut and the water's whooshing down, the waistline's a little saggier today. It will probably tighten up next week. I have a feeling it's going to be nice and tight because that's always what happens with the carbs. When I cut carbs down, go through a little bit of a transition there, and then it whooshes. So on these, I did.
Buddy, you just have loose skin from being like morbidly obese.
Rest pause, and that's something I'm going to do more of. You know, people say, well, how do we get away with this sort of training? You're only doing about 6 sets of muscle group. I may start doing some rest pause on those. I managed to squeeze out 3 more reps that way. Okay, the rear delt is really efficient. You can make your gains, and again, it's not like this is new. I mean, people can argue.
How much money is this guy even making by uploading? $210K views. He's probably making like $500, I'm guessing, and that's probably supplemented with like either welfare or his disability checks.
Democracy Watch. Mark, we just got some major good news out of a crucial battleground state. Can you tell us what just happened in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, this is a major victory for voters and voting rights in what could be the deciding state in 2024. A Pennsylvania court ruled that the county...
Blaha was talking about you in a live stream today.
Thoughts on intermittent fasting?
It's useless and it does nothing. Thanks for the donation, Fuyu. What was he saying? Did you watch the live stream?
Counties must count mail-in ballots that are...
Was it a live stream on Facebook or on his YouTube? Why I complimented Vegan Gains on his 405 bench in spite of our history. He never complimented me. I literally went into his live stream and somebody asked if he saw my... by the way, it wasn't a 405 bench, it was 410. So that's his way of like... Wow, dude. I benched 410. I did bench 405, but I actually benched 410. That was the biggest lift. So he's even trying to lower the weight just by 5 pounds to take away from what I did. But I'm banned from commenting on his YouTube channel. So when he was streaming live, I asked some people in chat to ask him if he saw my 410 bench. And he never said, oh, that's great, good for Vegan Gains or anything. He said, oh, I heard about it. That's all he said. He never complimented me. So he's just fucking lying. This guy has not changed at all. He's still the same narcissist, manipulative dickhead he's always been.
Of you who are chiming in, majority of the world out there isn't fit. They aren't healthy. They aren't lifting. They eating garbage.
Jalen Donatellas, you like Mike the Vegan's channel? No, he's a dishonest, lying ideologue. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Zach, you and Michael Hearn are two older bodybuilders with elite level. All right. Thoughts on jiu-jitsu for divers pull legs 3 times a week? Peanuts daily, yes. If you have to go to be in the window for carb overfeeding for a girl to get stronger by lifting and to stay very, probably not, but not good information. 5'10" at the most, 6 foot, by the way. There you go, man. Chris, please.
He like never even mentioned me in the entire live stream. This guy's life is a fucking joke.
Timely received, so they come in on time, okay, but are missing or have incorrect dates on the outer envelope. Okay, so these are ballots that are misdated or undated. The person fills out their absentee ballot, they write the date of the election on the date, or they leave it blank, or they put their birth date, but they arrive on time to the counties. There's no question that they are timely cast ballots, but don't have the dates. Those have to be counted, and that is a ruling by the Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania under the terms and provisions of the state constitution, the Pennsylvania state constitution.
And will this be appealed? Is there a higher court? Will this be appealed to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court?
It has already been appealed by the Republicans to the High Court of Pennsylvania, the state Supreme Court. And, I just want to pause there for a second to say, you might imagine a different world in which both parties celebrated a ruling that said that voters would have their ballots counted rather than thrown in the garbage because they put the wrong date on the next to
which
their
is
signature.
Completely immaterial.
Totally immaterial, has nothing to do with anything. But, you might imagine that world. And I would tell you that world wasn't that long ago. Yeah. It wasn't that long ago that it was Republicans who were relying particularly for their older voters, on mail-in voting. It was not that long ago that, frankly, many young voters and minority voters preferred to vote in person, particularly in person early. Why?
Jalen Donatellas, is it true vegans who include no processed food like Mike the Vegan fail more? Whole food cultists, I think. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
I've had enough with you, Candace. Your racist nonsense has gone way too far. I now consider picking up that J space laser from my bar mitzvah. Shabbat shalom, Candace. Am Yisrael Chai.
All right, well, good luck with that. Thanks for the donation, Avi Duder.
We always used to talk about souls to the polls so much, right? That was early in-person voting, and it was Republicans who...
No, muscle mass does not increase your metabolism by that much. Doesn't really make much of a difference.
...would have cheered this, but not anymore. In the world of Donald Trump, the Republican Party hates this ruling, and so they have already appealed this and are seeking review in the High Court of Pennsylvania, the state Supreme Court.
How many votes is this going to impact this year?
This is a big deal because you're talking about at least 10,000, more likely tens of thousands of ballots that will be affected.
In a state, by the way, that was decided unto itself by tens of thousands of votes.
That's exactly right. I mean, this very much could be the margin of victory or defeat for not just Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, but also in the competitive Senate race between Bob Casey and McCormick, or some of the swing House races. There are at least 3 very competitive House races that we focus on there when we talk about control of the House. So this is a huge ruling for voters in Pennsylvania. It is a huge ruling for voting rights, but it is also a huge ruling when it comes to the outcome of the 2024 elections, because, I said that you could imagine a different world. Well, we can stop imagining. These ballots are going to be disproportionately young. They're going to be disproportionately...
Kyrgyzstan is a shit YouTube channel that promotes tons of misinformation. Weight loss doesn't occur if you eat less than 2,000 calories. Weight loss occurs when you're in a caloric deficit. Kyrgyzstat's fucking stupid. Don't watch their fucking dumbass channel.
Minority voters, and they're going to be overwhelmingly Democrats of all stripes.
And that was my next question, is what groups of people are most likely to have their ballots rejected for being outdated or misdated? But the reality is that Republicans know full well, and this is why they're so hostile to these kind of votes, they know full well that the people actually taking advantage of early voting, of mail voting, are not their own voters, because they've been groomed, their own voters, to only go and vote on Election Day, because Donald Trump keeps perpetuating this idea that any early voting, any mail voting is just rife with fraud.
Right. And so we know a couple of things. The first is, as you say, as an overall pool, we know mail-in voting in Pennsylvania and virtually everywhere in the country right now is used more often by Democrats. I shouldn't say advantage, because it doesn't advantage one party or the other, but it's more often used by Democrats because of the lies that Donald Trump has been spreading about it. But we also know something else, which is that within the pool of rejected mail-in ballots, okay, now we're just taking the subset of rejected mail-in ballots, we know that those are disproportionately young versus old, and Black and Hispanic versus white. So we know that the pool of rejected ballots are going to skew more in the direction of minority voters and young voters. And for people who are curious why that is, it actually hits young voters even more harder than it does minority voters, because young voters tend to have less reliable mail service, and young voters have less history in filling out these ballot envelopes. So they are more likely to put the wrong date. They also are young voters are less likely to see something like dating their signature as super important. They have not grown up in a world in which signatures are the thing that they use to validate their most important documents, and so signatures and dates next to signature tend to play a less important role.
Now, I know Republicans are going to point to this and try to claim that certain people leaving this information off of the ballots is somehow disqualifying. For posterity here,
yeah, I like Scroll Again. It's a fun game.
Does putting the date actually matter? Do election officials even use the date on the outside envelope to determine if a ballot was sent in on time?
They absolutely do not. Period. Full stop. But I'm glad you asked the question, because I am getting a lot of hate. Shocker. Yeah. I'm getting a lot of hate by email or on social media by Republicans and election deniers who are saying, oh, Mark Elias doesn't care what the date is of these ballots. These ballots could come in a week or 3 weeks after Election Day. They can be voted after Election Day, and it doesn't matter. And that is either because they are intentionally misrepresenting the truth, or they have been lied to so often by Donald Trump that they don't understand it. These ballots have been timely received, okay? The ballots we're talking about in Pennsylvania, they have come in before or on Election Day. These are not ballots that possibly could have been voted after Election Day. They have been received already. So the issue with the date is not the date upon which they were voted. The only dating issue here is the date on the outer envelope filled in by the voter. So the date is doing literally no work, because the election officials in the counties, they are date stamping when the counties receive the ballots with an official date stamp. So there's no question that these ballots were voted on time.
So these fields are only there specifically so that if you mess up, it gives Republicans a predicate to then try to throw them away. They are there as a trap, basically, like a booby trap.
Well, that's Republicans for you. Let's see.
Hi, everybody. My name's Layla. I wanted to do a short video to introduce myself as one of the coaches on the OmniFit team.
She sounded good, kind of sexy, I might add.
After hour, get ready. We need to film a video. Portfolio.
Whoa, yeah, she is masculinized as fuck, dude.
Company check-in, interview with the CFO.
Coach Greg, in today's video, guess what? It's a natty or not. And on who? Lila Hormozi. Somebody sent me a video. Lila Hormozi's steroid cycle revealed. And so I thought,
Kid Boot on Teller is honestly good for that cat. Yeah, bite that stupid ass kid. Fuck that kid. Why are the parents letting the kid treat that cat like that? Fuck those people. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I don't think that's a video. Isn't it obvious that this girl is taking steroids? I mean, everyone has heard her voice.
All I care about is that I'm honest.
But then I went and did some research, and I'm typing her name on Instagram, typing in Lila Harmony, and I'm thinking, am I typing her name wrong? So I typed again. Couldn't find her. And so, lo and behold, found out she blocked me. Blocked Coach Greg. And so, don't you think I just changed my mind and said, I'm going to do the video? And so, you block Coach Greg, you best be ready for the rebuttal. Coach Colton's made a video. Is the guy going to actually reveal her cycle? Is he going to get it right? Is he going to get it wrong? Or is she fact natural? I mean, she says she's natural, right? And so we should believe her. The first thing we need to do is examine what are her morals? What are her values? Would she be ever willing to lie?
Success for me has always been tied to my character. I think that enables me to be good at business because people want to work for me and people trust me. But this is not about money for me. It's about the kind of person I can become. I truly look at money as a second measure of that. There's a lot of things you can do to make money, and you meet a lot of people who are shitty. I know that that's the easy way to go, but I just don't want to do that. I don't want to live my life that way. I don't want to end my life that way. And so for me, it's just always been like being a person of character and not losing sight of my values and being able to accomplish things with my values, not by leaving them behind.
And so clearly she's 100% natural. She has very strong morals, very strong values. She doesn't care about the money. To her, it's all about the values. How I turned my life around, I'm going to argue steroids. I'm going to argue steroids. It said that she lost 80 pounds. And so here we had a woman who perhaps didn't like the way she looked. I'm going to argue that we know she doesn't like the way she looked because she's very open, honest, and transparent about the surgeries that she has. And so what surgeries has this woman had?
She had a rhinoplasty, I think she had a lip lift, an eyebrow lift.
And so she's had her nose done, the lips done, the eyebrows done. Lots of things have been done. And apparently she's open about that. If she's open, honest, and transparent about her surgeries, then maybe she would be open and honest and transparent about taking steroids. I mean, she's saying...
No, I don't count steps. If I feel like I've sat around too much, I'll do some cardio on my elliptical machine or I'll ride my bike. And if I have done a lot of crap during the day, I won't bother.
She's natural. And so why don't we just believe her? Well, oftentimes people say that you're most like your 5 closest friends. And I do believe your husband is probably your closest friend of all. And so if her husband is willing to lie about
I'm pretty sure that guy takes steroids too, by the way.
taking and abusing performance-enhancing drugs. Remember, he says he's on minimal doses of HRT. But yet he's posted videos of him gaining 35 pounds, mostly muscle, in 8 weeks. You've seen the transformation. Editor, show it right now. Does anyone think that this guy did this natural or on low doses of HRT? Even with massive abuse.
That guy has been blasting. You are not going to go from this to this in 6 weeks. He is fucking blasting gear.
Abusive doses very hard. I don't believe that Alex Hormozi is being honest. And so what makes you think that his wife is being honest? But hey, let's give her the benefit of the doubt. Let us look at the evidence.
By the age of 19, I allowed myself to get nearly 100 pounds overweight. Today, I want to share with you how I got there, what I did to get out of there, and how I ultimately ended up losing the weight and placing second in a national bikini competition.
And so you could see she was nearly 100 pounds overweight. She lost 80 pounds. Is somebody who gained that much weight, lost weight, and also competed in bikini competitions, pageantry, where almost everyone is abusing steroids, what makes you think that she, out of all of those people, would do it while being natural? And remember, she has major voice changes. And so unless she forgot to practice her singing lessons, what do you think changed her voice?
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Allowing men in women's spaces if they identify as trans, would you see that as a feminist problem or as a woke problem?
I would see that particular issue is a feminist issue. What happens here is that women have gone ahead and voted to allow these things to push through. The reason that this is a movement against patriarchal structures is because men and their sports are really the only sports that matter. Nobody watches women's sports at all. They just don't even bother with it, and I don't blame them for not bothering with it. It's boring as hell. Women have decided to use the power of the vote to institute these policies, and I say let them suffer by those policies that they have instituted. I have no problem with men going in to these women's spaces, for instance, and beating the shit out of all their records and completely dismantling them. What the hell do I care about women's sports for? They voted for this shit. They can deal with it.
I mean, I don't disagree with that, but if we look at the belief that, for example, gender is not something based on sex or chromosomes, but that it is a social construct and therefore open to self-identification, I think it goes a little bit deeper than just the rejection of
Gender
male.
is a social construction.
How do I have such a high TD if you don't do cardio? Well, I do a lot of weight training. My sessions are usually 2 to 2.5 hours.
It does not exist inside of objective reality. It's a made-up term utilized by woke leftist scumbags. It has nothing to do with objective reality. All that exists is biological sex. The norms which come with biological sex are intrinsic to the ontology of human beings.
Do you view the belief that we see basically in all matters of the world, whether that's like sports, we also see it, I mean, even in terms like medicine, it's being conflated. Do you think that that is something that feminists have pushed for, the conflation of biological sex with gender?
Yes, because it assists with trying to destroy the ontology of what is man. So it's an attempt to rip a fabric in the hole of truth of what is man. So yes, it is a pushed feminist. That's why you see the infighting in the feminist crowd from those who try to move over into a more conservative camp, like Rowling or J.K. Rowling, for instance, who says no.
J.K. Rowling is just a transphobe. Like, that's it. Oh my god, dude. Oh, shit. Neck was a little stiff.
You know, we fought for women's liberation. This was not what that was supposed to be, but an entailment of the dismantling of patriarchy is that men can no longer protect you from yourself. And that is why patriarchy is so important, is we also protect women not just from external forces, but protect them from their own choices. And in this particular case, feminine.
Yes, women are stupid and they need men to make decisions for them. That's why it's mostly men who are in prison and addicted to drugs.
The dismantling of patriarchal systems, blurring the line between what is a man and a woman, has long been a feminist doctrine. When you're talking about gender, I don't really understand why you think that this is something other than a social construction. It does not exist. It can't be touched. It can't be tasted. It can't be seen. It definitely does not exist as a reality absent the mind. Why do you think that gender exists absent the mind? Why isn't there only sex?
I don't think that gender is distinguishable from sex. And for the longest time, those terms were used basically synonymously.
Yeah, I agree that people use them.
People who say this are literally just denying reality. There is clearly a separation between gender and sex. People tell you this. Like, I do not feel like a man, and then they transition to a woman, and they look like women, talk like women, act like women, and they live their lives happily as women. You know, even though they were born, their sex was male. So there clearly is a separation between gender and sex. It's kind of like claiming, oh, well, there's no such thing as insanity because the human mind is rational. Like, it's just... You're denying reality. There are people that are insane. There are people whose gender does not correlate with their sex. It's just the way it is.
Interchangeably. But the reason that feminist ideology pushes the trans ideology specifically is because it dismantles ontologically what is a man. That's what it does. That's what the point is of feminism, is to dismantle patriarchal systems. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's always been
like huge that goes out about 4 inches, and half of Marilyn's face is on there. That shit would fucking just collapse over her elbow. My sister was anorexic and it disgusted me.
Did you see my 410-pound bench? Question mark.
I miss her every day. I'm very sorry for your loss. It is a horrible, horrible, horrible disease. It is a horrible eating disorder for the families and for the person. It's just horrible. So my deepest sympathies and condolences. If this is, I'm the Prime Minister of Guyana. Okay. I don't even know where that's at. She'll end up bedbound. There's a strong chance of that. Leah. I would love to buy a month of coaching with Crystal for that little girl. Me too. Me too. Me too. But I mean, she's underage. That's another thing too. I can't believe that Tess made a video about her. But to the little girl, like, just start, like, don't, like, if people are making fun of you, don't accept it. Like, okay, like you say that to me now. I'm changing. I'm doing shit. Do something about it. You can't just cry about it. Just crying about it will not help out, especially with the way the world is. Like, once you show weakness, once there's blood in the water, the sharks come. You don't want to fucking do that, you know? If she ever has to go under anesthesia, she won't survive. Absolutely. I completely agree too. I mean, she's huge.
Did he skip my comment? Am I banned from his channel?
If people would bring more attention to the eating disorder, binge eating, maybe others would actually get some help. You know, I was talking the other day. I think probably 50% of the population of America has, like, some sort of very serious disordered relationship with food, and I would argue a huge percentage of that is binge eating, because binge eating is actually built into our culture now. Get a whole pizza. Get 2 whole pizzas. We have them on sale. Oh, your boyfriend broke up with you. Your girlfriend broke up with you. Let's go get ice cream. Oh shit! It's all of us get together to watch football. Let's get a couple pizzas, get some wings, get some beer, and binge it all fucking down. It's part of our culture. That's the problem. That the culture has gotten rotten, because the culture is formed by the mainstream media and by the government, basically.
I think I might be banned from his channel. I don't know why he'd ban me.
Knock him out! Knock him!
That is a base chicken. Fuck people,
In 2019,
dude.
China.
Thanks for the donation, dude.
I take these two together. This is No Morbidity and Alchemy. You can get them at ambrosiacollective.com. You can get them at tigerfitness.com. You can get them on amazon.com. You can get them at Vitamin Shop. You can get them at any Sparks in the country. But hi, buddy. Hey, what's up? What's up? Huh? This is my Mr. Kitty, my old man. Oh, he's got his little shirt on. Huh. Wanted to be on camera? Okay. But
that's a nice cat.
Food noise is when you're constantly thinking about food. When you can't not think about it. Be nice. When you can't stop thinking about it. It's just constantly telling you to eat, constantly telling you to eat, constantly telling you to eat. It's bad for binge eaters, but it's also extremely bad when you have binge eating and ADHD, because a lot of times, especially in a stressful situation, your ADHD connects with your hyperfocus and the food and the binge eating, and you just can't stop thinking about food. It's fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Let's see here. Do you work with children? I have a close friend with a 12-year-old who...
Yeah, he's skipping my comments. I think I'm being banned from his channel. And nobody else is reacting to me in the chat. That's weird. I don't know why I'd be banned. I don't remember ever commenting on any of his videos and creating a problem with him. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. I hate iShowSpeed. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Aaron from England donated $3. Why you should thank the British for their inventions and science.
Sorry, British ever do for us scientifically.
Apart from the sanitation, the medicine, education, wine, public order, irrigation, roads, the freshwater system and public health, what have the Romans ever done for us?
Nowadays, our education system regards the British as brutal colonists who enslaved populations, subjugated the world. Out of roughly 200 countries in the world today, the Brits colonised, settled or invaded about 90% of them, which I think is fairly impressive, or at least I think the Romans would think it was impressive. But would we have been better off without those bastard Brits? Now, as it happens, they may have some redeeming features, if you look at their scientific contribution at least. Now, this is a slightly different video to normal, and I'm going to talk about the British scientific and technological achievements and inventions, even though I could mention trivial things like the British invention of some of the best countries in the world, like Australia, Canada, Singapore, New Zealand, America. Well, maybe not invented, but they were certainly highly influenced. Or even the only decent country in the Middle East, which is Israel, courtesy of Mr. Balfour, and many other countries that have a great deal to be proud of, such as Malaya, South Africa, Fiji, Kenya, Botswana, Sri Lanka, India, all wonderful British creations. But we're a science channel, and we're going to look at science. Now, the list is long of scientific achievements, and I'm only going to look at the really big ones and some of the more important ones. Let's start. Let's start with transport and engines. So the British invented the railways, steel tracks, railway locomotives. In fact, wherever the British went, railways followed. So they put in railways in Germany, India, South America, and of course everybody copied that. Then we have the modern bicycle, initially called the Rover Safety Bicycle, apparently. Chain drive, caster steering, and relatively small wheels, invented by the Rover Company. In fact, in Poland, the word for bicycle is Rover. And yes, it's the same company that makes Land Rovers. Now, the British obviously invented the first engines, which was the steam engine, and that broke us free from back-breaking animal and human-powered devices. Now, while the British were inventing the steam engine, they, of course, had to invent the piston, and more importantly, the piston ring that seals the piston, a truly remarkable technological invention, which is even now being developed further. And the piston ring is the basis for petrol engines and diesel engines, in fact, virtually every engine. So no Brits, no engines. Next, they invented the first engine-powered ships, obviously steam-powered. Ships' propellers, steel ships, the steam turbine, initially for powering ships, but now it powers the generators in every coal electricity generating plant and every nuclear generating plant. So that's about 50% of all the electricity that's generated today, all courtesy of Mr. Parsons. Then we have the jet engine. Yes, the Germans independently invented it in the Second World War. The turboprop engine, invented by the Brits, the first turboprop aircraft. So if you don't fly in an airplane powered by a jet engine, which was largely due to the Brits, it's a turboprop airplane, which was invented by the Brits. And of course, the turboprop is the basis of the gas turbine, which is used to generate another 20% of the world's electricity. We also have the modern car layout, front drive, transverse engine, independent suspension, CV joints on the front wheels. Before that, companies tried all sorts of arrangements. So, for example, the Germans famously had the engine and everything at the back, but since 1959, most cars use the mini minor equivalent. Ever been on a vehicle that uses steel wheels? Pretty uncomfortable. But don't worry, the Brits invented the pneumatic tyre. So it looks like the British have invented pretty much everything that runs on the road. They didn't invent the road, that's just about it. Well, actually, they did. Tarmac roads, or tarmacadam, was invented by a Scot and a Welshman. Then we have steel bridges. And here's a very interesting one, the modern traffic roundabout in the 1960s. Now, you might think that roundabouts have been around since way before the 1960s, but the Brits had the inspired idea of changing the rules for the roundabout. In other words, yield to enter, which massively increases the efficiency of the roundabout. Then we have the cat's eye reflector. Caterpillar tracks, which the Brits invented just before they invented the tank. So there's much more we could talk about in terms of transport technology, but we must move on to other industrial and technological stuff. Now, of course, Britain famously started the Industrial Revolution in the 18th and 19th century. It's debated why it started in the
Hey, Bimo, what you doing?
United Kingdom, but clearly there was something special going on that made that spark. And of course, it started in the textile.
Yeah, everybody pretty much copies the British, except for now. The British seem to have become retarded lately.
And agricultural industry, in the textiles, They invented the flying shuttle, powered looms, the spinning mill for making threads. In fact, if you didn't have the Brits, you don't have the very fine modern clothing which we have now, which is also incredibly cheap compared with what it used to be. In the agricultural industries, there are all sorts of mechanical devices like the mechanical seed drill, the haymaking threshing machine, but also really important things like phosphate fertilizer production, selective breeding. But that's just the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. If you're going to have an Industrial Revolution, you need to big build buildings. And so the British gave us Portland cement, a revolutionary type of cement. Where would we be without it? Then we have things like steel boring machines, which led to the modern lathe, which is ubiquitous in metal cutting. Hyper-accurate machines for measuring things, the micrometer, for instance. You cannot have modern engineering unless you have hyperfine methods for measuring things. We have stainless steel, the production of polyethylene, very famous plastic use in just about everything. The steel hammer for forging steel and making it much stronger. The Bessemer steel process, the first mass production of steel effectively, and then the mass production of glass using the now ubiquitous virtually tin flotation method. All right, let's go a little bit electrical. So the first long-distance communication cables were invented by the Brits, the coaxial cable. This was used for underwater cables to link the UK to America and other places. The first intercontinental communication, the birth of the internet in a sense. It was the first time that we could communicate all around the world. The telephone, Alexander Graham Bell was a Scotsman. The television, liquid crystal.
The telephone is contentious. There's a really weird story behind that.
Cavity magnetron. You've never heard of the cavity? It's in your microwave, but probably more importantly, the first radars to a large extent used the cavity magnetron, which was a revolution. Then if we go a little bit medical, we've got CAT scanners.
Oh, look, it's Joe Biden.
To a large extent used the cavity scanners. The first town to have chlorinated water. How about the first electronic programmable computer to crack German codes in the Second World War?
Yep.
Accurate navigation using highly accurate clocks, the chronometers, and the first workable atomic clock. Then we have the World Wide Web, a gas stove, tin cans, and a really big one. I know you've been wondering where I get to this one. An alarm clock that makes tea. Again, I could have added many more things, but let's go on to fundamental science, the stuff that all other science and technology actually depends upon. But before we do that, maybe just like and subscribe. How about the discovery of the proton, neutron, and electron, the three building blocks of, well, frankly, just about everything, all discovered by Brits. And the Brits also discovered the opposite of matter, which is antimatter, by Paul Dirac. And more recently, the last particle in the standard physics model of just about everything, the Higgs boson, which was proposed by Peter Biggs. Now let's go a little bit bigger, but not a great deal bigger. The atom, the model of the atom with a hard nucleus with the electrons flying around, was essentially discovered by the British. And I'm being a little bit loose there because there is a famous New Zealander involved with this, but frankly in those days, Kiwis were basically Brits.
Yeah, TDE calculators are reasonably accurate. You can use them to, construct a reasonable diet plan, and then from there you can make adjustments as needed.
What about biology? Well, in my view, the two biggest advances...
Oh, what did the Arabs invent? I think they invented radical Islam and child brides.
In biology were both discovered by Brits. The first one is Charles Darwin's theory of evolution.
No, the Indians invented curry. That wasn't even Muslims, dude.
And then you have the discovery of the structure of DNA at Cambridge University. Fundamental molecular biology, which the whole DNA revolution has been based on. And yes, I know Watson was an American and Wilkins was a Kiwi. Anyway, of course, the discovery of the structure meant this explosion in growth of the whole DNA industry, effectively, such as DNA fingerprinting, now invented by the Brits. Now let's go back to more basic, very fundamental, and possibly more important medicine. We have antiseptics, antibiotics, vaccines, all three invented by Brits. But let's go back to physics now. So we have Newton's laws of motion, Newton's laws of gravity. Where would we be without Sir Isaac Newton? We essentially couldn't predict anything. Back onto the physics, the laws of optics and the way that radio waves travel. Light, the laws of electromagnetic propagation in signals and wires, Scotsman James Clerk Maxwell's. You don't have any mobile phones or computers or communication cables without Maxwell. And then we have electromagnetic induction from Michael Faraday's. If you don't understand magnetic induction, there are no electric motors, there's no electric generators. Basically, the whole backbone of the electricity system, you owe it to the Brits. Or in mathematics, and there are a lot here, so I'm going to pick the really big one, which is the invention of calculus. There was another guy called Leibniz who also invented it at the same time, but essentially Newtonian calculus is at the basis of a huge amount of advanced science of engineering. It's as fundamental as algebra and arithmetic. Now, this list is not complete. There are literally a zillion other things that the Brits have contributed to.
Good job.
Actually, there is just one more, the Flushing loo. Now, obviously, much of what those British scientists did was based on other scientists from lots of other countries, and the Brits were just part of this magnificent thing which we call Western civilization. Of course, there were French and there were Germans, and the scientific development and advancement then spread to the United States and now to the Far East. But the contribution of the Brits were utterly fundamental on so many levels. Now, without those advancements, our lives would be short, harsh, and frankly, just bloody horrible. The world's population would still be about 1 billion, which is what it was in about 1800, rather than the roughly 8 billion that it is today without that wonderful science and technology. Now, if you add up all the bad things that the Brits may have done, the Amritsar massacre, the Bengal famine, and all the other bad things that happen, albeit only occasionally considering the attitudes of the times. But even if you add all those up, it's not a drop in the bucket compared with what has been achieved and the lives that have saved. How many lives, how many babies, children, were saved by antibiotics and antiseptics, clean water, or the uses of electricity, communications and transport? Famines are effectively a thing of the past because, well, for one reason, we can ship food around from one place to another very, very easily. Now, look, it turns out that I was born in England, and even though I'm an Aussie, so I am biased. But I don't think it makes sense to be proud of what your ancestors did or were unless there's some evidence that you carry on those ideas, values, and traditions. But even if you don't measure up to those ancestors or other people's ancestors, it's just bad form not to appreciate what those people did for us. The contribution of the Brits was truly incredible, and we should all be grateful that they came along and did more than virtually any other group to pull humanity out of the appalling, difficult lives that existed before the 1800s.
Now, if only they could figure out how to brush their teeth.
Alex Hormozi himself, and I'm going to be putting up pictures and videos as I'm talking, has gone through a pretty radical transformation and claims to be completely...
That guy is saucing his ass off. Bro, this dude is on all the steroids. Literally all of them.
...void of any steroid use in his life.
And so how many of you believe that Alex Hormozi is natural? If you don't, you can watch his own video from Colton. You can watch that video. You can watch my video. Remember, you need to understand this, because if the husband is willing to lie openly, dishonestly, and not give two shits about it, then what makes you think the wife is going to be honest?
Layla Hormozi has also been in the competitive scene in bodybuilding. In fact, that's how they linked up, through Fitness Connects and getting to know each other through the fitness world.
Alex and Lila, they actually met through the fitness industry, in fitness competitions and so on. So they have something in common. They like going to the gym. They like transforming their physiques. And perhaps they also like testosterone and Anavar. Don't tell anyone I said that. Well, I guess you can tell anyone you want. Tell Lila that she blocked me and that's why she's getting this video.
So now there's these videos popping up about people talking about Layla Hormozi being a trans woman, and I just want to completely squash that. She is completely straight. She is completely biologically a woman.
Do you know what's worse than being accused of abusing steroids? Being accused of being trans when you're not. Oh, I don't think she's natural. Look at her physique. It's impressive. Did you see the biceps and the shoulders and so on? To me, that's a compliment. Me saying, Lila, I don't believe she's natural, look at her physique, kinda it's like giving her a compliment. But saying I think she's trans, have you seen this woman? She's clearly trans. That, to me, is a low blow.
To be honest, she has the key traits of secondary male characteristics for women who use androgens, and this is making people think that she is actually a transvestite.
And so think of this. You're getting your work done, you're changing your face, you're trying to look better. And the result of that is people are thinking you're transitioning into being a man. So physical changes, the nose, the lips, the cheeks, and so on, coupled with androgens from using anabolic steroids and or SARMs, has resulted in people actually thinking she's trying to transition to being a man. I'm telling you that she's not. This is not a woman who wants to be a man. This is a woman who wants to be a woman, but perhaps got a little bit carried away, carved the wrong coach, but in reality could be somebody who was duped into thinking she was taking something that perhaps was safe, when in reality it was not. And so that's just a little foreshadowing
She was probably trying to buy Anavar off the internet, and she was sent D-ball, and she never tested any of her samples. That happens to a lot of fucking people. If you're buying Anavar off the internet, it's either nothing, it's like a sugar pill or a vitamin or something, or it's Dianabol.
Wait for this later in the video.
But if she's using, you know, a reckless 10 milligrams, 15, 20, 30 milligrams a day, which is not unheard of, then likely she is going to experience that masculinization across that longer time duration or time of exposure. Really, that's the thing we're looking for at women is dose exposure as opposed to dose amplitude, right?
And so here's the thing. When you first start taking steroids, you don't think you're going to use high doses. And even with smaller doses, you do get, in fact, greater gains. But after you get used to that, your body gets used to that, you keep having to titrate those doses up. And so perhaps you started at 5 milligrams a day. You did it for 8 weeks. You never had any voice change. You're thinking, well, that's fine. But then you want to compete. And you know your competition's looking better than you. And so what do? You up the dose to 10 milligrams, perhaps 20. And instead of doing it for 8 weeks, you do it for 16. You're losing weight, maybe 80 pounds. Maybe 80 pounds like she did. And then people are giving you that dopamine rush of saying, wow, you look great. You look amazing. You get into competition and you realize this is hard. Dieting to this extent, especially without my cookbook, very hard.
God.
And so what do? You resort to using and abusing performance-enhancing drugs. And at first, the changes are minimal. Remember, say you use a low-dose Anavar and your voice only changed by 5%. You wouldn't even hear it. You wouldn't even notice it. And so you think, I'm safe. Next time you double the dose, you double the length of time that you're doing it, and suddenly your voice starts to change. Perhaps you don't even notice it. You hear your voice every day, and so you don't hear the changes that are happening. Perhaps it's a 1% chance per day. But one of your friends hasn't seen you for a month, and they come and see you, and they're like, wait a minute, are you sick? And you say, yeah, I'm sick. My voice is scratchy a little bit. And you put it off. I'm just sick. And so you don't realize that it's the steroids that are causing that voice change, and you continue to abuse the steroids. And so what happens is, as the weeks go by, the voice changes become permanent. If you stop the steroids right away, it's going to reverse. It'll get back to normal. But if you keep going, the changes will be permanent. And for her, definitely was. And so let's compare the differences in her first year.
Hi, everybody. My name's Layla. I wanted to do a short video and introduce myself as one of the coaches on the OmniFit team.
Not sound good. I'm picturing that girl on the phone. Hey, Joel.
Other couple things here. Her breasts are pretty large. Her nose is different. Her chin is different. Her forehead is a little bit different.
Essentially, she looked different. She looked different back then. I'm going to argue she looked better. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you what I see and what I hear.
So now let's fast forward a little bit. I'm going to go to Layla Nagashine and...
If Sheena Shah got into contact with you wanting to have anal sex with you to put on OnlyFans, would you? Maybe if she was vegan. I don't want to butt fuck a chick who has dead rotting animal corpses up her asshole.
Her bikini competition, which she competed at the NPC Iron Game Championship. So again, this is the NPC. As we know, the NPC is very drug driven.
And so she then competed, got 5th place in a bikini competition, lost 80 pounds. Great job. But do you think that she competed natural? Remember, I'm not saying she cheated. These competitions, they don't have drug testing. You can take whatever you want. And I do believe she did in fact put on a lot of muscle. She did amazing. But it was at the cost of some of that voice or voice being a little bit more masculina. And so look at her physique. She's in the top 5 out of over 10 girls. She looks amazing. She looks very feminine. She has decent muscle size. And granted, she of course could have a smaller waist. She didn't win the competition. And so perhaps she thought, if I took that dose and I doubled it, maybe, just maybe, even next time I'll be able to win. Or once she lost those 80 pounds, she then developed body dysmorphia. Remember, you're seeing yourself shredded in the oil. She's oiled up before GTA 5. Remember, this was after GTA 5, I think. Remember, this is 2015. And so she's got the tan on. She's clearly glazed.
Dodo donated $2.
More than 40,000 Palestinians have now been killed in Gaza, a majority of whom are civilians. And these numbers are from the Palestinian Ministry of Health, but they are backed up by the United States, by international organizations. Humanitarian conditions in Gaza have degraded so much that diseases like polio and hepatitis A are now spreading. We have seen countless children be orphaned. We have seen countless mothers lose their children. How much is too much, sir? At what point is it time to end this war?
Well, we'll end the war when we achieve our war goals of making sure that Hamas can't repeat such atrocities. But we're fighting this war in a just war with just means. In fact, with means that no other army has ever fought. No other army has taken the precautions that Israel has taken, sometimes at great risk, to make sure that we minimize the number of casualties. You talked about polio. We enabled now massive vaccination of polio. We want 90% of the Gazan people of Gaza vaccinated. I think 200,000 I think were vaccinated today. We've put in 1 million tons of food, 1 million tons of aid, 700,000 tons of food. That's unheard of. We've taken, because we think that every civilian death is a tragedy, For Hamas, every civilian death is a strategy. For us, it's a tragedy. There are 1.4 million people in Gaza. They moved from the north to the south. You're going to have thousands, 20,000 killed. You're going to have a catastrophe, a humanitarian catastrophe. They had no place to go, no food to eat. Now report honestly, because here's what happened. They all left. They went to the humanitarian zone, which is 2 miles away, less, on the beach. They have tents. We supplied tents for 150,000 people. The aid agencies supplied the rest, and some of them carried their own tents. They have a place. We supplied water lines, sewage lines, food. There's more to be done, medical. So now we know how many people were killed, how many terrorists, because we counted them. And we just passed 2,000. Terrorists, body counts of terrorists. The people left. How many civilians died? I asked the commander of the division that did the Rafah operation and the Philadelphia corridor. He said, Prime Minister, there are hardly any civilian deaths because everybody left. They heeded our warnings. But he said there were probably 24, and most of them occurred, 24, and most of them occurred when one of our bombs hit a Hamas ammunition depot that was planted inside a residential area. 40 people died, about 20 were terrorists, but 20 were civilians. And he said that's most of the deaths. That's the lowest ratio of non-combatants to combatants in the history of urban warfare. That's it. Now report honestly, because you accused us of something that is outrageous. And in fact, the accusations against us are outrageously false. Humanitarian aid? 1 million trucks of aid, 1 million tons of aid, 700,000 tons of food, a deliberate starvation policy. You can say anything. Doesn't make it true. You repeat a lie over and over and over again. It assumes the cachet of self-evident truth, but it's false. Israel is doing, and the Israeli army is doing, something that no other army has done in history and will continue to do that. I'm not going to change my policies. Humanitarian policies, vaccination policies, combat policies to minimize civilian casualties.
Absolutely fucking base, dude. Shut those dumbasses up. Yeah, so, that is based. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Grey Knight donate $2 can't with this lady lol.
Are you anti-Zionist, you would say?
Yes. I'm a Jew and I'm anti-Zionist.
And what does that mean to you?
It means I don't believe in religious states. I don't believe in Muslim states or Jewish states. I believe in states where everybody lives together and it's a secular state.
So would that mean that you wouldn't agree with like Hamas wanting to have a Muslim state?
I don't believe in religious states.
Would you like to see a different organization lead the Palestinians toward collective freedom than someone like Hamas, who has stated that they want, sort of a religious type of government?
Can you recommend me some green veggies to eat as someone who doesn't particularly like the taste of veggies? Also, what are some veggies that you can get most your nutrients from?
Broccoli would probably be the easiest vegetable to make taste good. So just look for some good broccoli recipes. You can also buy kale chips. You can make kale chips yourself. Those are pretty good. Even people who don't like kale chips. But I would say just look up some good broccoli recipes. Veggies you can get most of your nutrients from. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. You kind of need a variety of foods to get your nutrition. You're probably not going to be able to get most of the nutrition you need from just a few vegetables, and I'm assuming you mean cruciferous vegetables. But yeah, broccoli would be the go-to if you want something that tastes good. And broccoli and kale are probably the two best veggies for you. Thanks for the donation though, Mike. Hope that helps. So this dumbass is saying, I don't like the state of Israel because I don't think there should be any like Jewish state that exists. I think everybody should just live in a secular state. By the way, Israel is secular. They have a separation between church and state. So what she just said is fucking retarded. And then the guy's asking her, okay, so Hamas wants to create a Muslim caliphate. So you don't want Hamas to be a leader then? Like,
Government in place?
I think that's up to the Palestinians to decide.
Okay, but you just said that you're against like a religious type government. But
I don't like religious governments. I wouldn't like to live under a religious government. I would probably fight any religious government.
so she's a Jew hater. This proves she's an anti-Semite. She just hates Jews. So she says, I am against Zionism and I'm against the state of Israel because it's secular too. So what she just said made no sense. But she said, I don't think there should be a Jewish state that exists. Then when he asks, okay, so you're against Hamas because they want to create an Islamic state. And then she said, well, I think that's for the Palestinian people to decide. So Jews aren't allowed to decide if they want a Jewish state, but Muslims are allowed to decide whether or not they want a Muslim state. So she hates Jews. That is a double standard.
Mike Adriano is vegan. See if Casey and these cupcakes was vegan? Would you do everything Mike Adriano is doing in this scene?
Mike Adriano's vegan? That's weird. I didn't know that. Would you do everything... If Casey and these cupcakes was vegan, would you do everything Mike Adriano's doing in this scene?
I'm fucking my ass. It feels so fucking good. Oh. I fucking love that. Oh.
That's kind of gross. I don't find her particularly attractive, but yeah, I guess I'd butt fuck her if she was vegan. Thanks for the donation, Andy.
Government I lived under, but the Palestinians have been so oppressed. It's very hard for me to come in as a person whose government has been supporting that and say, this is how you should be resisting.
Okay, Medea, ignoring the fact that your definition of anti-Zionism is ridiculous and deciding who's oppressed versus oppressor is fraught with its own problems, you've decided that because Palestinians are considered oppressed, they can self-determine in a way that actually oppresses women, gay people, and others through Islamic law, while Jews cannot through liberal democratic society.
Yeah, that's pretty... I'm gonna make a video on that. I fucking hate that woman. I'm definitely making a video on her, calling her out for being an anti-Semite. What a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. That is retarded. She is a massive, massive Jew-hating anti-Semite.
She's looking amazing. She's looking snatched. No cap. But after the show is over and you start drinking water again, you start eating normally, you start regaining the weight. You look at your body in the mirror and you're like, I don't like what I see. And so what do? Well, you go back on those steroids. And why? Why do you think? You've now developed body dysmorphia. And so that is why I keep preaching the dangers of getting into competitions. And it's not just androgens that she might be using. Of course, she might be using clenbuterol, T3. There's a host of other things that could, in fact, help you to boost your metabolism, help you to lose weight. The abuse is not only on androgens that can change the look of your body and your voice, but also on fat burners that can make you, let's just say, not healthy. And so clearly she used to be overweight, then she got into fitness competitions, being healthy. She changed her life. You can be and do anybody and anything you want, as long as you believe it true. From 2012 being overweight and incredibly unhappy to 2015 competing in my first bikini competition and 2016 competing in my first epic competition. It all starts with a belief in yourself and hard work day in, day out, and steroids. And steroids. Forgot to mention, and steroids. Listen, I'm telling you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. You want to hear if you believe in yourself. If you try hard enough, you'll develop that bikini champion body. You'll lose 80 pounds and you'll keep...
Is Greg a criminal mastermind? No, because He got caught. He was shipping fake steroids across the Canadian border. He got caught, and if he was a mastermind, he probably wouldn't get caught. You could technically consider what he's doing with the, testosterone supplement a scam. Should be criminal, but it isn't, so technically he isn't a criminal mastermind. Dodo donated $2. She is Jewish herself, so I don't know if she's an anti-Semite. She's an anti-Semite. She hates Jews. I like this whole thing. Oh, I'm black, so I can't hate black people. Candace Owens is black, and she's a white supremacist. She hates black people. You can be part of a race or ethno-religion or whatever the fuck you want to call it and hate that culture or race or whatever. You can be black and hate black people. You can be Jewish and hate Jewish people. You can be Arab and hate Arab people. You can be Asian and hate Asian people. Doesn't fucking matter. What she said is clearly anti-Semitic, and she's a fucking anti-Semite. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Keep that weight off for life. You just have to believe. I'm telling you, for the most part, it's not true. It's steroids.
It was very hard for me in the beginning to deal with negativity online. Number one thing for me, my voice was really tough when like a TikTok video would hit off and there'd be like 1,000 comments saying like, are you on steroids? Are you a tranny? Are you a smoker? And I was like, wow, nobody even listens to the content. I had a conversation with Alex where I said like, I hate that this bothers me. It doesn't change what I'm doing, but I am bothered by this. And he said, well, does part of you think it's true? Do you think your voice is weird? Well, it is kind of weird. It's deep. And he's like, so then why do you blame them for thinking this? In that moment, I was like, I agree with you. It does sound that way. And you know what? That's my voice. And it is what it is.
And in no part of that did she actually admit to taking steroids. And so why didn't she say, yeah? Yeah. I mean, is it this complicated? Oh, it's so hard. Mental component. Alex Hormozi. Let's analyze this. Let's read 6 books on how to deal with this. Yeah.
Unless you're a smoker and a drinker or something, if you're a woman, your voice is not going to change like that. It just isn't. Bamboo Sis donated $2. Let me see. God, that's a good oinker. That's a nice oinker. Oh my god, he's trying to eat the camera. Candace Owen Wilson donated $2. You know I hate it when retarded people have good looks, despite Candace being fucking stupid and retarded. Man, she's fucking pretty as hell, not gonna lie, lol. She's not that great looking. Other than that, unless she's vegan, she can still burn in hell with the demonic animal abusers, heh. I wouldn't even care if she's vegan. She should still just not exist. She's a piece of shit. She's an anti-Semite. She hates black people. Fuck Candace Owens. Being vegan is just a moral baseline. It doesn't make you a good person. Like, vegans posting racist, anti-Semitic shit like Candace Owens, I don't want them to live either. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Oh. It's a growth caused by papillomavirus. Huh. That deer has warts. Still a nice deer, though. That's a nice deer. Very pretty. Oh my goodness. Capybara. Oh my god. I love their toes. That's a nice capybara. Thanks for the donation, Bamboosis.
Yep. I'm on steroids. Or if you really want to do a good job, yes, I have regrets. I used steroids in the past. They sold me what I thought was Anavar and was actually Winstrol, which is far more androgenic. I didn't know the dose I'd be taking. I had a shitty coach and he got me to take the wrong stuff. I have regrets. But hey, you live and learn. It's a voice, whatever. Alex Hormozy, he's a hot piece of ass and he's lying too about steroids, but he's my hot piece of ass and you can't have him. And so, y'all jealous.
Last Dono is a dumb faggot with no taste in women. Candace is not pretty. She's a whitewashed sock puppet for neoconservatives and she looks like a fucking goblin without makeup. Also check this lunatic.
He's lost, I think he's lost his mind for real. He's sober. He's not a
Yeah, she doesn't look that great without makeup. She's just mid. But I'll take a look at this.
high. He's not drunk.
So what happened?
He's talking out of his head.
Man, you can go inside.
We quit drinking.
What's up, man?
Oh, look at my bro.
What are you doing?
I'm the one that called. He hit me in the head.
I never.
I'm almost 70 years old.
Fucking eyes up here. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. Nope, come on.
He's not drunk and he's not
Come over
high.
here.
He
What's wrong with
thought
you,
he was
dude?
gonna
You okay?
No, he's
Cover
not.
your nose.
Oh, that's
Come over.
just a
Step out.
I
do not have cover.
That's a breathing.
I got you. Step out here real quick.
I'm sorry.
You okay? Step out here.
That's a breathing
Come on.
strip for sleeping.
Step out here. I'm here for good reasons. You're not. Okay, I'm here because you punched this old lady. Back up.
I'm scared.
Turn around.
Like this.
Turn around.
Baby.
Nope. Turn around. Relax.
Your skin's scared.
What? I'm not fighting with you. Turn around.
You're black.
Turn around.
You don't even know it.
Come out here.
Oh, what's wrong with you?
20 step
See?
up, 10 step it up.
Take you to the hospital.
Nope.
Please, please.
Do not
Embrace.
back up.
Embrace.
Get away from me.
Embrace.
Get away from me.
I thought you was a girl.
Relax.
What, so you want to push him because you
Don't
think
touch
he's a
me.
girl?
Don't touch me.
Don't
Turn
be
around.
afraid of me. I
Turn
am at peace.
Turn around.
I will never turn around.
Turn around. Turn around.
Hey, you are so stupid. I'm about to touch you in one place and you're gonna die.
Baby, no, no, baby.
Go.
Baby.
Back up or I'm gonna fucking mace you. Back
All
up.
right, you're right.
Nope. Get down.
Yeah.
Get on the ground. Get on the
I'm
ground.
on
Get on the
fire.
ground.
Hey, bro, I feel like I'm on
Get on
fire.
the
I'm
ground.
allergic to peppers.
Then get on the ground now.
This is just crazy.
Down all the way.
Hey, you smell kind of good, bro.
All the way. Get on the ground.
Smells are everything.
I'm gonna spray you if you don't get on the ground right now.
Smell really good. That's
Get
what
on the
smell-
ground right now.
I said I was sorry.
Get on the ground right now. I don't care. Get on the ground right now. Get on the ground.
God, I have to stop it making me want to.
Dodo $20. Do you think RFK Jr. and Jill Stein are useful idiots for the Kremlin, or they knowingly are working with the Kremlin? Jill Stein, for sure, is knowingly working with the Kremlin. I'm not so sure about RFK Jr. He's more likely a useful idiot. Jill Stein, guaranteed, knowingly working for the Kremlin. She's personally met Putin and attended some of his events and shit. Like, there's just no way. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I'm allergic to peppers.
I don't know. I swear to God, I
Get on the ground right now.
I just told you not to do that to me.
Amazed.
In 10 miles, turn right.
Get on the ground right now. You're gonna get it again. Get on the ground right now. You're gonna get it again. Get on the ground right now, or you're gonna get it again.
Baby, please.
Motherfucking base. I hope you do make a video about her. I'll share it on my Ig story and tag her in it too. Hopefully she'll end up debating you.
I messaged her on Instagram, and I never got a reply back from her. She's a lying, disgusting fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Jeffrey, please.
Get on the ground right now.
I need to wash the hose.
Get on the ground.
Baby, down.
All the way on the ground.
Down.
Get on the ground.
Down, down.
Roll over on your stomach.
Civilization. Gotta ask you nicely, bro. You don't believe me?
27, 21.
Stay
Stay
down.
down.
Like ass?
Stay down.
Peppers? I'm allergic to this. I'm about to die.
Roll over on your side.
Kiss of death.
All right, sit up.
Kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, kiss me.
Sit up. Stay right there.
What, baby? I don't know what's wrong with you. I'll never hurt you again. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Stay down. EMS is on their way. They'll help you out. Stay down. Stay sitting.
Why not get a STEM degree? Yeah, why wouldn't I give up my fucking career and spend tens of thousands of dollars to get a degree in something that I don't want to do? That's a good fucking question. Why don't you do gay porn? Like, I don't get it. You could suck cock for money. Don't you want to get railed in the ass by big black dudes on camera and have your entire family see it? Why wouldn't you do that?
Oh, you can do a test system for
I thought you were wrong. All right, sit down. Go ahead. Sit down. Do not get up.
It's that bad.
Yeah.
Please don't pepper spray me. I'm allergic.
Okay.
Cuffs.
Sit down.
So big and
You can
bad.
come sit right here. You can come sit right here.
All right, just cuff me.
You're already cuffed. Step back. Step back.
I'll get it. Uncuff me.
Take it. Nope, you're not getting uncuffed.
Andy donated $3. Let me see.
Just to let you know. No, mate. Just to let you know, I'm recording you. What do you want? What was what about? Don't know what you're on about, mate. Don't know what you're on about. What are you stopping me for? Well, tell me, what are you stopping me for? Huh? Right, are you stopping me under the Road Traffic Act? Right, well, I'm asking you, I'm a detained. I'm a free to go then. I'm a free to go. Listen, mate, I'm asking the questions. You're the public servant. Will you take your hand off my car, please? Thank you. You're the public servant. I'm a member of the public. Right, I'm going. Unless I'm detained, I'm going, mate, okay? Am I being detained? Am I being detained? Right, I'm recording you. That's okay. Am I free to go? Right, well, I don't want to talk to him. Am I being detained? Listen, mate, am I being detained? I'm recording you. Am I being detained? Am I being detained? Right, I don't want to speak to you. Am I being detained? Right, goodbye then. Excuse me? Goodbye. Have a nice day, mate. In future, don't try and open my car door. Do you hear me? Hold on, what are you saying? Hold on, what are you saying? Making off? No, nobody's making off at all, mate. Nobody's making off.
You're not detained. You're not free to go. Those two statements are in direct conflict with one another. Cute Gains and $20. Hope you enjoy, sir. Let me take a look.
What the hell is that? Oh, hey,
oh.
Coyote. Ow. Come here. Can we be friends?
You probably shouldn't do that.
Can we? Ouch. Come here. Let me pet you. Ouch. Ow. Ow. Come here. Let me be friends. Come here, little coyote. Let me pet you. Let me pet you. Ouch. Let me pet you, little coyote. Let me pet you, coyote. Hey. Let me pet you. Ouch. Whoa.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. You can get your fingers bitten off. Don't think that fox and cat are playing. Cats actually kill foxes. It's a very pretty fox. Yeah, the fox and cat are not playing. That cat is just fucking with the fox and telling him that this is his territory. Yeah, cats kill foxes, so they're not playing.
They're just both hanging their tongues out.
Fox is playing with dog? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What is this? Oh my god. Wow, that's a pretty fox. Oh my god. Wow. They're nice. Those are nice guys getting along. That's nice. Oh, it's a little moo-moo. Oh, the cow loves the dog. Oh, the dog has a cow friend. It's a little baby cow. That's nice.
VG, this is your cow. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a nice cow. Wow. Thanks for the donation, Cute Gains. You Baba donate $2. The goat is back. Let's go. Let me see.
It's Gary Yourofsky. Long time no talk. I got something important to tell you. I've been placed on an advisory board to oversee the sale and purchase of Sasha Farm Animal Sanctuary in Manchester, Michigan. If the sale goes through, I will be placed on the board of directors as well. Around 40 years ago, Monty Jackson, along with his late wife, Dorothy Davies, created a paradise for animals. They had a vision to provide animals in need with a safe haven. Sasha Farm is comprised of 50 acres, 11 barns, and 1 house. The asking price is $750,000. Now we've negotiated a land contract with Monty with a $400,000 down payment. And we've renegotiated that down to $300,000. And that's because we're not bringing in the funds that we need. Please, we need your help. Send in those funds. Go to the GoFundMe link. Let's preserve the legacy of Monty and Dorothy by raising the funds so we can purchase this property and do this for the animals. Let's not forget why that farm is there. So what I'm going to do is honor the legacy of Monty and Dorothy by keeping this farm alive. And I'm going to honor the hard work and dedication of Shara Jones and her animal crew team by bringing them back to the farm once the sale is complete. Let's focus on the animals. Let's do this.
Well, that's good to hear. Well, glad he's still doing some animal rights stuff. Thanks for the donation, you Baba. Did you know that wombats twerk to defend themselves against predators? Yeah, I've heard that. Sounds, a little too ridiculous to be true, but, you know, animals are weird. What career were you talking about? All your work is inconsequential compared to what you could do with a STEM degree. All your work is inconsequential to what you could do by getting fucked in the ass by big black cocks. Please fucking tell me why my life would be so much better and so more meaningful if I, again, got rid of the career I have now, wasted my time in fucking school so that I could have a job I hate. Please tell me.
Off from Steam right here. Right, what's your number? Come here, I want your number because I'm going IPC. 2261, you just made a false report I'm making off. I asked you, am I detained? I'm asking you again. I'm stopped. The camera can show I'm stopped. Am I being detained?
You're not detained.
Am I free to go?
Yes, you are.
Right, am I making off? Am I making off? No, I've asked you on camera, am I being detained? You said no. Yeah, you keep recording me, mate. I'm recording you. I'm going IPCC. Where are you going? Right, so move from the car. Try and talk to me. You're going on YouTube, mate. Try and give me nonsense. Try and come and open my door like you're some gangster. You're a punk, mate, and your breath smells of bacon, so don't come near my car again. Do you hear me? Bacon breath. 2 of yous, mate. Making false reports. I'm going IPCC. You just told comms that I was making off. I asked you as I'm being detained. You said no. You said no, I wasn't being detained, so I'm free to go. So what you're making reports that I'm legally obliged to speak to you. Right, now you go. Go on, get back in your little bacon pork machine and drive away. Right, now mate, you're causing me to feel harassed, distressed and alarmed. You carry on, I'm getting out the car, I'm going to make a citizen's arrest on you. If you resist arrest, I'm going to use reasonable force to detain you. How'd you like that? Don't try and open my car door, mate, what are you doing?
You're going to open the door, mate?
Am I legally obliged to open the door?
I'd like to speak to you.
I can hear you from here, mate.
Right, well, I'll switch the engine off. I'll speak to you.
Well, I'm legally obliged to switch the engine off. So let's stick to what I'm legally obliged to do, okay? And stop trying to open my door, because that's an invasion of my privacy. I can hear you.
These cops are so goddamn stupid, dude. All they have to do is say, yes, you are detained, we're conducting an investigation. Like, they're so fucking dumb. My god. Like, by the way, cops are really worried about doing that sometimes because if it so happens that the stop is illegal, there was no reasonable, there was no reason to think that a crime is or has or is about to be committed. If they say that, then they can get sued. So they try to play the stupid game where, oh, you're not detained, but we just want to talk to you. Like, I hate the police, dude. I just can't stand them.
You mate, speak.
Well, I need to speak to find out who you are.
I can speak to you quite clearly from here, thank you. You don't need to open my door, and I don't need to turn the engine off. You can check all that, mate. PNC me. Pardon? You already know my name. It's already come over your radio, mate. I'm going to go IPCC. I'm going to prove that you know who I am. Trying to bully me. You are causing me distress and alarm, mate. Causing me distress and alarm. No, mate, I don't want your dirty paws on it. You can see it from there. You need to go and get an inspector down here. You an inspector, mate? Right, you need an inspector down here. Trying to bully me.
You're part of a society. If you choose to be part of a society, you have to contribute to something. There's nothing more nobler purpose than helping humans elevate themselves. Okay, well, cool. Go do that somewhere else then, since being in my comment section is not helping society. And I don't know why you'd even want to watch me if I'm not helping society. So, congratulations, you're banned. Go do something useful for humanity, fucking loser.
Me?
What do you want an inspector for?
Because you're causing me to feel harassed, distressed and alarmed. It's on YouTube, mate. What have you stopped me for? You stopped me under the Road Traffic Act, and you're telling me to get out of the car.
Just be quiet, I'll tell you.
Don't tell me to be quiet, mate. You're the servant, I'm the member of the public.
I'm not a servant.
Yeah, you're a public servant. Yes.
If you listen to me, I'll explain to you what's happening.
Go on.
Because you're in a motor vehicle
Yeah.
on the road,
Yeah.
we're required to speak to you.
Right. Under what act and section of what act?
It's the Road Traffic Act.
Right, so I'm not legally obliged to get out of the vehicle, am I? Right, so why is he telling me to get out of the car, and why is he trying to open my car door?
Probably asked you to get out.
Right, well that's not a lawful order, is it? I don't need to be calm, mate. I don't need to, never mind where I'm born, it's all on there what you need to know. You're going IPCC, mate, for abuse. Do you know what it's called? Misfeasance in a public office.
Daniel, would you?
Don't Daniel with just nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many of them is there?
I'm just trying to talk to you.
Right, so what have you all turned up for?
Because he's asked for assistance.
Why?
Because he's on his own.
Right, so what does he need assistance for?
He's on his own.
So I'm on my own. Should I call for assistance? Right, well get back in your little pork machine and drive off. Well go away then. What do you want?
I'm stopping here with him.
What for? You're harassing me. You are, mate. I've already had IPC complaints upheld. So you carry on. Carry on. I want your numbers, all of yous, mate. What you don't realise is that you have to behave within the law too. Don't you? You don't like it. You don't come here trying to harass me, bully me, trying to open my car door, chatting macca to me with your bacon breath. What's my name? Look, more 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got no criminals to catch. No. You're wasting taxpayers' money. Yeah. I'm not your mate, so don't call me mate. You can call me sir until you know my name. No, you won't call me what I want. No, you will not call me what you want. You will not call me what you want. No. I can smell bacon from here, mate. Have you been eating bacon? Have you been eating bacon? Come here, I want your number. Come here, I want your number. No, you're a public servant. I'm asking you to identify yourself. I'm not getting out of the car. Pardon? Shut up, IPCC. Because, yeah, Peter Fahey told me that I'll be treated with respect. That's not respectful. Pardon? Listen, that's not part of my policy. It's not part of...
They haven't even explained why they're stopping him. They just said something under the Road Traffic Act. And he was asked if he was detained, and they didn't say, and they said no, he's not detained, so he should be able to leave.
My policy. Goodbye. See you later. Go on, waste your time. Hop in.
Golden Veins donate tellers. This guy was promoting veganism before we ever went vegan, and he said punk music was bad back in the late 90s. Wonder how veganism was in the late 90s and early 2000s.
To kind of, use my band as a vehicle to, educate people on animal rights.
I didn't ask you to take me from here. I didn't ask to be broken.
Most of our fans are, 17 to 21, that kind of, they're young. And they go home and have their little dogs and cats that they're part of their families, but then they go and eat bacon and ham and hamburgers and stuff, and they don't make that connection between I pet this one and this one I eat and has the most brutal life you can ever imagine in the factory farm.
So free me. I just want to feel what life should be.
Yeah, I think there was some other punk band where the lead singer was vegan or something. But thanks for the donation, Golden Veins.
Trying to bully me. Look, 1, 2, 3. Why have you got the all same posture? What? Yeah, go on. No, I won't. Well, don't then. See ya. You're going on YouTube, mate. Yeah. You're gonna look a right wally. Yeah. See you later. Like I said, yeah. Causing me to feel harassed, distressed, and alarmed. You're lucky there's so many of yous and one of me, because if the numbers were equal, I'd be performing citizen arrests. Bye.
Listen, everything checks out with your vehicle.
Right, see you then. I'm not interested. Just go by. Up it. See ya. See you, mate. Bye.
And they literally fuck off and leave. Dude, I would find a lawyer and see if I could sue them. That is crazy. So they literally harassed him for no reason. They're probably trying to do some sort of fishing expedition where they just wanted to ask him a bunch of stupid questions, hoping he'd incriminate himself, and then maybe search his car, see if they can find anything they can charge him with. That's what the cops do all the fucking time. They do these bullshit bogus stops without any reasonable suspicion that a crime is being committed. They go on a fishing expedition hoping that you're going to incriminate yourself, and then they'll arrest you. They literally just fucked off. There was like 8 or 9 of them. That's crazy. That's hilarious.
One little beacon breath remaining.
Well, see you later, dipshit.
Bye.
Yeah, that's cops. Fucking dumbasses.
Need water, bro. All right, sit down right there. EMS is gonna help you.
Baby, they're gonna get you.
Sit down.
Paramedics are here.
Sit down.
Paramedics are here. They're gonna help you, okay?
Sit down.
They're gonna get that out of your eye.
Sit down.
Get your finger out of my eye, please.
No race fingers in
Join on it.
I don't know what happened.
Please don't laugh at me.
What happened to the Faraz Zahibi debate? Basically, he's a scared little fucking Weasley pussy who said he refused to debate me because I insulted the Prophet Muhammad. But then when I called him out for being a whiny little fucking pussy, he said, I can't be scared. I do MMA fighting. So then, as a cope for being too much of a scared little bitch to debate me, he said, well, come to my gym and fight me then. So he's not willing to debate people over like Zoom or Discord or anything if you disagree with him, but, oh, I'll fight you though. Like, okay, right. So I'm gonna waste my time and money booking a plane flight, a hotel room, and getting all this gear I need to fight him, which he probably wouldn't even fucking do. Like, that is the biggest fucking cope bullshit I've ever fucking heard. I bet if I showed up at his gym, he'd be like, oh, well, I don't just fight any random people that come in here, and my ankle kind of got hurt from sparring yesterday, and obviously I'd only accept a fight if there was money involved. Like, he's full of shit. The guy's just a Weasley fucking slimeball pussy who's too scared to debate me. So he hides behind this cope that, well, I'm an MMA fighter, so I'm not too afraid to debate anybody. I fight people. Why would I be afraid of debating if I can fight people? Zahibi's a fucking Weasley bitch, dude. Just a scared... All Muslims are like this. They're terrified, scared little fucking babies.
Started last night, and I thought he was faking.
So call me,
Dave. So I thought he was faking the whole time. And then this morning he woke up, and then he was like that again. He's
Please don't yell.
Talking out of his head.
Yeah, I'm good. Sit down.
Sit down.
Please don't yell at me.
Can I?
I'm never gonna ask you this again, but please.
Just step back.
Okay.
Dehydrated. Give him a drink of water.
EMS is on their way here. They're gonna help you out.
A cup bag.
No.
I need water.
Nope.
Is he on drugs?
No. No drugs, no alcohol. No.
I'm allergic. Go up, you pissed.
No.
Were you assaulted or hurt or anything like that?
No, the lady in 3 was.
What are your go-to ingredients for a solid smoothie? Which fruits have the best nutrient ratios? Do you add certain greens? Are there risks with excessive chia, flax, and hemp seed consumption? Also, are algae omega-3 supplements safe from contamination?
3... Sorry, what are your go-to ingredients for a solid smoothie? Put whatever the hell you want in your smoothies. Like, when I make fruit smoothies, it's usually just blueberries, or I'll mix, like, cherries and blueberries, or I might get, like, a bag of frozen berry blend, so it's, like, blueberries, blackberries, and raspberries, but put whatever the hell you want in your smoothies. Which fruits have the best nutrient ratios? They're fruit, dude. They're like all the same. So just have whatever fruit you want. Do you add certain greens? No, I don't like adding greens to my smoothies. Are there any risks with excessive chia, flax, and hemp seed consumption? I don't know. You might shit yourself. Like, I'm sure if you ate an entire bag of flax seeds, you'd have the shits. Other than that, like, go ham. Eat as much chia, flax, hemp seeds as you want. Are LG omega-3 supplements safe from contamination? Yes. It's just EPA and DHA from that's harvested from algae. So they are safe to take. Thanks for the donation though, Avi Dieter.
I mean, I'm scared.
Snap out of it!
I'm scared.
All right. Well, don't talk to him.
Stay
sitting.
If you don't talk to him, he'll stay calmer.
I feel like you're strong.
Just stay right there, man.
I can never hurt you.
That's fine. Just
And you
stay
never
right there.
will.
Calm down.
Just uncuff me and let me have a drink of that water. I promise I'm not gonna hurt
no,
nobody.
that's not happening.
Nobody, no people, no one. I want to be a cop. I don't get it.
What's his name?
From about
He's
10
gonna
feet
hand
that
it
way.
I don't talk to her. As soon as we quit
sit down.
drinking,
Okay, I'm.
it's making
What-
anxiety.
all right, what's
so
his name?
Jeff,
Sit down.
Uncuff him.
No.
You're a woman.
look,
Sit down.
Sit down.
Debbie,
Not funny. I am not a woman.
Sit down.
I'm not gay. I'm the same. I'm your equal.
You're gonna go on the ground if you don't sit down.
sit down.
Sit down.
I'm not gonna die, am I?
No,
I never knew that.
No, you're gonna be all right. Just stay
Just
right
uncuff
there.
me, please.
No, sit down.
asked
Sit
you
down
nicely.
in the chair. Just sit down in the chair.
Sit down.
Sit in the chair.
I asked you nicely.
I'm asking you nicely to sit down in the
You're
chair.
like a slob. But I love you anyway. You're safety.
Sit down.
Sit down in the chair.
Who am I? Jeff.
Grab his other arm, man. Just get in the chair.
Sit down.
I'm sober.
Sit down.
I just need some water.
He is sober. He's on prescription.
I need a prescription.
Sit down.
No, baby, sit. I got it, sir.
I'm not a baby.
Listen.
You are a
Jeffrey,
woman.
listen. A doctor's on their way.
You go to end of 3 and get her information
Okay.
for me.
A doctor's on their way.
You're 63 years old, and I know everything about you, from tip to your toes.
He's been talking like
Your size is not that important to me, bro. I'm sleep
Step over
deprived.
that cruiser over there and just
Please
wait
walk
over there
away
for
from me.
us,
I will never
okay?
walk away from you again.
in there.
I know, but step over there and we'll talk to you in just a minute.
Okay, I am having...
One chance.
Oh, let him sit there like this. I'll come wrong.
He doesn't know what's wrong with you. He never will. I'm on fire right now. You don't believe that. Reality will make you blind. I'm not blind. You are. I can't see. I just need some water. Splash.
What was the debate topic? We were supposed to debate veganism, and then he ended up getting scared to debate the topic with me. I'm assuming because he saw the videos I made and he had no argument, so he came up with some dumb bullshit excuse that I insulted the Prophet Muhammad. I didn't fucking realize that I have to agree with every single one of his fucking religious or political opinions in order to debate him. The guy, he's just a pussy, dude. Just a weaselly, slimy little pussy who's too afraid to debate a topic that he doesn't know much about. So, the dude's a complete lying fucking Weasley scumbag.
Say it in my face. Baptize me. Water. Too late. He's about to die. I'm mentally challenged. Your name's not Jeff, bro.
No.
I will never abuse you again. You're my son. It hurts to be born. Oh, I get it. He's heavy.
No further inquiry tonight.
Take a deep breath. You're gonna calm down. I'm gonna tell you to, and you're going to. EpiPen, please. God.
There's paramedics.
God. God, your hands. God.
Hey, if you don't relax, they're not gonna clean your face off. You got sprayed.
I don't understand that.
Take a deep breath.
I was sitting home from work last night.
You're not gonna believe this. I'm so allergic to everything. An alien telepathy. He can hear your voices. I'm a black woman. You're never gonna believe this. Please.
I'm guessing this is crystal meth, or bath salts, something like that. Yeah, it's gotta be.
Kick that water up and splash it in my face. I'm so dehydrated right now.
He's crazy. Don't...
Keep walking. Use mirrors, windows, sound, stream at the top, voice. Voices, they scare me. My own voice scares me. I hear my own voice. Have you never heard your own voice before? Oh, you're old. You're not that old. You're just 63.
Get in there and sit down.
Sit down here.
Sit down. Sit down.
Okay.
Put your feet in there.
Turn. Not the problem. I can't breathe.
Turn and put your feet in so you can sit.
I'm not a joke.
Let's go, turn.
Back up against the
You're a good looking man.
Put your back up against the seat and put your feet in.
You look like you're wearing boots. I kicked you just now. I would never kick you again.
Put your feet in.
Get your feet in. There you go. Now turn a little bit so you can clean your face.
I got your back, for real. The devil's here.
Oh my God.
I'm just trying to get pepper spray on all of us.
What? Yeah, we can hose them off. Just a little bit.
All right, stay right there. He's going to clean your face.
Bald man?
No, put your feet right where they're at. He's going to clean your face. You want your face clean?
Yeah, please, please. Thank you.
All right, do what he tells you to do.
Look up for me. Whoa, you spit on me, man. We're going to have a major problem.
Why are you afraid of blood? Who's your God?
What?
Source 24. It is good. Bond of 2,000.
You wipe your face off?
In your notes.
Please?
We don't do anything stupid.
Yes. Nice.
Man, pop your ears. Sound.
Okay. Relax. Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh damn it. Okay, my bladder is kind of full and I have Finn sitting on me, so I think I'm gonna have to take a piss. Okay, Finn, I'm gonna go upstairs for a second, okay? Alright, I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Yeah, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. Careful, relax. Relax.
Sit. No, sit. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. Ah! You're a good boy. Yeah, just relax. Just relax. Yeah, that's good. Just relax. Just relax. You're a good boy.
Sound. Tilt your head back. Tilt your head back for me. I can watch your eyes. You want me to watch?
Paramedic, save lives.
You want me to wash your eyes out? You want your eyes washed, or
You're a
yes
female.
or no?
A black female. STRIBLEN.
You want your eyes washed, yes or no?
Yes, please.
All right, then do
Striblin?
what they're telling you.
I'm just asking nicely.
Like we said before, just stay right there so you can clean your face,
I'm
all right?
afraid
Tilt
of
your head
cops.
back.
He's a blind man. He's never gonna believe you.
You gonna let him clean your face or not? Or do you want to just sit there and...
Nigga 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 nigga. My name is Jasmine and I love black cock meat sandwiches. My pussy is wet and waiting for that fat nigga dick, so come fuck me nigga.
Thank you for that, Jasmine Burgess. Appreciate it.
Got a fin and I have a BMO. Hey, BMO, what's going on? How's this little kitty doing? How's this little kitty? So little. Look at your little peanut head. Gotta show everybody. Look, see? That's a good cat. You're a really good cat. So good. I love you. You're a good kitty. Love my little peanut head.
Suffer. Now, get up off the ground. Come on, get up.
Want to do it right there? You want to pour it on him like that? Yeah, pour it on him.
Hey, look
not
up.
dead.
Look up.
Pour it on him like
Look
that.
up, man.
Pour it on me now.
Hey, you want him to clean your face?
It's just water. I love water.
All right, then look up. Let him clean your face
You're
with
not
the water.
gonna believe this.
There we go. Try it again.
I don't like this. I don't like you. I don't like anything.
This guy is so fucking high, bro.
All right, I'm going to splash you in the face with it, okay?
Oh, that's alcohol. That's just water.
No, it's water. There we go. Raise your face up.
It's just alcohol.
Raise your... Look up.
That's gonna bubble. I'm gonna wake up right now. And you're not gonna get this.
Look up. Look up for me.
You're God. Oh, you're my soulmate. I get it. Yes! Excruciating pain. Water. I'm allergic to water. I need sugar. Sugar, baby. Right in my mouth.
You gotta keep looking up.
Water. Alcohol. It's just water. It's not water. It's not water. I could swim before I was a fish.
Just blink. Let the water do its job getting that out of there.
Dip, splash my face. This is not funny, baby. You're just a cop. You're just a guy trying to do his job. I don't get this, but I'm about to end everything, and it's not funny, so just please don't laugh at it. I'm about to sing, and it's so loud that I'm about to bust your eardrums.
Are you going to be able to stand up?
Yes, please.
All right, if you stand up, we can dry your face off. Ready?
That's not funny. That's the devil.
Stand up, man. Stand up.
Stand up. Get your legs underneath you and stand up. There you go.
I will make you fall to your knees. And make you scratch your knee.
Wipe your eyes.
I'm so fucking allergic to alcohol. If you splash that on me, I'm gonna die right down this.
Now back up.
Alcohol, alcohol, alcohol. You're so good looking. You're handsome.
Have a seat.
You're handsome. I don't know. You're blue-eyed devil.
Bend your waist.
I love blue-eyed devils.
Bend your
I don't
waist and have a
understand what
seat.
I'm doing. Okay. I'm not gonna die.
Sit.
Bend your waist
I
and
love
have
you,
a
bro.
seat.
Sit.
Just kiss me right here. In front of everybody. Oh, I'm not gonna choke you.
Sit.
Oh, you're old. I'm not afraid of old people.
Sit down. There you go.
There you go. Please.
Now turn.
Oh, you smelled it.
Now turn and put your feet in.
You smelled it.
Turn.
I would never do that to you.
So last night, it started, I guess, maybe when he was at work, because I was about to call some people at his work and asked him, like, how was he acting there? Because I thought he was faking. And so he just keeps saying all this random stuff. And I was like, please go to sleep. I begged him. He did it all night. And then he finally fell asleep for a couple hours. And he was back up at 8 o'clock. He was normal for a second. He woke up, like, you could tell his voice was different and everything. He was just like, he's like, baby, I really do love you. And I said, I know. And then he started talking like that again.
Yeah. The neighbor said he was chasing you around the parking lot. Did he hit you or anything?
No, he didn't hit me. He didn't catch me.
Okay, so he was just chasing you around the parking lot. What was he saying to you while he was chasing you around the parking lot?
Stuff like he is now.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, doing my recovery, and I just
all right.
Come on, put your feet in the car. Put your feet in the car.
You guys already spit on you or anything, did you? No.
Now turn and face the road. You're making things worse for yourself. Put your left foot up. You're Beth Bishop. Put your left foot up. Oh, you smell really good. You're Brittany Williams. Oh, Brittany Williams is black? I didn't understand that when I asked you nicely. Please. I would never call you that. You're white. You're not white. You're a woman. I love you. This is going to hurt really bad. Left foot up. Left foot up. Left foot up, sir. Come on. Put your left foot up. You dumbass. Put your left foot up. Put your feet in the car. Put your feet in the car. You're a white, black, gay man? You're a cop. Now turn and face the front. I don't understand, dude. I love cops. There you go. He's just doing his job. That's a woman.
The belt.
I would never do that. That's alcohol. Alcohol is the key to everything. Sip it. Your zipper is unzipped. COVID. Oh, that's it. China. Civilization.
Yeah? What do you mean soap spray? Oh, it might still be in the garage. I don't know if I put it back. Okay, just give me a second. I'll be right back. Ugh. All right, I'm back.
I'm gonna strap you down right now, and you're not gonna understand this, Michael. I get it. Sorry.
You gotta lean back a little bit. Put your hands right there in the middle.
This just counts. One chance, man. You only have one chance to get this right, dude. You on fire?
Watch your gloves now, because there's pepper spray all over them.
So I get here, he's standing right out here, yelling. The neighbors open the door, he's like this, standing up aggressive. And I said, what happened? The elderly lady in there was like, he came up, hit me in the forehead. I was like, all right.
Is that this lady standing out here?
No, that's his girlfriend. Hit her in the forehead. She's not wanting to do anything about it, though. She's not wanting to pursue any charges. Yeah, he didn't hurt me. He just talking out of his head, acting crazy, chasing his girlfriend around the parking lot. I told him to turn around, go handcuff him. He starts pulling away, and then he comes up and tries to push me. So I backed him up. I said, get on the ground, I'm gonna mace you. And he didn't want to get down, so.
Good enough. Being aggressive towards you.
You guys want some water for your hands?
No, I'll be all right. I didn't get a lot on me. I was just in the right in the entryway, just breathing it in.
I kept watching where I was putting my hands on him, and then I was able to get some blood.
I'm sure you guys could hear me on the.
No, I don't really want to touch that guy's nipples.
Radio.
Yeah. I was already heading this way when I heard a guy in his underwear.
Dude.
Running around. Then they said a female, and I was like, oh, that's.
No, he.
not
I'm standing there. He's like face to face with this old lady, and that old lady over there.
Oh,
And
yeah?
I'm like, he's like, he hit me in the forehead. So immediately I'm like, I'm just gonna handcuff him.
Yeah.
He starts pulling away, and then he's like just talking crazy. And then he went to go push me. So I stepped back, put my hand on him, and I was like, I said, you don't get back.
Is anybody outside here witnessing?
I'm gonna run him down to the jail.
Oh no, he's going to the hospital.
Going to the hospital first?
Yes, he's going to the hospital to get checked out.
All right.
What are you filing?
What am I filing? The assault on me and then the resisting arrest. All right. Up to the hospital then.
And then there's a dog. Not a joke.
All right, let's just go. Follow me down. We're going to the hospital.
My dog! Get there, get
Holy shit.
Hold on.
This guy is absolutely zooted.
I will. Water?
Come on.
My God. Is this the hospital?
Jeffrey was charged with resisting, assault, and obstructing. Later that same day, one of the officers spoke to him about the incident. Jeffrey stated he was going through a manic situation and was not sure what happened. He could only remember some of the incident. He was very apologetic and stated that he does not remember putting his hands on the officer. We hope Jeffrey gets the help he needs.
He wasn't even on drugs. He was just going crazy.
Innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
He wasn't even on any drugs. He was just crazy. Holy shit. That's hilarious.
We're multimillionaires. Off. Could have done that, but no. The negativity about my voice and all that stuff. They accused me of taking steroids. Let's not address the fact that they accused her of taking steroids and she never said that she didn't.
Now, if I play this, you'll hear a completely different voice again.
And so remember, this is just 1 year later, and do you in fact hear the difference?
I truly think that coaching and personal training is learning how to have a good relationship. Both have the same goal, and they both... Hi everybody, my name's Layla. I wanted to do a short video to introduce myself.
Now you can start to hear a little bit of the voice that Layla has now. It's a little bit more raspy, deeper.
Remember, he's not talking about raspberry. He's talking about it being a raspy voice. When you take steroids, it starts cracking. It has that sound that no one likes. It's not good. It's from taking steroids. Could have been from taking SARMs in high doses. Could have been from taking steroids. It's from one or the other. It's not from chain smoking. It's not from getting sick. It certainly isn't from getting in rhinoplasty. It's not from aging. It's not from watching Coach Greg videos where I sound like the parrot from Aladdin and people say, oh, your voice changed for steroids. It's not from steroids. If anything, steroids, do they not make you sound more masculine? I don't think that you take steroids and suddenly you sound like a parrot from Aladdin. It's not from chain smoking. It's not from being a throat goat, hot toa. It's from taking steroids. I may be bikini, but I am happy with how my V taper is coming along. You cannot make your waist smaller. Yes, you can lose fat and get it tiny as it can be, but if you're like me, a wide waist, you have to create the illusion by building up the lats and shoulders as well as the glutes and legs. How do you think she built up those muscles? Steroids. You thought I was going to say lat pull downs and squats? It's steroids. And so you can see she's shredded, she's leaned down, she's competing in bikini. She's now kind of been brainwashed by the whole fitness industry thinking, oh, you need to have more size. You want to be a bikini competitor, you need to take Anavar. And so is it in fact her fault or is it the fault of society? I'm going to argue both. Look at the size of her physique. I mean, her arms, shoulders, and back appears to be bigger than her legs. The girl...
Just based on looking at her physique, I wouldn't think she's on steroids. Like that... Like lean beef patty mogs her, and lean beef patty is natural.
It's clearly not natural. You can't convince me this girl lost 80 pounds, is 100% natural, built up all that muscle, and at the same time did so in a natural environment. I don't believe this to be true.
Is this indicative right now of someone who's using androgenic anabolic steroids?
You could definitely achieve that physique without steroids.
I think it might be. I think it might be a very low dose of Anavar, or at least the genesis of use of Anavar. Maybe she just started using. I think it's definitely the exposure to clenbuterol for sure.
Let me start by saying this. You can't tell whether somebody is on or off clenbuterol. You can't tell by looking at a picture. Maybe if you see them in person, Clen can give you the shakes. It gives you a lot of energy, can make you nervous and irritable, for example, but you're not going to see it in a picture. And so is it likely that she was taking fat burners like Clen and T3 and so on? Absolutely. Anyone willing to take an anabolic androgenic steroid, enough so at a high enough dose and for long enough to change her voice, is of course likely taking something to help her burn fat. And so it could be Clen, it could be T3, Adderalls, Vyvanse, who knows? Anything to decrease your appetite. Remember, this is before a GLP-1 agonist, so it's very likely she's on clenbuterol, T3, other fat.
GLP-1 agonists have been on the market for almost 10 years, so no. It's unlikely she would have been able to get a hold of them, but they've been on the market for almost a decade.
Burners and so on, but that is not going to affect her voice.
The reason I believe that is because you're coming from a very disadvantaged place as a female. You're getting into the competitive scene.
And seeing as her voice has actually changed to this extent, remember, it's not just a twinge. It's not a tiny amount. It's a significant change. The dose of Anavar that I believe she's taken, about 20 milligrams. I don't believe that this is from low-dose Anavar, 5 milligrams. Remember, I've coached hundreds, if not thousands of athletes that have used and abused performance-enhancing drugs, and I've never seen anyone with a voice change such as this on anything less than 10 milligrams. Even at 10 milligrams, highly unlikely to have a voice change such as this, unless, of course, you're getting fake Anavar. Very often, very common, that Anavar is not actually Anavar. You think it's Anavar, but it's laced with something else. For example, Winstrol. Winstrol is far more androgenic. There's something known as the anabolic androgenic ratio. The more anabolic...
Most Anavar is faked with D-ball, but yeah, it can also be Winstrol.
It is, the more it builds muscle, the more androgenic it is, the more it gets you aggressive and perhaps causes virilization in women. That's when females develop male sexual characteristics. For example, they grow a beard, they get a deeper voice, the clitoral parts of the downstairs, they get bigger, and so on. If she were, for example, given 10 milligrams...
Aaron from England donated $3. Let me see.
Forgive us for not wanting to see babies being slaughtered every day. The building behind us that people go to work to every single day are being paid by Albert to manufacture weapons. 85% of the drones that have been made in England from Albert are being sent over to Israel. And APCO, the business behind us, are being paid.
No one fucking cares. You're gonna get arrested and the war will go on. You're just a dumb bitch.
Paid by Albert to lobby the government to put us in jail and treat us like political prisoners. We have 10 comrades in prison right now as political prisoners. They've been held under the Terrorism Act for standing up for genocide. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! We will not stop until the genocide is over.
Gay. Thanks for the donation, Aaron from England.
Anavar pills, and there was 10 milligrams of Winstrol, this very easily could cause these changes. And so for the females out there, be very careful with what you're doing. And if you start feeling like you're sick, your throat's starting to scratch a little bit, and you're not a throat goat, get off the shit that you're taking.
You're seeing a lot of other girls using these things, Computerol, T3, ephedrine, you name it, and you're kind of wanting to dip your hand in the cookie jar when all these other girls are looking banger.
2 Russians just got indicted by the DOJ for laundering money from Russia today to a media company in the US called Tenet Media, which gives lots of money to Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Lauren Southern and others. Google Tenet indictment Russia.
Whoa. I wonder if that explains why Tim Pool has become so anti-Ukraine. That is crazy. Conservative media company took millions of Kremlin cash. Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Lauren Southern, and Benny Johnson have all worked with Tenet Media. I wonder what Tim Pool's going to say about this. When did this break? It's not giving a date for the story. Did this break 3 hours? Oh, 3 hours ago. Holy shit. Federal indictment unsealed on Wednesday alleges that a Tennessee-based media company which played home to several prominent right-leaning online commentators was secretly a Russian government-backed influence operation. Company is accused of receiving nearly $10 million from employees of Russia Today. A Russian state-backed media company is part of a scheme to create and distribute content to U.S. audiences with hidden Russian government messaging, according to Attorney General Merrick Garland. Is fucking Destiny still online? Oh my god, this is hilarious.
You know, I'm not
Damn
feeling
it.
so well. You know, like that. That's what would happen, okay? And you'd be like, I can't kill this guy. And what about if he starts telling you jokes? Like you're in the trenches and he's in the next trench and he starts telling you jokes and they're really funny. Are you going to kill this guy? I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I feel like there would be just complete disarray in the fucking trenches. Canadians, some of them are really funny. You know that?
No, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
I bet they'd tell. Give me an example of a joke that a Canadian would tell from one trench to the next.
Oh.
Because certainly we'd be doing trench warfare.
Oh, I can't tell you that. You know, you'd have to be there. Because what about if you get drafted, eh? Sorry, I'm not going to try and do any more
No,
Canadian
that's good.
accent.
I like that.
I've worked with some Canadians before, and they're good people, but they're not very reliable, is what I would say.
Damn, why do you think that?
They're just, in general, just, you know.
I imagine all the really reliable Canadians are still working in Canada. The
That
ones
could
that
be
we
true.
get are like the leftover.
Yeah, they're not good,
riffraff.
they're not good enough for the social programs they have there. It's like what you're giving up your free healthcare and your state-sponsored girlfriend and all that stuff to come to America. You must be a real fucking loser.
Wow.
Yeah, that makes sense.
True.
Okay, so roaming millennial. She doesn't go by that anymore. Now
No.
she just goes by
Lauren Chen.
That's right.
I think. What is her channel name? Actually, her channel might still be called The Roaming Millennial. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Her business was called Roaming Millennial, though. The one that she was receiving the Russian payments through.
Mm-hmm. A lot of money, too.
$9.7 million over about a year. Yeah.
It's a lot of money. That's
Most of that was paid out to Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, and Benny Johnson, though.
How much?
I think it was around $8 million between just those three people.
So they got a small portion for themselves.
They cashed in, yeah.
That's
crazy. I never thought for like 1 second, like, kind of weird that Lauren Chen, this relatively small person in online media, somehow has the money in this company to pay me $400,000 a month. Tim Pool and Dave Rubin, neither of them thought, kind of weird that we're putting out videos that are getting like 8,000 views per video and we're getting paid, you know, $400,000 a month. Kind of weird, huh?
It's, do you think these people ever have this like moment of zen and they're like, oh, I'm a spy. I'm that dude who like tells,
Wow.
like, helps the enemy.
It's even worse than that, though. Like, being a spy is at least kind of cool. Being a useful idiot is like the most embarrassing, cringy fucking thing.
Well, being a spy is cool if you're in on it, right? So like,
well, that's what it means to be a spy versus a useful idiot, right?
Well, to a certain extent, right? Like, so
You know, I really wonder. These people, like, I can guarantee you, Tim Pool, all these people are going to get investigated. Tim Pool has recently become way more hostile to Ukraine. It wouldn't surprise me if he was in direct talks with these companies where they told him exactly what to say, and then they said we'll pay you $2 million to say this. Like, wouldn't surprise me.
And there are indictments on the way for them.
Yep.
Unfortunately, for all of the commenters, I don't think so.
I don't think they should though.
I mean, it depends on what the conversations look like.
So, based on the indictment that dropped so far, there was nothing in there that indicated that they specifically knew. They're like, okay, well, I guess.
Yeah, in these indictments, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. But if something more came, then absolutely. So, I wonder if when these people are like, you know, it's never going to happen, but like when they get arrested for treason, they're like, huh, I never would have thought I was going to be a chick arrested for treason. That's kind of wacky. That's me though, selling my country downstream for $1 million.
And it's just so, I don't understand. I don't know. Like, they were doing fine. Like, why? It's got to be an ideology thing. What is it, mice or whatever? Money, ideology, C was something, and then E was something, I forget.
Was it?
Yeah, there's like 4 things. It's like the 4 letters, the acronym for why people sell out.
Dude, that is just crazy. Riley donated $2 react at 155.
Furthermore, I want to ask you about about the.
Don't know that they do. That's certainly not my position. I mean, we had, so far as I know, and I would have thought that everybody had the same, you know, we tend to think that other people think of things the same way that we do. I mean, I would have thought that everybody agreed that when Hamas attacked Israel, that's bad. Israel is justified in defending itself, absolutely. But then after tens of thousands of Palestinian deaths, this is just vengeance now. This is way overboard. This is.
No, it's like what that is the most retarded take I've ever fucking heard.
Isn't defending yourself anymore. This is well beyond that.
Oh, okay, so they're just supposed to kill a bunch of people, let Hamas exist so that they can carry out more terror attacks? Like,
Okay, to be clear, I'm to be honest, I'm an Israeli. I'm an Israeli officer in the IDF, in the Israeli military. I'm on reserve. I've been to inform. I was for the last 4 months. I was on military service. So I don't want to say, to be honest. I'm guessing. I can agree why it looks like that, and maybe some of it is. But after that aftermath, after that trauma, after that massacre, don't you think? And I don't know if I know the answer to that question.
This guy is all these people end up debating like dumbasses, just random idiots who don't know how to debate, don't speak English as their first language, make the worst arguments, and then they think, oh, I showed him. Oh my god, Aaron Ra's a fucking idiot. Cucked little fucking moron. Tenet Media worked with American conservative or heterodox media figures, including Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Lauren Southern, who variously present themselves as independent journalists, documentarians, and political commentators. Not all of them immediately commenting have been publicly linked to a foreign propaganda site, but Johnson soon tweeted that he and other influencers had been victims in this alleged scheme. Wouldn't exactly call them victims. In his own tweet, Poole echoed that line, writing in part, should these allegations prove true, I, as well as other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. Bullshit. I hope the CIA investigates these fucking assholes and they get fucking charged with treason. Rubin, too, described himself as a victim. You're not a victim. You're a useful fucking idiot. Or you were complicit in this whole thing. I knew absolutely nothing about any of this fraudulent activity, period. The indictment filed in Southern's District of New York alleges that RT and 2 specific employees, Kostiantin Kostoya Kalashnikov and Alina Lena Afanisvaya, worked to funnel money to Tenet Media as part of series of covert projects to shape the opinion of Western audiences. RT's faced cancellations and sanctions in the United States, Europe, Canada, and the UK after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Federal authorities allege those travails led the company to instead create more covert means of influencing public perception. While Tenet is only referred to in the indictment as U.S. Company 1, details made it readily identifiable. The indictment alleges that Tenet's coverage contained commentary on events and issues in the United States, such as immigration, inflation, and other topics, consistent with the government of Russia's interests in amplifying U.S. domestic divisions. The indictment also alleges that not everyone affiliated with Tenet was unaware of the scheme, stating that founders 1-2 of the company knew the source of their funding. The founders of Tenet Media are Lauren Chen and her husband. So Lauren Chen may have actually known about the funding sources. Chen is a conservative influencer and YouTuber who's hosted a show on Blaze TV and who's affiliated with Turning Point USA. Her husband, Liam Donovan, identifies himself on Twitter as president of Tenet Media. The indictment alleges that RT officials and founders 1 and 2 also worked together to deceive 2 U.S. online commentators, Commentator 1 and Commentator 2, who respectively have over 2.4 and 1.3 million YouTube subscribers. Dave Rubin has 2.4 million YouTube subscribers, while Tim Pool has 1.37. So she might be going to jail for treason. That is crazy. W donated $2, not to be misogynistic, but most women in the gym train like pussies because they think if they lift heavy, they'll become too big and bulky. I don't think women train like pussies in the gym because they're afraid they'll become too big and bulky. I think women train like pussies because they're pussies. That's basically it. Just most women do not really want to train hard. So they do these retarded isolation exercises with little pink dumbbells and hip thrusts, facts or cap. It's fairly accurate. Thanks for the donation, W. The indictment indicates that even some of the people working at Tenet found their content heavy-handed. On February 15th of this year, Afanasvaya, using the name Helena Shudera, shared a video in a company Discord channel of what the indictment calls a well-known U.S. political commentator visiting a grocery store in Russia. That has to be Tucker Carlson. While he's not named in the indictment, it clearly matches Tucker Carlson, who toured such a grocery store, declaring himself slack-jawed in wonder at how nice it was. Later that day, the indictment adds producer privately messaged founder 2 on Discord. They want me to post this, referencing the video that Afanasvaya posted, but it feels like overt shilling. Founder 2 replied that Founder 1 thinks we should put it out there. Producer 1 acquiesced, responding, "All right, I'll put it out tomorrow." Tenet's recent content on sites like YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok has been heavily larded with critical commentary about Kamala Harris, conservative political commentator and documented plagiarist Benny Johnson, for instance, recently starred in a video about her empty words. The allegations against Kalashnikov and Afanasvaya, who are charged with conspiracy to violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act and conspiracy to commit money laundering, were part of a broader effort against what U.S. authorities allege were Russian-influenced sites seeking to subvert the election. Earlier on Wednesday, the Justice Department announced it had seized 32 internet domains used in what they called Russian government-directed foreign malign influence campaigns. At an Aspen Institute event on Wednesday afternoon, a DOJ official Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco said the Russians charged in the case used American-based individuals and entities to exploit, frankly, our free society to try to undermine our elections, including by deploying unwitting influencers to push Russian propaganda and pro-Russian messaging. Yeah, again, I don't know if the term exploit is appropriate here. Is Asmongold going to debate you? No, he's just cucked into the shadows. One of the last things Tenet posted on their social media sites before the indictment was unsealed concerned. Ironically enough, a government employee accused of secretly acting as a foreign agent. Tenet posted a video of Linda Soon, former aide to New York Governor Andrew Cuomo and Kathy Hochul, who has been charged with using her position to benefit the Chinese government. Tenet seemed to suggest that a few words soon offered on a video call endorsing diversity, equity, and inclusion measures were part of an alleged foreign back messaging plot. Why would the Chinese government want to push DEI in America? A tweet from Tenet read. Wow. I seriously hope like Tim Pool and shit get fucking charged with like treason or something.
To destroy any semblance of a unified culture.
I think when you say like that, it makes a lot of sense. But I do think that, and I can vouch for myself. I remember
that chick is on steroids.
I remember coming out of like high school and college, and I remember I'm a feminist, you know, because I believe.
Vito, Mr. Girl.
Oh wait, we're talking to him soon, aren't we?
Yeah,
in a week
or something. All right, so. As an Asian or a Jew, you could say, because they were also discriminated against.
Really? Were they?
I mean, I don't know. Do you really want to go to Harvard if it's just a bunch of fucking Chens and fucking Sheckelsteins there?
Yeah, I would actually.
You do. You want to be the
I
one.
wouldn't even think twice about it.
You would be like, "Hi, I'm Stephen Bonnell," and they'd be like, "Oh, you're the affirmative action hire, I see. That's what they would look at you and say that.
That would be.
And think that.
That's what my Cuban heritage is for, to grab those affirmative action hires.
Do you claim that you're Latino to try and, if you were trying to get into college right now, would you say you were Latino?
Absolutely. You don't think I didn't have a Latino sponsorship or not sponsorships, scholarships, financial aid and shit at UNO? Absolutely.
Really?
It was like $1,000 or something, but yeah, it was better than nothing. Hell yeah.
Interesting.
Absolutely. Usually you have to write like some bullshit essay about your experience growing up or whatever, and then it's like the freebies.
Do you use the word Latinx?
I would never use the word Latinx. Never.
Latinx.
Latinx.
Like
yeah.
Kleenex?
Something. It's cringe.
Do you think it's pronounced like Kleenex or Latinx?
I think it's Latinx.
Kleenex. Latinx.
Okay. Yeah.
It doesn't have a good ring to it.
Okay. Latinx. My bad.
That's like a word that we made for Hispanic people, and somehow that was okay for us to do that. It's kind of
they didn't
interesting.
understand how oppressed they were being by their own language, and then we, as white gods, gifted them
saviors. Actually,
white saviors.
Yes. We, the royal we, the Cuban.
I agree.
In the
a progressive with blue hair walked up to the river of Latinos, and then they drank the potion like in Prometheus, and their body dissolved and Latinx dispersed into all the water.
That is how we do. Okay. All right. Well,
wait. Have you heard of the movie Alien Romulus?
Is that the new one?
That's the new one.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Have you?
No, it's supposed to be good though.
Okay. What ooh, man, we could have a whole movie thing that we do.
Yeah.
I didn't think Prometheus was bad.
Okay.
I knew that was gonna hurt.
Affirmative action at Harvard, which lumps all Asians, Indian, Chinese, Laotians into one category, and I find that offensive as an Asian person. And so when
I also find that offensive.
Doesn't he? Now, I feel like there's the box of APIs and some old...
This is happening to you. I wonder if Lauren Southern has made a statement on this. Lauren...
I think 4 of 6... Somebody linked a video. Or any license agreement with Tenet, and it will... More and more people...
The fuck do something.
Should these allegations prove true, I, as well as the other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. I cannot speak for anyone else at the company as to what they do or to what they are instructed. The Culture War podcast was licensed by Tenet Media. It existed well before any license agreement with Tenet, and it will continue to exist after any such agreement expires. The only change with the agreement was that the location of the live broadcast moved to Tenet's YouTube channel. I and the Culture War podcast never produced any content for Tenet Media. Never at any point did anyone other than I have full editorial control of the show, and the contents of the show are often apolitical. Examples include discussing spirituality, dating, and video games. Yeah, 3 very not political subjects right now. The show is produced in its entirety by our local team without input from anyone external to the company. The Culture War is a separate company, not associated with timcast.com or other properties. It exists solely for the production of the Culture War podcast. That being said, we still do not know what is true, as these are only allegations. Putin is a scumbag, Russia sucks donkey balls, and to the journalists who wish to jump the gun, create their own narrative, or lie about what is currently going on, you can...
I clipped a debate with Scott Sullivan and got a comment you may want to react to, particularly the horse riding being exploitative part. Here is a screenshot to get an idea. Video link in next donation in case you want to re.
Richard is an irrelevant loser, won't ever be vegan. Riding horses, consuming bivalves, buying a dog from a breeder, feeding them animal products isn't vegan. Yeah, so that's a massive, dishonest way of really saying any of that, but especially the dog thing. Glad that he's constantly losing subscribers. It's just too bad he hasn't been permanently banned, considering some of the things he's talked about. For example, bragging about nearly killing 2 children. I never bragged about killing 2 children, or nearly killing 2 children. Again, this is so fucking dishonest. I think he's talking about the time I nearly killed somebody when I was in the 4th grade. As a child, I nearly killed another child. When I was in the... And he's mixing up the story, as most of these idiots do. I nearly killed the same kid twice. I almost threw him off a railing, and I almost shot him with a bow and arrow. It was the same kid, so it was only one child, and I was a child at the time. I would have been like 10 years old. Imagine, like, if I were to say, I lost my virginity when I was 10 years old, and then you spin that by saying, oh, he's bragging about having sex with a child. Like that is so retarded. Attacking women purposefully in hockey and laughing about it. Yeah, it's called hockey, dude. Yelling at his dogs. Pets aren't vegan either, but whatever. Pets aren't here for our entertainment. The fuck did... Like, what? Where is he getting this? Death and rape threats? I've never threatened to rape anyone. Where is he getting that? He's a massive hypocrite. He's talked about how he would vote for Trump and later denied it and still denies it. So I hated Hillary as a candidate so much that I wanted Trump to win. And I didn't realize how bad Trump was. Like again, considering my current political fucking opinion on Trump, why would he mention this? The non-vegan thing, his hypocritical stance on the LGBT community when he calls himself an ally but made the anti-SJW Gillette video. The Gillette video had nothing to do with the LGBTQ community. It was about just hating men. He spread misinformation about transgender people, uses the T slur. I don't call trans women trannies. Like this guy's just lying. Oh, and there was the... I don't know what that is, tab. And the other sus... Oh my god. He's talking about the fucking bookmark I had that is a paper on why virtual child pornography is bad. Why you could defend him at this point says a lot about you as well. Yeah, whatever. This guy's a fucking retarded. I don't fucking care.
Eat my Irish ass. I like how he's Irish now. Before he was very... Was it Korean? What does he have? He talked about how when he grew up, he was bullied for being Asian.
What? Really?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know
Somebody
that.
linked the video.
Okay.
Somebody linked the video in chat about his Asian experience, I mean, Asian American experience growing up. Please.
How much do you think Tim Pool makes?
Maybe 8 figures. He's very, very, very wealthy. That guy's show, he's huge outreach.
So maybe 10 million a year.
Maybe,
but definitely
clear is over a mil, easy. Probably like my guess would be somewhere like just off the top of my head. My guess would be somewhere in the 3 to 8 million range. It depends. I don't know how much those supplement sponsors should pay.
You don't know how many, dude. They pay a lot. Do you see how much money fucking Alex Jones was making?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could be. Yeah, it could be like in the 8-figure range.
It could be fucking what? How the fuck are there that many stupid people? That's what I don't understand. Alex Jones was selling like hundreds of millions of dollars of this shit. Like it's crazy. Of like nothing. Of just like...
My guess for like those types of things are it's probably a fuck ton of markup and it's the marginal cost and the R&D is non-existent. Like to make one of those fucking pills, it probably costs like 2 cents. And people pay $35 for Vitality male vitamins.
Yeah, the whole thing is like the shipping in the fucking pill container.
The capsules themselves are probably more than the ingredients inside, yeah.
Well, it's like the homeopathy shit, right?
Yeah, dude, Tim Pool is rich as fuck. He has a huge YouTube channel.
It's like it's got a fucking...
Well, homeopathy could be real sometimes, maybe.
Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Why? No, it can never be real. I swear to God, I will fucking burn every... Don't you hate Dr. K now that he's wearing a fucking Palestine flag, apparently, on his fucking thing? Is that not enough for you to burn you over? Bring you over. Anyways, all right. Well, Timmy, I'm sorry that this is happening to you. I wonder if Lauren Southern has made a statement on this. Lauren...
I think 4 of 6 of the... accused commentators or whatever, I think have made statements so far. I don't know.
Just saw my first payment show up in my bank account. My son turns to me and says, when I grow up, I want to shill for Russia too. Dream big, little guy. Sorry, I was just inferring from that statement.
Oh
what
my
you meant.
God, hold on.
What?
This looks like the biggest fucking Elon simp statement I've ever seen in my entire life.
Okay, here we go. Elon.
Wait, what?
Whoa, what?
No, I'm
this-
talking about her tweet.
Oh, okay.
There's
Gotcha.
0% chance that her son said that.
Just saw my first.
My son turns to me and says, when I grow up, I'm going to put a lift kit on a Cybertruck.
They are fucking wild looking. Have you seen one yet?
Unfortunately, I've seen one here in Miami Beach. One.
It attracts more attention than a Lamborghini right now.
You can't put a lift kit on a Cybertruck. The steering system makes it so it's impossible, unless Tesla makes their own lift kit. But you can't.
It looks fucking ridiculous.
It looks retarded.
Yeah.
But if you got hit by one of those things, I think you are super fucked as a pedestrian.
Why?
Actually, if you're in any vehicle whatsoever, I don't know. It's like sharp edges and.
You don't think it's like crumple zones or something?
Yeah, I think you're the crumple zone. I think your car is the crumple zone. Really? Your fucking Ford Focus is gonna what? Look and laugh at the.
I put an Apple AirTag on the Cybertruck, the only one in Miami Beach, so that I know where it is at all points in time. And every time it gets close to me, I pull my gun out so that if there's even a chance that it looks like it's going to crash into me and kill me, I can kill myself first before ever being killed by a product that Elon Musk designs.
Okay. Apparently, Elon may have tweeted something cringe. No, this is not the.
That's hilarious.
Elon, what a loser! Imagine not having Elon Musk.
Oh, let's see what AI-generated misinformation the owner of Twitter is tweeting today.
Hey, but this is interesting. So the Elon account, Twitter, Elon allows this to exist, and it's an anti-Elon account. That's kind of fucking wild. No,
That's called controlled opposition.
Oh, you think?
I have no idea, actually.
I don't either. All right, there he is, Captain Dick Suck himself. What's he bitching about? Oh, 1 minute ago. Can't be that. 6 minutes ago.
I don't think he doesn't run this account. 0 chance. 0% chance. He might sometimes he might do it.
No, I think he's a retard. He probably runs it.
You think he tweeted 3 times in the last, or 5 times in the last 10 minutes?
So, here's the thing.
Oh yeah, Elon Musk is addicted to Twitter.
I thought about this. Did I say this last show? I don't care. I'll say it again. I don't care.
Say it again. Do it.
If I had $50 billion,
yeah,
I would not buy Twitter.
Really?
I would become a James Bond villain and buy a fucking mountain and hollow it out and have like a team of 300 people there fucking working on, it doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? Like sharks with lasers, literally. Like that could be your life. You could be that fucking guy with $50 billion. But this retard bought fucking Twitter.
That's fucking wild.
It is. What would you do with $50 billion? Would you become a James Bond villain? Cool. Sick. Awesome.
Roll the Dan clip about being Batman if he was rich.
Or would you buy Twitter?
I would be the Batman guy.
I would be the Batman guy too. I would be the Batman guy.
Tony Stark built a social media network with a box of APIs and some old IRC logs, okay? And you can't even
old IRC servers is what you would have to say.
You can't even make
some 486s.
Yeah, way back in the day.
He strung them together, and then
Tony Stark was using using a number 2 pencil to draw lanes on PCBs, and you guys can't even make a functional social media platform. What's going on out here?
All these new frogs, they don't know about the turbo button on your PC. Do you even know about the turbo button?
I don't know about the turbo button.
Yeah, the 486s used to have a turbo button, and you would normally run it with the turbo on, obviously. Okay, that gives you the extra megahertz. But sometimes you would get that game, okay, and the game wouldn't run correct because the clock cycles were going too fast, and you would have to turn off the turbo to run that button. And that's why the turbo button was there on the older PCs.
Wild. Furtive in chat found the link.
Okay. Of what?
Just go. Furtive, he's got it. Scroll up.
Okay.
Yep, scroll up. No, more.
More.
Furtive.
The ACLU, when they supported affirmative action at Harvard, which lumps all Asians, Indian, Chinese, Laotians into one category, and I find that offensive as an Asian person. And so when
I also find that offensive.
Doesn't he? Now, I feel like there's another video where he's talking about discrimination that he experienced as an Asian person, like more than this. But
I don't know about David Pakman's angle here.
I like it. He looks superior as fuck. Like, look, this is like the quivering, crying child, like they're looking below, and now this is like David Pakman, brave based, like, ready to fuck the planet.
No,
Look
this
at
is
him.
like the I showed you my penis please respond
No.
mean?
Oh my God, here's my exact same mic. You're ending.
It should be.
For at least Tim Pool, if not for the other 5. At least for Tim Pool, who markets himself as like an investigative guy who got to start doing investigative media journalism, right? Like, how do you miss that? That's you. Like, you worked for the thing. You were part of the thing that you're supposed to be like the watchdog against. If any of his fans actually believe any of the shit that he says, right?
I mean, he's certainly going to try and say like, listen, you can see in my post right there, I say fuck Russia. Russia can suck a dick. Fuck you,
well,
Russia.
except you literally can't, because if you go to my Twitter and you look at the thing that I tweeted like 4 tweets ago, he literally has said that Ukraine is the one that started the war and that Ukraine is an enemy of the world.
I can play as Tim Pool. It's not hard. I can do it. Like, yeah, I do not agree with America's continued funding of someone else's fucking war. I think we should focus at home. I'm sorry, I stand by that. Putin is still a fucking asshole, but do I think we should be sending shit to Ukraine? Absolutely not. And I stand by that. Absolutely, everything I said.
That's fine.
But,
you can
but
say
what?
that. You can say that, but I'm saying that in any media environment with any amount of integrity, that person's career would be over.
Oh.
It would be done. Like, I could never trust a single thing you ever say. You couldn't tell this random no-name company from this loser who it was like barely relevant in the media space anymore, who worked for the fucking Blaze, is paying you $500,000 a month, and you didn't stop to think for 1 second what the fuck.
I'm sorry, Destiny. I don't look into it. Okay, where I'm not going and looking at every specific investor. I'm sorry. Do you know every single person at Kick that's paying you? Okay.
I assume it comes from casinos.
You assume, but you have no idea. Okay. You know what there is? There's a very right-wing leaning bent on that site. Okay. And they might keep you there as the token fucking Cuban. You don't know. You don't ask the question. So why am I being held to some impossible standard where I have to know? Like, a media company said, hey, we want to pay you. We want to have you under this thing here. There's some topics we want to cover. And it's already related to the shit I cover. Yeah, that's called being a fucking journalist.
Kick isn't contracting me for political content. I think if they were doing it, maybe there'd be a few more questions there. Like, the closest thing you could accuse us of being is potentially like Progressive Victory, maybe. Except they seem to be fully aligned for the most part with my interests. But
I would agree with the same thing. So you're talking.
Fuel Donate Tellers, do you think Destiny secretly agrees with veganism and basically just memes on it because he doesn't want to be associated with vegans or something? He agrees that it's a superior moral position, and he just feels guilty and doesn't want to have to admit he's wrong. Like, do you see it possible, Destiny, to go vegan? It's possible, but unlikely. Thanks for the donation, Fuel.
Talking about a company has come to me and said, hey, produce content saying that we shouldn't be sending money to fucking Ukraine. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think we should be sending money to Ukraine. I want to end all wars and have America focus on America first and not on other people's wars. Like, that's easy money.
That's not the only thing it covers, though. Here's what you should really be asking. If a foreign entity has identified you as being easy to use for their own propaganda, you should stop and think that, like, Matt, maybe I'm the bad guy right now, or maybe my talking points, maybe my media, my whatever I'm trying to send out to the world, right? However I'm reporting on things, whatever messages I'm pushing, the statements that I'm making, maybe it's not a good thing if they happen to wholly and completely align with what is purportedly an enemy of the country that I exist in, right? Like, maybe that should be cause for concern, no?
Well, the problem, I think, is that I don't agree with a lot of the policies of the radical left and Joe Biden that they're pushing right now. And I want to see change in this country. And so when you're talking about things like, should there be tampons in the men's bathroom? And should we be having, I don't know, what else did the fucking right people go crazy about? And it doesn't matter. When you're talking about that, yeah, guess what? I do not agree with what America is doing. Do I agree with everything that Putin's doing? Absolutely not.
Yeah, but he agrees with everything Trump is doing.
Okay, well, that's not true. I don't agree with
he
everything.
He literally did a slobbery fucking interview with him on his channel. There is no defending. You can't. Bring up the Tim Pool Trump interview. He literally had an interview with fucking Donald Trump, but there was a slurp fest.
Okay, listen, when you get to interview the president, I mean, you might be there and then have him walk out 5 minutes ago, and I understand that you don't interview a lot of presidents, but when you're like me and a professional, journalist, these questions are arranged in advance, okay? I don't get to fucking do it on the fly.
I'll just say that when I talk to Israeli past presidents, the questions didn't have to be approved in advance.
Those past presidents don't matter very much. It's a very small country, okay? Some of them, I hear, are not the best people, okay?
True. They already knew what I was going to ask because we have the Jew mind. We're connected.
Okay. This is like taking all my effort to be Tim Pool right now. But anyways.
They're everything.
It's just so easy. Like, you're like, I can't imagine how he's going to weasel his way out of this. And it's like.
But he will, because they have no accountability.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to be hard. It's be like, bro.
They're shameless.
The thing is, when you always hold these people to the fire like they're a Nazi, always, right? It's just like there's no like.
Just to be clear, when we say hold them to the fire, we mean like press a very lukewarm fork up to their hand and ask them for 1 second to like take some responsibility for their actions.
Yeah, but for them, that might be like being held to the fire a little bit. When they feel like they're always a Nazi that wants to kill all black people and have nothing but white Christians in the country, and you're just screaming at them constantly, they just don't care, I guess, anymore. Anything you say.
That's fine. So then they
when
become
do
traitors.
That, like you can't
treat them like traitors.
Yeah, but then they're just like, oh, that's just the fucking crazy left. They say anyone who doesn't want to have tampons in bathrooms is a traitor.
And they can say that on the way to the
guillotine.
It's pronounced guillotine, but I would never say that.
Let me ask you that the song "Guillotine" by It Goes.
Oh yeah.
Are you one of the guys that's like, oh yeah, it's a good song?
No.
Okay. People like for some reason fetishize that song, and I don't know why.
Because it's Death Grips.
Yeah, but what is it about that that's like good? Is there anything good about Death Grips specifically?
It makes you feel trendy and cool. That's
so
it.
just trendy and cool.
Yep.
It's a vibe. It's like having
It's like the Yeezys of music.
Or what's that one poster that every chick supposedly has on their wall? Of the black guy, the album with his face. Why can't I remember it now?
If I fart, does that make me a bad person? Well, it's all a matter of perspective.
You're making this awkward on purpose, and you know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You
I'm not
do.
making it awkward. You mean Bob Marley?
No,
You mean
not
Frank
Bob
Ocean?
Marley.
Kanye West?
We're gonna get there.
Will Smith?
No.
Frank Ocean?
No.
Tyler the Creator?
I'm also reading chat. Why do you guys keep saying the
Michael
same?
Jackson?
I think Childish Gambino. That could be it. Is that the one?
Well, I don't even know what you're talking. Every girl has
No.
a Childish Gambino
No,
poster.
I don't. No, it's the. Fuck. No, that's not it. What's the black guy, the rapper, and he had the song, and
Kanye West.
it ended with a completely different vibe. Oh my god, it's coming back to me. Part of it.
Black Eyed Peas. The song was "I'm a Bee."
Who that boy? Who he is? That, and then it ends with a better thing. Who that boy? Who he is? Who he is? Tyler the Creator. Everyone has this fucking. Where's the fucking poster?
What the fuck are you talking about, Dan?
You're gonna.
Forgot my namification to any tellers. Dan's take on Ukraine is dumb. I wish I could ask him how sending 30 to 60-year-old equipment to Ukraine is worse for our country than not sending anything at all. Why would he assume that countries like Russia obtaining more power makes the U.S. safer? Dan? This guy? He's against sending weapons to Ukraine? For real? That's hard to believe. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
This one. I knew I was gonna get there. They all have this fucking poster on their wall.
Do they?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And the ending of this song was like really good. From the album, technically, that wasn't early. I don't give a shit. Okay, you're a good person. You're a good person. You know what? You were trying hard, and you wanted to flex that you knew something that
Does
I didn't know.
Kanye West still do the thing where he releases like 15 takes of an album on Twitter because he's having a manic episode, or did he stop that?
He's talking about MF Doom. Okay, yeah.
I'm not a racist.
Well, Nazi.
Or that. I'm neither of those things. Both of those. You know what I did?
What?
But I'm a little nervous to do it. I figured something out. Okay?
Uh-oh.
This is an expose. This is what you call real investigative
journalism.
Okay. Is it investigative or investigative?
Investigative.
Investigative journalism.
Yeah.
I did it. Okay. Chat. If you create a brand new account on Twitter and follow a bunch of random accounts, you will not receive any ads. Suspicious. However, if you have an older Twitter account, and you go and you just unfollow everyone, you're not following anyone now, just an older Twitter account you created many moons ago, and then you just search in the Twitter search bar for something like 1488 or something like that, and then you just follow a bunch of accounts that aren't big, okay? Sub 1,000 accounts, okay? If you do that, now your content feed will be filled with Nazi stuff, obviously. Interesting fact, a lot of ads for a lot of big companies absolutely show up when you do that in your feed right next to insane Nazi content. I was doing a video on it and I was like, do I want to get sued by Elon Musk for doing this? So I didn't do it. But now I'm saying it.
I wonder if you can
Allegedly.
Join, you could join the case with Media Matters, right? I think you have
They're
like a join.
bankrupt.
Are they?
Yeah.
Why? Well, they were probably bigger before they got sued. Seems like a company that probably doesn't make very much money.
It's not a company. It was like a fucking non-profit whatever that was probably just like
Well,
sitting
isn't
there.
a non-profit a company?
I mean, technically, yeah. But anyways, I did this. I created an account, followed a bunch of accounts out of 1488, and it was like NBC Olympics next to a picture of like Hitler. Like, God, I wish he was here.
Around you, and they have some kind of answer that you might not have, you're going to want to dip your hand in that cookie jar.
And we're not referring to that kind of cookie. Very careful with what you're doing. And if you start feeling like you're sick, your throat's starting to scratch a little bit, and you're not a throat goat, get off the shit.
Dip your hand in that cookie jar.
And we're not referring to that kind of cookie. He said her hand was in the cookie jar. We're not saying that she's into those kind of cookies. I am.
She has a jaw that looks pretty pronounced, right? In that video that I just pulled up of her talking on her Instagram, that thing is a lot bigger than it was back in that YouTube video, and her voice is sounding really normal and light and peppy.
And so we already noticed the change in the jawline in the face. Many times you'll see women who are on performance-enhancing drugs, and oftentimes it's girls who are competing in CrossFit. I hate to pick on the CrossFit girls. No, I don't hate it at all. The CrossFit girls are almost all on steroids. It's crazy. And people are like, oh, you're just a hater. No. If I point out to somebody who's doing 300-pound clean and jerks, and she posts a video and says, look at me clean and jerking 300 pounds, and I say, you probably use steroids, it's not because I'm a hater. It's not because I'm jealous. It's because I want other people who see this girl lifting that weight to realize that you shouldn't be comparing yourself to her because she's on steroids. All the time when somebody's a female or a male for that matter, and they post incredible feats of strength they've done, and the comments are, you're on steroids. And people are thinking, yeah, but you're just a hater. It could be somebody just trying to point out to the younger audience who are going to look up to these people who think they're natural that they're not. For example, when I do a natty or not on a person, it's not just to shit on them. It's to educate other people who are perhaps comparing themselves to that person and think, I shouldn't aspire to look like that because they're not natural. And so if you're looking to look like Alex Hormozy or his wife, probably not going to do it. And why? Probably because you're not abusing steroids.
So then this brings me to the current video, which I'm going to pull up on my phone here, but you guys will see it on screen.
And so let's fast forward to current times. Now remember, there's no way she wouldn't have noticed her voice change from that first clip to the second. There's no way she didn't realize it. She knew what she was doing. She signed up for it, but yet she couldn't stop. She couldn't stop. Do you think she wanted her voice to change? Well, we've shown evidence that she didn't. She's literally saying that she hates it, that people wouldn't follow her for the content. All they did was hear her voice. And so she hates it, but yet she kept doing it. Ever heard of a guy named Mike Israetel? Once you're on the steroids, you get addicted to the feelings, to the gains, to the dopamine, the rush of putting all that muscle. Very hard to stop. So much so that you're willing to risk your femininity, your voice, all to develop some muscle, to be leaner, to perhaps have a six-pack. And so you keep going, you keep abusing it. You can't stop, and then later on, years later, you look back and you regret it. You're thinking, Kirk, what did I do? I should have listened to Coach Greg. But at the time when Coach Greg makes the video, Coach Greg is a hater. He's a horrible human being. He's not a nice person, yet everyone else is a nice person. Doesn't matter if they get in car accidents while on alcohol, getting in head-on collisions, perhaps robbing from people, doing anything. But they're nice on camera. They smile. See the smile? They smile. And so they're nice. But perhaps they're beating people up in private. They're talking shit about everyone behind their back, but on camera, they're so nice. And so that person, we love them, but Coach Greg, for being an honest person, for telling you what he actually thinks, telling you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear,
Dominus, you actually asked the dumbest question ever in chat. Has it been confirmed that Greg Doucette is on gear? Are you retarded?
He's an asshole. We don't like him. But if you did, in fact, listen to my message, maybe you'd realize, hey, he has a point. Maybe there's going to be a woman out there watching this video who's going to think twice about abusing steroids. She's going to think, you know what? My voice is changing right now. I'm doing the same thing she is. I'm going to stop. Stop now before it's too late.
An interview with the CFO, my CFO.
And if you look at the comments, it's really bad. First comment, that's my man. Dang, bro, busy as fuck. Sick schedule, man. So handsome. This man is on his purpose. Get it?
And so, am I an asshole for showing him reading out other people's messages? Did I say that about her? I recognize that she competed in women's competitions. Bikini. There's pressure from society to look good, to fit in. So what do you think happened? I think that somebody sold her a steroid, probably Anavar, and it wasn't Anavar, but rather Winstrol. Either that or she had a coach, a boyfriend, somebody saying, look, you can take 20 milligrams of Anavar. It's common dose. Most girls are taking 20, 30, 40, 50 milligrams. And that's true. There are tons of females out there taking doses far greater than 20 milligrams. Some of them are so fortunate and have such great genetics that their voices don't even actually change. But for others, even at 10 milligrams, voice is going to change. And so you never know if you have great genetics or poor genetics. Problem is, you get addicted to those changes. You're addicted to looking better and getting that dopamine from the compliments. And so you keep going. You can't stop. But later down the road, perhaps when you become a mother, when you get out of the sport, you're thinking, I don't want to compete anymore. You're done. You've hanged up the posing trunks. At that point, you look back and then you regret it. And for the men, it's oftentimes when you get older and you get your blood work done, you get your blood pressure taken, you're like, I'm not healthy. My kidneys are not functioning properly. My liver isn't good. The doctor says I need to stop. I'm telling you, you need to stop now.
Layla, please just talk about your past exposure to anabolic steroids. It's obvious Alex has used some. I didn't say that, but I said, hey, it'd probably be better to get ahead of this thing and just say, hey, this is what I did. It was an experimental phase of my life, blah, blah, blah.
And so as Coach Colton points out, why didn't she just come out and say, you know, I used to abuse steroids. I made a mistake. My voice changed. I have my regrets. But instead of that, by hiding it, she's now being exposed to comments saying, is she trans? Is she transitioning? Before going to the dark side, for example, taking SARMs and or steroids. If you take the same amount of milligrams of Anavar per week as 20 milligrams of test, it's way too much.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for!
Dear God, it's beautiful.
The first Space Marine game from back in 2011 really was the kind of thing that could turn someone into a 40k fan. And I say that from experience, considering prior to playing it, I really didn't care all that much about the franchise. I mean, I'd played Space Hulk on my PS1 and Fire Warrior on my PS2 before that, but this was the first time I fully understood why people were so encapsulated with the series and all its lore. Especially the way it portrayed the overwhelming legions of orcs and the steadfast and no-nonsense approach the Ultramarines had when they dealt with them the only way they could.
Space Marine!
As anyone who's played that original game can probably tell you, one of its biggest shortcomings was that it ended on a seriously nail-biting cliffhanger, leaving the future of our boy Titus undetermined and, to be honest, not looking all that bright either. Well, finally now, in 2024, we can get some long-awaited answers because the sequel, Space Marine 2, is finally here, developed by Saber Interactive.
What is your pledge? My pledge is eternal service.
And it follows much in the same vein as its predecessor, focusing on lots of stomping around in a big blue suit of armor, and being responsible for a serious decline in the population of heretical scum throughout the galaxy. The whole thing opens from the perspective of a Death Watch Marine, sent to the planet of Kadaku when it's under attack by a sudden infestation of Tyranids. After a truly epic and badass opening cinematic, this mysterious Marine falls from his dropship, and then has to try to hook up back with his squad and detonate a bomb to wipe out the Xenos in the area. Then the next 15 or 20 minutes of this prologue mission really just serves as a bit of a tutorial for all of the controls.
Hey VG. After dealing with some fucked trauma for years, I've accepted it's not getting any better. My mind broke. I'm going to off myself sometime in the next few months. Not looking for consolation. Just feels good to get it off my chest.
I would not recommend doing that. It's all a matter of perspective, dude. If you want to just forget the trauma, then you can forget the trauma. Nothing matters, man. No pain you've experienced, no joy, nothing matters. And if you just come to grips with that nothing matters, no one promised you anything, then you can just enjoy life. Happiness is right there if you want to experience it. But I wouldn't recommend doing that. Thanks for the donation, though, Anon Donor. If you want to talk about it more, you can just message me on Instagram.
The mechanics, along with setting up the whole story. And look, I'm not really going to spoil what else happens during this prologue, but the main takeaway from this whole opening sequence is that our boy Titus is back, and reinstated as an Ultramarine, brought in to investigate the reasons for this Tyranid invasion, and more importantly...
No, haven't seen Alien Romulus.
Take your place as an Ultramarine once more.
Yeah!
And he's brought back in to investigate the reasons for this invasion, and more importantly, to try to stop it. Eventually, the story does get back to why he was accused in the first game, but a lot of the cinematics here are really just Titus being given his next objective. along with scenes where he's bickering back and forth with one of the new Marines in his squad named Gadriel, a guy who doesn't trust him for various reasons and also ain't shy about bringing that up every 5 minutes. Yeah, like how this dude hasn't got the sack at this point is anyone's guess.
What were you accused of? Corruption.
Which is kind of funny as well, considering the other squad member named Chiron just kind of soldiers on the entire time like an absolute lad.
You're right.
But it is quite a bit of a running theme that they've got going here. And that's how Titus is constantly being accused or under suspicion for his actions and things he's done or said in the past. And yeah, like I can't imagine what that's got to be like, you know, having everyone constantly criticize you over something you did in the past.
Prove yourself to us.
Anyway, all up, there's 6 missions in the campaign, all of which can be finished in around 45 or so minutes, save for the final mission, which for some reason is like 2 hours long. Why they didn't just split that one up into multiple parts as well is anyone's guess. And about the only thing that disappoints me there is that they didn't bring back Mark Strong to voice Titus.
There's a strategy behind it.
I don't know, I guess Mark Strong was too busy doing nothing. Either way, it's a decent enough story, and gives enough of a reason to have you in all these various scenarios. We can witness these events of total annihilation as both the Tyranids and the Imperium of Man get into these humongous battles. And eventually, even the Thousand Sons Marines show up as well, you know, if that wasn't enough.
Lick the tip of my penis?
Sure, I'll do that after stream. Thanks for the donation, Alawali.
Sadly though, there's no orcs.
Get off my ship, Space Marine! I'm Boss Grimskull!
I love that little guy. In case you haven't really noticed yet either, it probably goes without saying that this is one seriously good looking game. And one that also seems to be pretty well optimized, thanks in no part, I'm sure, to the fact that it doesn't use de novo. The environments are all detailed.
Oh, dude, that is fucking dope.
Striking and vivid, and there's a lot of great moments here when you can look off into the distance and just see that never-ending swarm of Tyranids running across the horizon.
Keep your heads and get it done.
There's a great sense of scale to some of these set pieces as well, with explosions going off, tanks and other vehicles moving about, along with seeing those poor droves of foot soldiers marching off to certain death. And even walking past these guys, you'll see them bowing in respect. Really just makes you feel like you're smack bang in the middle of these giant conflicts, which is in stark contrast to how linear the missions actually are, with there really not being all that much exploration or side content to see. You pretty much just move from one area to the next, killing what's ever dumb enough to get in your way, then proceeding to the next area and just doing it again. All of the various executions here are suitably gory as well, with all the characters even having their shiny blue armor covered in the bodily fluids of whatever they've just eviscerated.
They never learn.
And I really like too with the executions against the Thousand Sons Marines, how your character's just going to rip their head off entirely, letting all that chaos energy spill out of that gaping neck hole. Now, during cinematics, the facial animations can come across as a bit basic, but then you've also got to keep in mind that these aren't people that are brimming with excitement or positive vibes. I mean, it's a bunch of people here who are more or less forced into an existence of nothing but servitude, and their current predicament involves them trying to avoid being horribly killed by millions and millions of super pissed off space spiders. Along with the fact as well that a lot of these soldiers are Cadian, which probably means they've seen and done it all by this point.
Yes, my lord. Follow me.
Either way though, in terms of the presentation, like, a lot of this stuff just reeks of being wet dream material, and it's pretty damn clear that Saber Interactive have got a lot of love for that source material. Just a bit of a shame though that there's not any kind of codex or bestiary for the player to read through. I mean, at no point is there any kind of menu screen that's got a detailed list of all the enemy types, the factions, weapons, characters, and all that kind of stuff. Which really kind of seems like a bit of an oversight for a game like this. You know, a 40k game of all things, based off a franchise that absolutely thrives on its painstaking lore. As for the gameplay, well, that's broken down primarily into 3 modes. You got the story mode in the campaign, the operations PvE mode, and then the multiplayer PvP, which sadly wasn't available before launch for me to play.
Hello?
Regardless of which mode you're playing though, Space Marine 2 feels like a combination of a bunch of other titles all rolled into one. I mean, for starters, like, it obviously feels like the first game in the most basic sense, where you're lumbering around in your power armor, combining melee combat with ranged weapons depending on the situation. In the PvE mode, the vast majority of enemies are the swarms of Tyranids, droves of the weaker fodder types that can be killed in a single melee hit or with a couple of rounds from your bolter. And much like the first game, you'll just carve a path through these things without much drama, making it feel very much like other Horde shooters we've had in recent memory, with Darktide being a pretty notable example, along with, of course, World War Z, which is made by the same devs. Also, like the first game, you'll come up against these tougher variants, who are more resistant to your weapons. And this is where it almost becomes kinda Souls-like, if I can say that, where you can now choose to lock onto that one enemy, then focusing on the melee combat, where you've got to either dodge or parry these highly telegraphed attacks, because every single third-person game these days has to have a variant of this fucking mechanic. Yes, the kind of thing you've seen 100 times before now, where you wait until the last nanosecond to parry or dodge, which then leaves that enemy wide open to a free counterattack. But still, like, you're gonna have to genuinely come to grips with this system. Because if you don't, well, then these tougher enemies are gonna reach right through that pretty blue armor and tear you a new shit pipe. But it's also important as well because successful dodges and parries are one of the main ways to stay on your feet. The way that health and armor works is, again, like the first game, where you've got an armor bar that regenerates over time, but then your health can only be replenished through healing stims or Titus's unique skill, where it goes into this kind of berserk mode and gets a bit of it back. But the thing is that this skill is unique to Titus, and those healing stims are about as rare as photos of your mum with her clothes on, which means instead you're gonna have to keep your armor topped up, which is done through executions and gun strikes. You still with me at this point? Now, the executions are basically what it sounds like. They're finishing moves against the tougher enemies where you find the most creative way to remove them from the gene pool, which in the process restores about 1 or 2 armor bars. I mean, it's basically a glory kill. Oh yeah, and luckily too, you've got that magical ability that the Doomslayer has of being completely immune to all damage during these animations.
Another one dead.
The gun strikes, on the other hand, are like this attack you can pull off quickly after knocking a weaker enemy on their ass, or by parrying one of the tougher ones.
How in the fuck is this a Gears of War clone? Like, are you taking retarded pills? First you ask if Greg is on steroids, and then you say this is a Gears of War clone. Right. Gears of War, a cover-based shooter, is the same as a fucking shooter with no fucking cover mechanics, and it's a swarm shooter.
Ones at just the right time, and again, usually restores like 1 or 2 armor points. And all of this is fine in principle, the only problem is that sometimes you accidentally pulverize an enemy instead of knocking them over, which means you can't really consistently pull this off. And then the parrying and dodging windows don't always seem to be consistent against those bigger enemies either. Not to mention, for some attacks, it seems you can't even parry them to begin with. The only time it becomes pretty much mandatory is during the boss fights, because almost all of their attacks here are dependent on using this system. Oh yeah, and also too, if like you're playing in co-op, it can actually become a bit of a scramble, as everyone's trying to execute enemies to get their own armor back. It's kind of like playing Doom Eternal with 2 other Slayers running around, and everyone having to share all the glory kills. And what I think they're really trying to go for here is that once you essentially master dodging and parrying, that you won't really have to worry about taking any damage to begin with. The problem is that completely goes to shit in the more opened up areas, where you've got no real defense for avoiding the half-dozen or so assholes that are off in the background shooting at you with ranged fucking weapons, just really forcing you to take a big old bite out of a colossally large shit sandwich. This is actually something that happened quite a bit in the original game, and I don't know, like maybe they've done this on purpose as sort of a throwback to a bygone era or something. But either way though, like it definitely reminded me a lot of how you just get absolutely shredded if you don't focus on those ranged guys first and foremost. All up though, like, it definitely makes the whole thing more skill-based in the first game. You know, considering in the first game, you basically had no real means of defense outside of just rolling around.
Fuck this shit! No fear!
And that feeling you get from a perfect parry, catching a leaping Tyrannid in midair before slamming it down into the ground, really never does get old.
Got your ass.
Along with the feeling of shooting what's basically a rapid-fire rocket launcher at your enemies. Oh yeah, speaking of as well, the weapons here are pretty much just standard 40k fare, with both a main and a sidearm available along with a melee weapon. There's all those different variants of the bolters and pistols, along with the chainsword, hammer, and the power sword. The latter of which I found to be one of the best weapons in the game. There's also bigger weapons out there as well, like the heavy bolter, which turns you into a slowly moving tank whenever you're aiming it. Along with my personal favourite, the melter rifle. Oh yeah, let me do you a favour as well and just say, as soon as you unlock this thing, you need to have it in your arsenal at all times. I mean, look, like nothing beats a good bolter by your side, but the melter rifle in this is more or less just easy mode. Able to shred through groups of enemies in only a few shots, which is pretty damn important considering the kind of enemy count you're coming up against here. Because like I mentioned before, this really is an outright horde shooter now, where you're attacked by very large groups of enemies at once, who can even climb up the walls like it's World War Z. In fact, a lot of the missions have these moments where your objective is to just survive and push back these constant swarms of enemies. You know, the kind of thing that's really just blue screen of death bait for people with weaker computers. And yeah, like I know that the first game had a pretty high enemy count, but it was absolutely nothing like this, even at the best of times. And it sure didn't have enemies literally climbing over one another to try to reach the player. One mission has you having to fight back against not only Tyranids, but also what looks like a bazillion or so Rippers as well. Those little assholes scurrying all over the ground and looking like they're breaking every single rule in the Matrix.
Rippers, here they come. Ranged weapons only.
So it's easily double, if not triple, the kind of numbers we got in that first game. That's a good thing. It's even got those similar mechanics where you've got to assemble up with the other two characters before you can move on to the next area, along with everyone having to share grenade, health and ammo pickups along the way. If a player's knocked down, they can be revived a couple of times before they're finally killed and have to wait to respawn back in. And the sheer volume of things to kill here really does feel overwhelming at times. And that's the thing, is that this really doesn't feel like a single-player campaign in the traditional sense. I mean, especially compared to how it was in the first game. It really just feels like a...
Bambusa don't need to tell her she looks grandma. Oh my god. Oh, wow. That beaver's munching on a grape. Oh, that's a good beaver. Jesus Christ. Oh, and now he's eating his lettuce? Oh, no, he got another grape. Oh, he loves grapes. Oh, grapes are good. Look at him munching on his grape. Oh, those are some good grapes. That's a good beaver. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Those are some good marmots. Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, let him have the popcorn. Give it to him. If he wants it, then give it to him. That's his popcorn. Yes, you enjoy your popcorn. You go nom nom on that popcorn. Yes, you go nom nom on that popcorn. That is yours.
Winnie?
He deserves it. That's his.
Okay, that's enough then.
My cats fucking love popcorn, dude. They go absolutely apeshit for it. Oh, wow. So majestic. That's a good capybara. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Look at your little baby cow. Oh my goodness. That's a good cow. Wow, cows are friends. Oh, that's a good cow friend. Cows are friends. Thanks for the donation, Bambusis.
Co-op campaign that you can play through solo, and it's clearly been designed around playing with other people. I mean, even in the campaign mode, you've got that loading screen that shows the Marines sitting idly in the dropship, which, you know, again is kind of like Darktide, and really just put there so players can see how their customized character looks. It's not this one continuously flowing overarching story anymore. Instead, what you do is you play through one mission. You complete your objectives before it then sends you back to the battle barge and you move on to do the next one. And because of this, like...
I've never played Starship Troopers Extermination.
I really wouldn't advise playing through this solo.
You're right.
Firstly, because the bot AI is more or less completely useless and can barely seem to carry their own.
Donated $2. Let me see.
Vegans claim to be very concerned about the animals
Oh my god.
that are killed to optimal human health. Menu by
Rats come and get it. They have a slow, agonizing death in this match. Let's call it in the
and
Garland Farms is an idiot. I don't fucking care, dude.
You have anything that you want to expand on?
Is popcorn dangerous to
Not
cats?
watching.
I see Frank is still radio silent.
No, it is not dangerous to cats, assuming you don't put, like, butter on it or anything. But, cats can have a little bit of popcorn as a treat. I only give them a few pieces. Thanks for the donation, Sam. And yeah, Frank is still radio silent. He's either dead or in rehab. This guy says you scared to debate him.
You have to keep in mind that if we all went vegan, then we would have to replace.
I'm not watching these videos, dude. They're too long, too stupid, too boring. I'm not afraid to debate Garland Farms. I offered to debate him, and he has never messaged me. He can email me, he can message me on Instagram. He's just never done it. Thanks for the donation, huh? Riley, thanks for the membership, dude.
Wait. And then secondly, because it's just so boring going through these motions by yourself. I mean, the story beats are cool and some of the plot twists are fun and all that stuff, but the monotony of just killing the same 2 or 3 enemy types over and over, when there's no one else there to shoot the shit with along the way, just gets kind of old. The other thing is that even if you want to play this solo, it seems you still have to connect to the server, because you have to be online for the game to save you progress. I guess this has been done to stop people from cheating or modifying their character or something, which, yeah, I don't know, I guess that makes sense, but it is just still kinda crappy. And if any other big budget game did this same thing, you'd see people up in arms about it over on Twitter. But of course, you know, this is something you'll probably hear no one else mention.
Should it be discovered, there would be questions.
On a positive note though, you do get checkpoints throughout the missions, so if you fail them, it's not like you've got to start from scratch or anything like that. And with the exception of that final mission, all of these are well paced, taking about 45 minutes to get through. I will say as well that there's not really any point to playing on hard mode here, considering you gain pretty much nothing from it. Aside from bragging rights, I guess, for a fan base that perpetually smells like armpits. But look, like having said all that, the campaign still definitely has its moments. The few times you do get to get a jump pack are pretty damn fun, and being able to launch yourself into the sky and then back down into the ground to pummel everything is a feeling that's just second to none. I mean, that stuff was easily a highlight of the first game, and yeah, I'm glad they brought it back here. Along with that too, when you do finally unlock the hammer, being able to wreak havoc with that thing is also great. The thing is though that all of the positives I mentioned in regards to the campaign can also be applied to the operations mode. Considering with that mode, you can also choose and customize your...
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for sitting with us today. Great to be with you. I want to ask you a little bit about the way that you have prioritized cybersecurity at the department here. Last July, of course, the State Department was the one that actually discovered the Chinese intrusion of Microsoft systems, which for those of us who cover cybersecurity, was shocking that the State Department would be the originator of discovering an event.
It was a little surprising for me too, both a pleasant surprise because I was very proud of the fact that...
I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the effort to build not digital sovereignty, but digital solidarity.
Look, what I've seen since coming back to the State Department 3.5 years ago is that everything happening in the technological world and in cyberspace is increasingly central to our foreign policy. It's central because we see extraordinary possibilities. And finally, we have the White House to...
Okay, that video is kind of boring. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. DD donated $2. Let me see.
It's another sad day in America. Another mass shooting, also at a school. Mass shootings have become a virtually everyday occurrence in America. We have more mass shootings than all of our allies combined.
Yeah, so the reason for that is gang violence. It's not kids shooting up schools or anything, it's gang violence. There's no agreed upon definition of mass shooting, and when you look at any kind of groups tracking mass shootings, they use a very generalized term where as long as 3 or more people are injured or killed in a public area, it's considered a mass shooting. So gang members doing drive-bys, that's a mass shooting. Gang members shooting at each other, that's a mass shooting. Some fucking retard at a gas station, getting into a fight, 3 people get shot, it's a mass shooting. So it's all gang members. So lumping that in with mass shootings is a little weird. Usually mass shootings are considered political, and most mass shootings in the United States are not political. So there's not really a mass shooting problem in the United States, there's a gang problem.
And mass shootings are the tip of the iceberg of gun violence in America. An American is 20 times more likely to be murdered by a gun than a resident of our closest peer.
Yeah, that's because they don't have the fucking gang violence. And by the way, if you break it down by racial demographic, if you're white, the likelihood of you getting shot is like minuscule. You're about as likely to win the lottery. If you're black, it's far more likely, especially if you live in a shithole like Chicago. So totally misleading. It's a gang violence problem, not there's too many guns.
Democracies. These other nations have problems with gangs, with drugs, with mental health, like we do.
No, they don't. No, they do not. There are not the same issues with gangs and organized crime like there is in the United States. That is a lie. That is total bullshit. There is nothing close to an American equivalent of the gang activity in fucking Switzerland or the UK or Europe or anything like that. There's nothing close.
The difference is how they control guns. And the American...
No, it's not. That is a complete fucking lie. That is total bullshit. You can get guns in the UK. You can get guns in most of fucking Europe. That is total bullshit. Most of the guns in the United States that are used by gang members are acquired illegally. You can get illegal guns in these other fucking countries just fine. And they even have similar rates of gun ownership. In Switzerland, I think they have the same per capita gun ownership as in the United States.
People overwhelmingly support reasonable national gun control measures like bans on assault weapons, expanded background checks.
Oh my god, what a fucking moron. There's no such thing as an assault weapon. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Stay in your lane, dumbass.
But some willful politicians behold.
By the way, most of these supposed mass shootings are committed with handguns, so that makes no fucking sense. Again, the school shootings, usually those are with rifles, but if you look at these stupid websites that track mass shootings, almost all of them, Chicago, Detroit, over and over, Cleveland, they're all handguns. So that is just fucking stupid.
To the gun lobby are blocking it. Check out my book, Repeal the Second Amendment, for solutions, but the ultimate solution lies with you, the voter.
Well, by the way, this is absolutely ridiculous. You can look at almost every single European country that has enacted an NFA. It did absolutely nothing to reduce gun violence. Canada just recently enacted a firearms act. They banned assault weapons, which isn't a real class of weapon, so they just arbitrarily banned a long list of weapons. It did nothing. None of these guns are really ever used to commit any crimes, and Trudeau also put a freeze on handgun sales. Firearms violence is increasing. Oh, what do you know? Does nothing. UK, same exact thing. They enacted an NFA. They banned assault weapons, which isn't a real class of weapon, and they didn't ban handguns. They just made an arbitrary rule for length of firearm. So they just made pistol barrels super long and put a dingus on the end. If you're a criminal, all you have to do is chop that shit off, and then boom, you got a fucking handgun that you can just conceal. And it did absolutely nothing to reduce firearms violence. It wasn't until they enacted mandatory minimum sentencing for firearms crimes that firearms crimes went down. Same thing with Ireland. They enacted an NFA, did nothing. Firearms violence actually increased. Same with the UK. Firearms violence increased immediately after they enacted the NFA. Canada, firearms violence increased after they banned guns. It does nothing to reduce gun violence. The only country that I know of that after enacting a National Firearms Act where firearms violence reduced was Australia, and it wasn't from banning guns. Firearms violence was already on a downward trend. They literally did nothing to affect the trend of firearms violence. This guy's a fucking moron who doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just afraid of loud noises. What an idiot.
Why should anyone ever be allowed to hurt like an animal?
Right, okay.
Like
So
any animal, doesn't matter what animal it is, nobody should be allowed to hurt animals.
I agree with you, man. I totally agree with you. So
wouldn't he lay hands on a kid? You wouldn't lay hands on a fucking dog. Like
I agree with you, man. Okay, so the question is though, the animals that we take in the slaughterhouses that we turn into food and clothing.
Yeah.
You said any animal, so you shouldn't be allowed to hurt any animal. Those animals. Are you vegan? Yeah.
Huh?
Are you vegan?
But hurting them as in, like, say you had a dog and you just start abusing it.
What about sticking a knife in their throat or shooting?
It's a bit different.
What?
They are still
So kicking the dog is bad, but electrocuting, gassing, stabbing them in the throat, shooting them in the head, that's not cruel?
No, but that's
cruel. Yeah.
That's cruel, but like,
right. So
not.
you're pro the sign now then? You're now for animal cruelty?
No,
And it's
because
not every animal.
That was nice and retarded.
Breathe. You'll make babies. You'll get a wife. And kids. Breathe. Breathe. Rubble, can you breathe, please? Please, please. I want money. If you don't.
That's bad.
Hey, bro, you know what I just realized? You're not stronger than me. Let's go.
Thank you for that, Dee Dee.
Load out a lot more. To the point that it really does feel like they made this PvE mode first, and then just kind of decided to build Titus's story around it, which really makes the operations mode the real meat of the game. Shield that deflects ranged attacks, The tactical class can scan the area, highlighting enemies, which increases damage against them, whereas the shield-carrying bulwark can drop down a banner that restores everyone's armor. And not only are these skills unique for every single class, but there's also an element of skill there to trying to use these at the best possible times, considering as well that this mode is actually kind of challenging. And I really didn't mind replaying these over and over, because at least with this mode you're constantly leveling up and unlocking new perks and upgrades, able to be unlocked through the game's main currency. Just a bit of a shame that all the current missions are just rehashes of the campaign. But this is without a doubt where you're going to sink the most of your time, especially if you're not too concerned about the PvP mode, the upcoming battle passes and the DLC, where I'm sure we'll get a bunch of extra missions for the operations mode and probably...
Alright, think I'm gonna go to bed now. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs, really appreciate it. Should be streaming again tomorrow. Not sure if I'm gonna be streaming Friday or Saturday, because Friday I'm probably gonna have to go out to Toronto and go to the dealership, and then I'm gonna spend the night at my mom's house, and then on Saturday I'm gonna go to the Toronto Vegandale thing. So I likely won't be streaming Saturday either, but I'll probably be back Sunday. But we'll see. But nighty-night, everybody. Sweet dreams.